we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel.
Yeah, Dallas. What is up, Dallas? What is up? How is everybody doing? How is everybody doing? How is everybody doing? A very good morning. सादे लोगों को, मेंबर्स लोगों को गुड इवनिंग, सादे लोगों को गुड मॉर्निंग, क्योंकि तुम लोग का पहला स्ट्रीम है ये. How's you? Emilian Whitey, thank you so much for the membership. Means a lot. Thank you so much for the membership. What is up? by WWW मैं ट्विटर पे सिर्फ और सिर्फ ट्विटर पे मैं ऐसे टूल देखा हूँ. आज मेरे ट्विटर पे सिर्फ और सिर्फ only but only for only if only and only S12 on tops. हाँ, W लाइनअप. वो लोग मेरे को नहीं जानते, मैं भी उनको इतना नहीं जानता. W लाइनअप, W लाइनअप. हाँ, एकदम विनिंग पोटेंशियल वाला लाइनअप, एकदम क्रेजी लाइनअप. वैलो इज द बेस्ट गेम, वो बता गया. वाइनो प्रीमियर, ए वाओ, थर्सडे को प्रीमियर नया चालू हुआ है.
Here as well. I don't think we're expecting anything crazy.
और आज के मैचेस भी अच्छे हैं.
The last time they played it was the double initiator composition that they were playing with the Sky and Teho. I'm intrigued to see if they lean back into that double duel.
सुना they were the world champions. Spelling mistake है bro. Were ने अभी R होने वाला है. Wait. अभी तो मेंबरशिप लेना शुरू किया. 20 months कब हुआ? Excuse me. अगर मालूम नहीं पड़ रहा तो ऐसे टाइम पे हमेशा अपग्रेड करने का. उधर क्या 1 माइल में मालूम पड़ता है. Oh my God. 2000 किधर गए? टेंशन नहीं लेने का. भाई ये बाप टीम है ना भाई. आज सारे मैचेस अच्छे हैं, दोनों मैचेस अच्छे आज. आ गया आंसर. अरे वैलो बेस्ट गेम है. आ गया वैलो पे 3 बटन ढूंढने वाला. मुश्किल से ढूंढता हूँ यार. नॉट इजी. ये बीबीएल वाला बंदा है, बीबीएल वाला बंदा है. जंपी
teams that are potentially going to be in the front runner if they continue to.
Binks hoping you will be doing well as well. Bye. मैं कैसे करूँ मेरी जान के टोटो, मैं कैसे करूँ भाई. ऑलरेडी मैं ये शेड्यूल में कैसा तो करके टाइम निकल के, हाँ, वो वाला जो फास्ट पेस्ड गेम है, वैलोरेंट बेस्ट गेम है, फास्ट पेस्ड जो गेम है उसका मैं वॉच पार्टी देखता हूँ, क्योंकि करने की एनर्जी नहीं है. हाँ, मैं कैसे करूँ. हेलो बंक्स, TH इज ऑन देयर वर्स्ट दिस ईयर आई थिंक. TH फैन बाय द वे. कमबैक का नाम सुना है, भले ही कमबैक दूसरी टीम में, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से भाई TH में पोटेंशियल है भी. पता नहीं क्या हो गया इस साल. काश दोस्त बन जाओगे ऑब्वियसली भाई. प्रीमियम टॉप नॉच व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है. भाई एक इंसान ने मेंबरशिप लेने के बाद एक मैसेज हाय तक नहीं लिखा भाई. आज ज़रफ नहीं आ रहा है क्या? कौन है ज़रफ भाई?
Based performance, right? It's like
कौन नाम सुना हुआ लग रहा है.
Maximize value in terms of the ultimate and also apply that same level of pressure. I think playing against Eternal Fire it's a key pick, right?
Vitality जीत रहे मेरे को पता नहीं भाई. EF ने एकदम वो तो किया. Impress.
So much better on it when we think back to
Impress
kickoff
तो
in
किया.
previous years. He's been looking really great on that agent. Yeah, it's really nice
इधर
to
भी
see.
इधर
And then
माफ करो.
Chronicle as well, he's
बस
hovering
भाई
the sniper,
आपका
but
गेम
I
प्ले
can
कब
almost
होगा?
guarantee that
सीधा
that's
4
probably
दिन
gonna
बाद
be a
आना
lock. It
भाई.
almost feels vintage
अलार्म
on this
डालो
map
4
at this
दिन बाद
point.
आओ.
Looking at the
2
Eternal
दिन
Fire
अभी
side, I'm
मैराथन
intrigued
है.
to see if Neki does lock in that Vice here.
ये कौन है? Premier team.
If
Premier
that's
team
the
बोल
final
रहा.
pick,
Ascension
we'll have to
team.
wait to see it. Right, outside of that, I think this is probably a comp that.
Please बताओ. Live नहीं आ रहा है. या
Double
जरा भाई
controller.
कौन है
You
कौन?
don't
seem too happy about
Do you
it.
know what? Like, there's a Sentinel.
कल
on this
heavy
map
stream
that's
होगा, तीनों
underappreciated.
region
It is
का है.
Deadlock. So to see a Vice come in here,
कल तीनों
it's
region
really
का है,
intriguing to
उसके
me.
बाद
I want to
परसों
see how
वापस
they
है.
actually utilize that
तो
when they're
technically
already
कल
running the
5
Vice
region की
Brimstone.
stream है.
Yeah, for me, and then again, Neki in particular, he's looked fantastic in terms of
MCM
solo anchoring sides.
क्या है?
Again, thinking back to Split previously for Eternal Fire, absolutely key in
Mod
terms
दो,
of
link
being
दो ना,
on an
pin करने
island
को.
here. So maybe they're leaning into that a little
अब
bit.
का नया वीडियो का,
with this
नया वीडियो
pick,
का.
but I'm kind of with you compositionally. This is going to come down to, okay, well, how much value
बस
can you
60
get off that?
FPS पे
Especially starting on that
इमो
attack side.
जाना है.
Starting on
Tips
that
दो.
attack side, I really, I'm a little bit like, okay, we're going for the.
पहले
It's
70 पे
intriguing.
ट्राई करो,
Potential,
उसके बाद
we'll
60
have to
करो.
see.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to the Vice, because yesterday was a conversation of it being an agent that's been a really good answer to Neon. Do we think that that could be one of the
हैकर भाई
reasons
के
behind
ए
it
में
being here? Because of course, like
मैं
every team's gonna play
किसी ने
Neon.
पूछा था
We
हैकर
kind of
के
already knew that Eternal Fire were probably going to make an adaptation. I just didn't know that this
Right
was the route that they were going to go down. Considering we've been hammering home about how
परसों
great
जीत fighting on
Duelist
top
they
होगा
are,
भाई,
for them
परसों
to
जीत
now
गया ना,
opt for
tension नहीं
something
है.
that feels like on the completely opposite side
PRX और
of
नंगुसिम के
that,
सामने
to
टेंशन
get
नहीं है,
this
only
more
knife
like
खेल
double
सकते हैं अपन.
controller Sentinel is just, it feels unusual to me.
I
हाँ,
totally
हाँ,
agree
विशेष
with
हाँ,
what
नया
you're
वाला
saying,
वीडियो
but
रही.
not necessarily here. I don't think versus the Phoenix and the Neon, it's going to particularly guarantee you a lot of value. I think the same level of pressure can be applied, especially when you think about bind in general, right? In the ways that you can split sides.
That's a good advice right
It's
there.
not as clear cut, I think, as saying that, like, yes, Vice, blanket statement, good versus double duelist. This scenario, I don't necessarily think it's as black and white as that.
Go
Yeah,
for
you
Asus
don't agree?
Victus
I can see
is
like the
वटे
comments
of
are
money.
just-
वटे ने रे waste रे.
I'm quite shook that they've decided to lock in this composition. Like,
But I don't think they care.
Son, बड़ा,
That's
बड़ा.
the thing. I think they've maybe scrimmed this once or twice and just gone, that felt alright. That.
मेरे आयन लॉबी में हैकर आया. आयन लॉबी में ट्राई कर रहा रहेगा वो
But
हैकर.
it's we're playing Vitality. Let's
वन
try
भाई वैलो
something
नहीं हो रहा
against
मेरे से
Vitality.
अब.
because they were running the way
और
like
Radiant
previously,
lobby
like, it does
आती है
make
मेरे
sense.
में.
There's been the way
नाम
changes
देखो,
from week 1 to
Radiant
week
coach.
2, so like of course they were going to experiment with different things. I just don't
वैलो
think
नहीं हो
they
रहा
ever
करके
pictured
मैसेज डाल रहा
Eternal
है.
Fire running that style of
क्यों नहीं
composition.
बढ़ रही है
I
आपकी
mean, we can
रीजन?
then also pivot
Radiant
it back to
coach give up.
Vitality because this is bind and
हाँ,
when it comes to
जैसे पता नहीं,
composition, we're
पता
seeing
नहीं,
the
पता
Phoenix,
नहीं.
we're seeing the Neon. Couple
Yo,
of changes
Bangzada,
in
how's
that
this?
camp
Me
as
Gucci.
well. Are we convinced that these are the necessary changes to improve from what we've seen from them previously?
एनएस होगा अपने घर पे जी वाइडी.
But for me,
Problem है ना, उनके घर पे एक trophy पड़ा हुआ है अभी.
Sayonara kind of ticking that
Problem
box
ये
to
है.
play the double duelist for me.
नहीं, fighting
is a
करने में
good
problem
indicator,
नहीं है,
right?
लेकिन
They
क्या है
don't
ना वहाँ
necessarily
पे
care about the meta, but this for
फाइटिंग
me
के
is
बाद
a
जब घर
fantastic
पे
card.
घुसेंगे
I'm looking forward to see how
Trophy
these
हल्का सा
competitions
पड़ा
are
हुआ
going
है.
to be playing out on bind because we're ready to
Pin
head
करो,
into our
pin
first
कर
map
दी.
of the series with our casters, Cairo and Haza.
Yes, thank you, Desk. Really looking forward to this one. A first win against regional rivals will be
Sayonara
fuel to
still
the
not back.
fire.
कितना,
The
3 दिन तो
questions
हुआ,
for me
3 या
lie
4
on the
दिन तो हुआ
Vitality
होगा.
side. After seeing what would have been group game of the group, I guess, against Fnatic, it wasn't the result that they were expecting.
आज EF जीतेगा लग रहा है. मैं सच्ची चाहता हूँ EF
Both
जीते.
teams have lost to Fnatic in a close affair.
क्योंकि
But as we get into this
next level
one,
grind
it's
है,
a
bro.
real decider in our one-on-one games as to who's going to go and
अचानक से
challenge
भयानक
that second
ये
spot
team
in the group, or who's going to fall
सारे
away
नए
into the
players,
middle of the
नया
pack.
story.
It's Eternal Fire versus Vitality in our first game of today, Haza, and this is one I'm very excited for.
Yeah, kicking things off on bind, of course. Vitality starting on the defender's side, where they had
1911
the slight
against
better
डर के
turn of
हेक्टर
form on
duels
this one.
during their blender match.
Haven't won the map so far this
Dale
year. though. It's a re-debut for the
language की
stage.
बाय how's you?
Coming out of kickoff.
आज भी पियो जूस बिंदास.
Starting off the pistol round already, you can see this pack of players led by Yampi through spawn, just deciding
थोड़ा देर
where to
पहले
respond.
लेडीज language
Chronicle
बाबूजी
needs
का
to be
डर है क्या?
careful, and
हैं?
unfortunately isn't.
मैं इससे
So
ज़्यादा
he
और
gets
कुछ
taken
नहीं
away
देख
as the
सकता.
first pick here. That Viper wall defensive one gone off the board, but Eternal Fire, they're wanting to hit towards the A site, so that wouldn't matter too much.
Yeah, Vitality have grouped up for this, of course, after Kron dropped in showers. You can see 3 bodies moved over. deep Vice Wall used by Eternal Fire and Sands, just checking for that re-clear, but it never
But
comes. Vitality
actually,
here, but Eternal Fire on site first.
Yeah, they are. Spike plant not being attempted, and Vitality pretty much respecting this. Apart from
के मारा
Yampi,
बे
who
अरे
was
बाप रे
left
बाप
alone
रे
in lamps.
बाप रे भाई ये मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर है
And the pistol
एक और
round,
माइलस्टोन मिस
just
हुआ नहीं
perfect
नहीं
to
दिख
come
रहा
back
मेरे
in.
को आज तो मुझे
1
दे
versus
एक्सेस
5
में
in
मेरा
the
ये
first
पेड़
shot
डाउन
is
है
clean, but he has so much work to do. It is just not
Bye,
possible from this
Echo,
position.
hey.
Eternal Fire getting the pistol, and for all the things that Des were talking about, you can see that confidence still running high.
Echo
Yeah,
है
it certainly is. I mean, you get a result like you did last week, right? You're obviously going to be feeling it a bit.
मैं ऐसे कैसे रहेगा आपने देखा हेडशॉट
Right? BBL, from what seemed like last week, is one of our best teams in the region, and now looking like probably one of our worst. So it's about gauging that. Was that result as good as what we expect, or is it just a run-of-the-mill one for Eternal Fire?
एको और फावियन मेरे को लग रहा है एको और
Eternal
इजी
Fire have handled that pressure really well so far, facing the 2 highest seeded teams in the group out of kickoff. It's just classics here. Vitality trying to make it scrappy, but those are the sorts of terms that Eternal Fire usually enjoy. It is Echo drop to start, but the rifle's still alive.
फर्स्ट टाइम देखा कि
Spike not picked up.
स्पाइक वॉलअप और
Fire
पिकअप
now
में कोई
start to
फाइट
head
कर
their
रहा
way
है
over towards B. One of the rifles all alone on short as he needs to get out of here. As you can see, Vitality want to try and hunt him down. The Neon at least has the saving grace of speed.
वो देखना
It's
किधर
all
भाग
the
गया
tools to
बे
bail him out, so Eternal Fire will reach a post plant
वो
on
देख
B when the
किधर भाग गया
spike
बे
finally arrives off the back of Odaz. Interesting here as well, noting the composition that it is Neki on the Vice as the in-game leader, usually playing around the info, so there will be questions asked about what the calling looks like with this
क्या स्पाइक
change
से
in
गिरना
structure, of
पड़ेगा
course.
unless and
That's
until
nothing
वो
that
लोग
Eternal Fire aren't used to. I think
Orbs
you saw
देंगे
the ways in which they had to develop from kickoff as a 5 playing with 2 stand-ins.
Yeah, I mean, they
अरे
know
क्या
exactly
हुए
what
orbs
they need to do.
दे
They know
रहे
the
हैं
system
हेलो
that they played in. A couple of kills here are nice, but the other thing that a lot of people won't know is that
कैसे
I didn't watch the tournament.
कैम
as it
थोड़ा
was-
ऊपर
we
करो
did
उछड़ी
get
हो रहा
all
है
5 of this, well, the
Sorry.
original roster that's playing on Eternal Fire with Sob, playing against Vitality and Clash.
Yeah, we did. Izzy, of course,
When
when
they
you look
release
at
पे
the 2 teams,
क्या मारे थे
is
लास्ट
the only
मैच
player present on the Eternal
लेकिन
Fire
क्या
side from the
crazy
last
team है ना
meeting
बे
between them.
मेरे को सिर्फ एको याद है बे क्या खेल
The
रहा था
final 2
bro
members go
क्या
down to
खेल
the
रहा
spike
था
detonation on B, so
Valorant
it's a
खेल रहा
clean
था
up
लेकिन
eco in the end. And, well, now we start to get a look in and see how exactly this defender side wants to try and handle what Eternal Fire have been doing so far, because it speaks so much about confidence. It's the fights that they're taking right now.
Yeah, I think like the last
Well,
round they
mate,
got an idea
I've got
with
actually.
the kind of trap place
The
outside
spike-
of showers after
उसको
Eternal Fire
spike
for 2
क्यों
rounds in a row
बोलते हैं?
and try to approach that part of the map. As for now, looks like Eternal Fire are going to
क्योंकि
break
मेरे hairstyle
condition
में
and
spike
start
नहीं
to
हो
work the
सकता।
B side first.
You can see Neki dropping that same Vice wall just outside of Hookah, stopping any defensive
हेलो
progression.
ज़ैलोस
Find often a map which is determined on that defender's side through its proactivity, usually
मेरे को
at its
क्यों लग रहा है
limits in
रे?
both showers and B long. As
Vitality
you can
हारने
see,
वाला है।
Yampi starting to collect some of the information there.
ये जो ऊपर जो ग्लिच
Fowler
दिख रहा है कि
detects
बाइंड
Izzy,
और
and it
लोटस
looks like
दोनों EF
Vitality
का
want in
मैप
on
है
this.
Yeah, they want to try and find
हल्का सा
something to
biased
fight.
नहीं है
It's
observer।
already Izzy and Odaz pushed back, so nothing collected, only an ultimate orb, but Vitality will be happy with that, although they're going forward.
Yeah, Yampi just playing right up in the face of this smoke.
Bro,
3
क्या
players behind,
timing,
ready to
bro,
pop out, and Izzy
bro,
draws first
bro,
blood, leaving
bro.
only Profek behind. Durka trying to swoop in
Clean.
and support. Eternal Fire just call it in for a second.
पॉज कर दिया अच्छा है दो ही बंदे वरना फिनिश आ गया था
And Profek.
Just waiting for Fabian to arrive so they can get that flash in, tee up the play, and Eternal Fire
Yeah.
running rampant. The bonus round all but in the bag. Sparing
Itna
a miracle
clean.
from Kron and Sayonara. And it doesn't look like the duo are willing to risk it.
No, Rifles wanting to be kept and not looking good at all for the start for Vitality. Eternal Fire though, even though they are playing double controller with the Sentinel, these executes looking well orchestrated, right? Is he doing excellent on these entries?
that's the other element
क्लब
to it
से
as well.
गिली
By the
चुम्मी
time
ली
Eternal
थी,
Fire get into
सोचा था
post,
अच्छी जाएगी,
if you've
पूरा
got
रात नींद नहीं
Echo's
आई,
Poison Orb,
actually.
like as you can see, still here, he hasn't used it. Some of those Thorns, Odaz has his own smokes, and you can start cycling that. It becomes so oppressive
Guns
to
गिराने का try कर
retake.
रहे
So
हैं.
Vitality have to be playing for these floods, especially on that side of the map, and with Odaz bringing Chronicle out of play in the late stages, it is just going to be the Vandal in the hands of Sayonara that escapes from T-Spawn's side. Eternal Fire.
By a lost 11 matches today,
That's
I
3 in a row
want
now.
to climb
It's
peak
going to
rank.
put Vitality
What
on
should be
a
my
pretty
mindset?
poor bio.
After that, huge losses.
Shotguns perhaps to come
Win-loss
into the
matter
mix.
नहीं
And
करता.
out of the pool of that we see right now of maps,
गेम
this is
खेलने को
probably
जितना
the
मजा आएगा
best
ना
one for
उतना
the
इजी
shotguns,
रहेगा,
considering we are seeing Neon.
लेकिन बैलेंस रखने का एक बंदे को
Yeah,
बहुत
it's something
मजा आता है
which
गेम
he's
खेलने
had
में,
to
वो कल
really
सारे
bring
गेम्स
to his
हारा है.
Arsenal. I feel like a lot of
So,
our
balance,
top duelists
balance.
from the early years of Valorant have been forced to adapt, and a few have struggled. Durka, I think one of them, at least in kickoff with Waylay, for example, didn't fit. The Neon already looking much
That's
better,
the teammate I want.
someone has to
ऐसे
frag
वाले
here.
ना?
I think only 2 kills on the Vitality side
अपने
so
गेम में
far
ऐसा
in these
Neon नहीं
opening
आता मेरे.
rounds.
yeah, but it's that
Opponent में ban
potential that Vitality have yet
चार
to
बार
really
साइड मारा था.
tap into,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and it's always the potential with this team, right? You have Masters winners, Champs finalists over the years, most decorated player in VCT in the form of Kron. Sayonara just limit testing A short right now, bottlenecking Eternal Fire in. But as Izzy has
क्या
made
है
inroads
बे,
through
reaction
Shower,
तो है
that
बे.
pressure is being broadly applied, yet still Vitality unwavering in rotation.
Yeah, but that's because there's 4 strong towards the A site. You look towards B, it is so empty, and Eternal
खतरनाक
Fire,
खेल
if
रहे
they go for this
बे.
execute, Yampi's going to be all alone.
And by the
वो
time
लोग
you
क्या
get to that
टिप्पी मारने का
retake, it's
सोच
the
रहे
same
क्या?
problems that I was just talking about in the post round. So Vitality take the onus upon themselves, and there's a slow re-clear arriving through the market on the attacker's side. Is it going to arrive in time? Yampi's bought a little
Oh,
bit with the
shit.
C's, but not enough.
लेकिन नहीं है,
Just a
बहुत लेट
classic
है.
here as well. But that classic is able to at least get
लेकिन
one.
अच्छा मारा.
That rifle, the stinger, the shotgun.
सकते हैं,
Maybe
retake
up
possible
close
है.
and personal on the B side will get something done.
वाइस गाली
Flipped
खाने
on
वाला
its
है.
head. Vice Wall does get triggered. How many players do Eternal Fire
इधर कौन वॉल
anticipate
रखता है
here?
भाई?
Yeah, but what's the response after the wall being triggered? Do they take more space? The answer, no. Happy with what they've got. So they look to bolster down on the site and wait for Vitality to come to them. Remember, one rifle saved from the last day will know about that. And as soon as the players come into the crosshairs, Odaz completely finds them all. A 2 versus 1 now for Derka. And
Bro,
as good as
4K
he
मार
is,
दिया.
he's not able to find it. It's Odaz with an ace.
भाई
A
बाप
first ace
खेल रहे
in
हैं
the
लोग तो.
VCT for Odaz, and a first ace for any Eternal Fire player.
हाँ?
The most consistent from kickoff, carrying it on here.
Enemy remaining.
Eternal Fire positioning themselves well in the post plant.
Ace
to handle
मारा
with
बे,
that
क्या
hook of
4K
pressure.
मारा?
They knew that long was a no-go.
साइट में
And
4K
there
मारा,
you have
वैसा
it.
बोल रहा था, समझा तुम लोग
A
को?
consistent theme that we bring up a lot is this international attendance narrative. It
Noobs.
gets to a certain point, especially with Vitality now at full strength in air quotes with their full lineup. When does it happen?
That is the question. A team that has suffered from the EMEA kickoff curse that we spoke about yesterday. But as for now,
Shot.
Vitality have a full buy.
करके बोलते
Those
हैं.
ultimates been sent in. Derka got one, but
भाई.
very quickly it's changed into an Eternal Fire narrative. Sayo,
Idea अच्छा था लेकिन
and
बे,
that
idea
spike
अच्छा
goes
था,
down
ठीक
into
है.
post.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one here.
Idea
Vitality
अच्छा था.
retaking 3-on-3, but every player completely split up. 2 layers to this back line. Yampi working
Bro,
his way
wall
up to A
OP,
short, and
bro.
Sayonara still holding on to Showers.
Wall
Precious
OP.
real estate.
You look towards the utility left on the attack. There's not a whole bunch of it, so it's up to the defensive utility. Sayonara aware
shit.
of the flank, but not aware of the second.
वो
So
लोग को पता है कि
2v2
shot
now,
है.
favouring
भाई,
Eternal
घूम के
Fire.
क्या मारा
And with
बे?
just Prophet now to clutch up. Time low, his chances even lower, and he's thrown in the white towel.
भाई,
Giving Eternal
5-0,
Fire the
hello?
fifth in a row.
I mean, when does this momentum stop? It doesn't feel like Eternal Fire have let up over the last week. The BBL result, an upset to the untrained eye. But for those in the know, this is a team which we have to hold in that same high regard, cut from similar cloth.
और कुछ वो नहीं है,
And this
एकदम
execution is
खतरनाक.
that same
Flashy
unwavering
call, इधर जाएंगे, उधर
self-confidence.
जाएंगे, ऐसे
Every
करेंगे.
damn duel.
सिटी लेंगे. Proper discipline wala game, be.
Seems as if we are going to be getting this timeout coming through for the Vitality side.
Not
Carl
clean.
having to talk to his players and
Simple
ask them,
discipline
guys,
wala
are you
game.
going to wake up? Because so far, in these first 5 rounds, it's just not been happening.
Yeah, of course, we know that this is a fixture between the two teams that has cropped up on
Baby,
multiple
वो वाला
occasions
scene है क्या जो भी
already
Ascension
through
से
the
आएगा,
off-season, whether
trophy
it
लेगा
was
वाला scene है
the
क्या?
core of Ulf or Izzy on the Eternal Fire side from an organizational
इसमें
level.
कौन सी
And it's
team
one which
strong
they
है
have
मेरे
found
को नहीं
success
पता
in.
EMEA का इतना.
Broadly
Obviously
speaking,
भाई
you can
5-0 है.
see here
Yes.
from Blender into Kickoff and Clash, Vitality did start to get on the better end of things, of course, but I have to say, with the way things are currently trending, something has to change.
जी जैसा नहीं क्योंकि जी दोनों मैच जीते.
Team
ये लोग
Fire was the
एक मैच
organization
जीते एक हारे. Technically अगर देखा जाए,
of these players on stage
technically अगर देखा जाए,
they have been continuously beat
Oh,
by Vitality.
क्या है ये?
There seems a change of banner,
वड़ा पाव.
chance to really upset the apple cart. They've gone and taken it, Hazza, and right
Dinner
now
आ गया dinner. घर जाएगा.
going for a 6th.
Confirmation there, Odaz with his first ace, and I mean, I said he was one of the consistent ones. If we get just a
Missile
similar level
pow,
of performance from
baby,
everyone on
missile
Eternal
pow,
Fire,
baby.
feels like the system sets that up. Necky's the prime
वाला तो
example of
baby.
a fragging in-game leader, I think.
Yeah.
कल का क्या plan है?
Less
3 region
established
देखने का.
of a caller than Rose, perhaps regionally,
I mean,
but starting to take those plaudits now.
yeah, I think
Yeah,
that this
guys,
core did
likewise.
what the BBL Pacific core couldn't, right? They came through the Premier system and straight away qualified to VCT.
That last round probably a perfect demonstration. The re-wrap in showers expertly timed. And
थोड़ा ही है
here,
लेकिन
Vitality
आधा है.
not with all too much. They've already removed,
नींबू मत डालो,
defaced
उसका
that
दाना
vice wall
निकालता
in
हूँ
a
मैं.
short. So Eternal Fire
Oh.
start to investigate, re-clear this
Camera
space,
on
and
it,
take
करके
some
फिर
for their
bump
own. The only rifle in this defense has found a kill on the other side of the map, though. Is he going down in B long?
But straight away, Eternal Fire evacuate because of the space that the attack's been able to grab. Look at the re-wrap.
Same time,
Oh.
2 players deep
They're
in short.
losing
This is a
4,
serious
5-0
issue.
to
If left unchecked,
6-0.
Fabian finds both.
Full champion
And that is
team.
all of the worries quelled on the
New
fire side
Ascension
of
team,
things.
yes.
Profek still barking away with this rifle, but there's no bite into the pit.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, this
अभी
was
तो
an
नहीं.
equal round entirely.
તમે ગુજરાતી છો અમે પણ ગુજરાતી છું પર્સન આવડે છે
Nothing that Eternal Fire can't deal with.
સરનેમ
Has to
પાવડે
be
નથી છે
Profek, though. If there's anyone to win the round from this point out, it would be him. And with the pathing already set straight towards heaven, it's a much more difficult retake than he would hope for. Fabian makes it 3. Eternal
भाई वो लोग
Fire
सारे
make it
कॉर्नर चेक
6.
कर रहे हैं ना सारे एंगल सारे
Yeah,
कॉर्नर
this
चेक कर
is
रहे
now
हैं वो
turning
लोग
into something entirely
Loro
different.
left में क्यों देखेगा
Mini
वो?
was talking about it a lot on the desk. I mean, the full analyst desk was that we are awaiting the final form of Eternal Fire. We didn't get it. We got something entirely different with Izzy at the forefront. And you look
Bappe.
towards the scoreboard, it's not even him
Bappe.
leading the line, it's Odaz, it's Fabian, it's Echo, it's players that have been in the
मतलब
league and have that
मामलेदार
experience.
का मामला
It's-
खत्म हो
it's
जाएगा
sort of core group, right, that we
hey.
saw get the early experience in kickoff, now start to find their character on this stage. Now flipping it back to the Vitality side as they have another full purchase here. Durka bringing the
Language.
operator out.
हुंटेज
Chance for them to
हंगे
find their feet. Profek with another opening kill. Durka also limit testing outside of A in showers. His early numbers are exactly what Vitality
भाई
need,
कहाँ
but they can't
बेट
double
कर
up.
रहे बे
Same time though, as it
भाई एक बंदा गलती नहीं कर रहा है भाई क्या है हेलो
and tandem didn't get what they were looking for though.
ये
Eternal
क्या है?
Fire might be re-hitting into a lone Profek.
A bit of a reshuffle here, and as you can see, Eternal Fire looking to hit
भाई
the
मजाक
B
सेट
site.
कर कितना बाप कर रहे हैं
Walking
6-0
up
पे
Fountain, they've left
ये लोग
Neki detached
एक बंदा
to
A
take
पे
this
रखते थे ना
1v1 in Hookah, a big fight
एक
which
बंदा
Profek has to win.
ऑलरेडी शॉर्ट बेट किया है
Versus one, he's taking
एक
the
बंदा
head
शॉर्ट पे
clean
रखते हैं ये लोग
off.
बिलों का भी आवाज देता है वो लोग
Ultimate
एक
system
रोटेशन
for
करेंगे
Eternal
सब
Fire.
Still pressure from Long as
और
well.
देख, सारे
Monaco
रोटेट
will
कर
be
रहे हैं
able to cycle that Viper wall and keep them oppressed in this position, but Profek duly noted.
देखा
No
ए साइड
second
अपने
layer
को
to dig him out.
फ्री
And in the
एकदम फ्री
retake, there
स्पेस
are
मिल
ults
जाता
here
था
now for Vitality
क्योंकि
to
बहुत टाइम है
use.
Yeah, Profek now starting to move elsewhere while Vitality get ready to bust out of CT, try and grab the attention of the main players. Oh my god, the rifle war for Eternal Fire is absolutely exemplary. An advantage taken into the second half, and I'll tell you something, Vitality, they need resuscitated at this point.
7 on the bounce. It's not just an advantage, it's a statement right now. fantastic
क्या
push from
ये?
Fabian
Oh my
here
god.
to find Profek.
भाई मजाक से हटकर पीसी चेक हो सकता है क्या?
The guns are doing the talking.
वो
Against
ऐसा
the
क्यों
team
घूम
low
के
on
देखा?
confidence of their own, sure, it just doesn't feel like Vitality have had a way into
ऐसा क्यों
any
घूम
of
के
these
देखा वो?
rounds, really.
That's the big aspect to it, right?
Bango is very
Vitality once again trying to play on
Very
the front foot on this defense, and that's the first time
finally
that
done,
an
huh?
engagement has really gone their way, with Derka and Sayonara being the protagonists. So 2 to the good are the defense.
कौन खाएगा? लाइक करो बे पहले क्या है ये?
First big test for Eternal
Guys,
Fire
come
in
back,
one of
eh?
these rounds,
Yeah, sir.
down at a
Good night.
2-player deficit, 3v5.
There.
But they have the
काय का
numbers
अल्टा?
heading into this A site where
तो
Chronicle is the
spotted
first
है
player
उसका।
waiting to receive. Sayonara with his
लेकिन
own
वो
ult,
टाइम
and
पे
of
ऐसा
course,
घूमना
got to be thinking about that Viper Molly.
जब ऑलरेडी फ्लडिंग कर रहे हैं और ये सिटी मार रहा है स्पेशली
Massive pressure on his shoulders, but unfortunately,
भाई ये
the
मार
barrel
गया
being seen
मतलब
and able
ऐसा
to
नहीं
get
पहला भी था
to a nice round
आगे,
from
आगे,
Vitality
आगे,
to
आगे,
answer
आगे,
straight
आगे,
back,
आगे,
but
आगे।
why is it
Clean
taking
run
so
जीता
long?
क्लीन रन जीता
Kron
एक सेकंड
getting
खड़ा
up on his feet,
खड़ा हो गया वो 7-1
met
पे
with applause. The crowd in the
है ना?
venue this evening definitely catered more towards
Spicy
the
है,
Vitality
spicy नहीं
side,
है।
that's safe to say.
मेरे को तो जरा भी नहीं
And
लगा
this defense now
10% भी नहीं लगा मेरे को
entertaining the duels a little bit more, but taking them on their own terms again. See
गरम है
Vitality even
मैं तो
doubling
बोल रहा
down,
था
wanting to
4
flash
मिर्ची
through and
काट
make
के
a play
डालूं
here early. A full house
100
of
ग्राम मिर्ची
ultimates
पाउडर
for them
डालूं
to use if they choose.
और उसके ऊपर हल्का सा चिली फ्लेक्स डालो
That's a big if. It's certainly
Thoda
something to try
spice बढ़ा
and
दे,
narrow that
thoda
gap between the two of these teams. And it seems that Vitality gambling right on where they should place their players, the B side much heavier, and that's what Eternal Fire want to hit.
Vitality have been playing a 3-2 towards this side of the map most of the time. There's not a single controller
और
here though. It's
अच्छा
just
स्टन अच्छा स्टन
Chronicle's wall in proxy that's got to help protect the site. Sayonara's going up in smoke, drops back into a different molly from his own Phoenix ult. But the B site is in safe hands for
Oh,
now. It's this
bro,
transition
Vice
to
ने
A,
crucial के
which is
लिए है।
problematic. Neki
Chat
finding
को दे।
in
वापस जा सकता
hookah
है।
while that's all happening, and
दिया
Eternal
मैंने
Fire
पहले।
actually just call it quits.
Yeah, Kron's going forward though, looking to hunt for another player. Triggers the wall, but there's nothing to find.
And he's not going to be able to bypass it here either, so as the round starts to intensify a little bit,
टू रुपीस
और दो
moment of respite for both sides.
उतना है मेरा को
Echo still left
खत्म
behind
कर
in
दो।
showers, and with this long control for Eternal Fire,
बहुत
a
है, man.
possibility for them to pivot back.
Post plan would be a real issue for
मेरी chat
Vitality
visible है
to
क्या
try and
chat?
dismantle.
वाह।
Should Eternal Fire get
What a
there
rating,
because of
Mr.
the
Bao.
ultimates?
And with the A site looking weaker at the second, what is the commitment here from Eternal Fire? Into long they go, and Odaz so lucky to make it through that
सब
TP.
TP मार
The
रहे
round
थे।
may just live and die on it.
सब टिपी मार
Is he
रहे।
looking to escape and able to do so in the time being? Odaz committing a plant to the triple box, and
There you go.
actually Prophet guesses wrong with his own orbital strike.
But at least he has advantage in numbers in terms of teammates.
But are they expecting Echo?
Oh
No,
my
they
God,
aren't.
oh
Up
my
close in spawn,
God.
He'll take two and bring it down to a 2-on-2.
2v2 पे गया।
Wrapping around back in short. Is he still alive here? And
अरे!
Sayonara, diligent enough to clear close, but now that plant becomes a problem. Is he
क्या
just
बात
waiting
कर
in the
रहा है
corner in the
खेल लिया
wall?
क्या
Trying to buy a distraction, a
इसी ने खेल
deflection
लिया
of
लग
where
रहा है।
Sayonara wants to go. Yet to make the first move, but when the tap comes in, there's a flash to follow
नहीं।
it up. And the
Sayonara
young
खेला।
gun won't miss.
भाई लेकिन वो लोग क्या
Sayonara
मार
with
रहे
three,
बे
and Vitality
सारे
double up.
A huge
क्या मार
clutch
रहे
in the
बे?
grand scheme of this half. The fact that Vitality now
हाँ,
have a bit of
प्यारा
momentum
मार
at the
रहे
back,
ना?
they're probably going to save their economy off the back of that. I have to say though, a lot of chaos, a lot of panic on the Eternal Fire side in terms of how they played this one. The fact that you
जरे
saw
मारा
it
क्या
was
पता
still
नहीं
a
बाथरूम में
Brimley
बैठा
in
इधर
pocket. I thought, listen, you keep that
कुछ
for a
update
post
नहीं
plan.
दे।
It
जरे
should
मारा
have
क्या?
done. But instead they use it to execute because of the B
बाथरूम में ही है
play
अभी।
on B long. But anyway, back towards this, back to the next round. Eternal Fire need to stop Vitality getting the back
क्या
into
कर रहे हो
this
मिस्टर
game.
बाव
It's a team with the experience of
Line
Vitality
defensive में
you
इतना
expect to be
defensive
able
नहीं
to
है।
punish in
Pro
these
players
chaotic situations. And, well, immediately, Eternal Fire just dives straight into the pit. Full disrespect here shown by Izzy as they've taken complete control of front site A.
Yeah, and it's a judge as well. Good horn, but not one that anybody can get a kill off the back of. The pit drops. Cron holding on to lamps, and this is the perfect gun for the job. Good flash! And he just doesn't get any kills off the back of it. It's a disaster.
माँ
Yeah,
कसम
Ducker a little
बहन
timid
चोद।
to try and follow this up. Still backside
But
for Vitality.
team
That's
में
the
बे।
foundation.
Oh,
अरे
Yankee
बाप
just
रे!
caught off guard by Bench now.
भाई सब
You can
जगह
see
से गोली
Eternal
पड़ रही
Fire
है।
really starting to make it work.
डर
Dirk
के
does
ट्रिक्स होने
have his
वाला है।
ultimate, and with no bullets left, you think that would be a good option here. But again, Vitality completely disconnected. Odaz stuck between two players, and he's able to fight his way out of that. Just sayonara now, and he's thrown about.
क्या?
Flashes can easily try and dismantle
क्या
it. He's
ये?
gonna try and get out here. Or maybe he's just going to fight himself.
He's just about going to be able to survive by the
पागल
skin
हो
of his
गए
teeth.
लोग
Nothing
क्या
else more
मार
left
रहे
from here.
हैं?
In fact, Odaz is chasing. I don't know if he heard the steps.
Should have an idea. This rifle
Hello?
is important because Sayonara is the one with the most money. He can buy at least one.
भाई
or
थोड़ा
even
गुस्से
two
में लग रहा है
players,
Odaz भाई
and he manages to keep it. That's a big pressure relief for Vitality's defense.
That's what Vitality
Yeah,
need,
really.
right? Someone's got to crank that pressure valve and just let off some steam. Eternal Fire, just showing the ability for another pace change. Quick into the pit, happy to deal with it off the
इसका नाम
back
भी
of
सीधा मर गया
their
वो
own steel garden as well. Keeping some of those bigger shotguns out of play. Second time out in the half for Vitality. And I'll come back to what I was talking about at the start. Their previous win rates on buying,
तूने
stemming from the
इसमें sugar
defender's
डाला है क्या
side.
बंको?
Any of the real massive rounds
Listen,
they were
Papa.
putting up. Only 2 here already. That is alarming.
Yeah,
तो
I
मतलब
think
तूने
the
इतना
fact that
प्यार
we've
से
seen
बनाया कि
Powell and Scott
You're
want to
taking
talk
it,
to the players so early on in this second half and just listen, guys, let's get these rounds on the board. Shows the position that Vitality are at. And I think as well as with the experience that this roster has as a whole, they should know how to fight back into a game like this.
पड़ जाएगी मैं बोल रहा हूँ
It's also about managing those expectations, right? We speak a lot of pressure here, and what that really means is not allowing that to then fracture the setup whatsoever. I think you look at the Vitality team from last year, a lot of big names, a lot of big players, didn't quite work, but you're banking on the chemistry brought in from that BBL core and the foundation that can provide. The teams that Pal and Scott have led have always been very structured, but in rounds that we've been seeing, when Eternal Fire are just swinging a left hook at you, it just doesn't feel like maybe we're seeing those adjustments right now.
Have to agree. So with that, Eternal Fire's map pick is certainly going their way. Vitality yet to play it in stage 1. I'm not necessarily showing us the best of showings on this defensive side and need to respond after a second timeout used.
I talk about these adaptations as well. It's not just what's being said on the coach side, but how that then translates to the server.
भाई ये लोग सीधा एशर पुश करने वाले प्लांट और पोस्ट प्लांट खेलने वाले लोग
and well, in terms of the A hit, they have the numbers here. It's the strong side, and Sayonara's committing an ultimate to try and fend off those players. Can only stall it for so long. The spike has been felled. Chronicle onto that next tune. Winston gets the Vitality bunkered up in backside. Eternal Fire with ambitions to fight it. The flames then fanned by Prophet finding this one.
Yeah, but the spike is down on the ground.
Stuck in the corner.
Bro, मैं बोल रहा हूँ पीसी चेक कर लो भाई एक बार.
Vitality player is Izzy has a good idea. A picture now painted of both, flooding back through from showers. They will take it down in the 2v1. A little bit more life breathed into this defense.
It seems if Vitality had a very good plan around the A site. The fact that you saw an immediate TP to try and upset everything. A nice ulti by Sayonara to get the first one as well. But that spike in the ground is a real problem for Eternal Fire. They don't pick it up till late, and that allows Vitality into the perfect position. So with 1 round left to play, an 8-4 scoreline feels like miles of a difference to the 9-3. Vitality on the cusp of recovering this slightly.
थोड़ा रास्ता और एक
Super play down the length of shore. No scope from Izzy. Does it get better? Seems to be the case for Eternal Fire. Sayonara really running the length of spawn side here to take out Echo. He's popped a pit like an octopus in an ink cloud, looking for any route to escape. And Odaz hunts him down.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage done off the back of that. Favi not able to heal himself. At least Echo's back to 100 HP.
Fire, 4 members strong now, scaling towards the A site, and it feels like if they're brawling in numbers, everything they touch will turn to gold. Chronicle needs something huge from this flank.
किसको लगा था कि ऐसा मैच खेलेगा?
And when you look at it, Odaz has the molly and his ult, so The Brimstone with all of the tools to take this down to the wire, and Echo doesn't want to wait. That 9-3 half calling their name. Eternal Fire showing so much dominance in our opener here. And that's how it will end in the opening 12 on Bind.
Yeah, this is such a brilliant start from Eternal Fire, but with double duelists on Vitality, will that attack side be much more favorable for the second half?
मैं गाली का है सुबह 8 बजे खेला करके थोड़ा सा नया गेम में करके थोड़ा सा Panko, I have a lot of legendary weapons. If you join my base and make a beautiful house for me, I can give you not one but 2 legendary weapons. 2.
If I come
Yeah.
and make a beautiful house for you,
Beautiful house.
will you do the same for me? IRL. देख लो चैट देख लो ठीक है नोट कर लो ये
बस 5 साल दे मेरे को हाँ? 5 साल में एक हॉल लेंगे अपन फिर वो हॉल में अपना माइनक्राफ्ट जैसे पूरा वो कर देना ये रहा रूम ये रहा किचन
never have I ever Banko
Statement sent from Eternal Fire in that
Offshot
first
deck,
half.
offshot normally था
Signed,
offshot deck
sealed, and almost delivered. 4 rounds required, and the turn of the half for them to make the most of it. Okay.
मैं बहुत लिया भाई
Fabian's loving things, and why wouldn't you be? I mean,
मेरे में
some of the
ज़्यादा था
rounds we're seeing from this Eternal Fire side really get you excited.
Yeah, it's just how good they are at playing off one another. The rifle work in the site when they're in that chaotic environment just seems to thrive every single time. But Vitality get their own go at this, right? You think of a Neon and a Phoenix, and all I'm thinking is pace.
वो पत्ता खाना होता है
Is that what Vitality will offer for us here? Well, immediately looks like they have their sights set on A. 4 players short, but held at arm's length by the Viper utility for now.
Yeah, I think that's something that the Vise will be really important for Eternal Fire on this defense.
And that's what Vitality really have to do. Bleed that utility as much as possible. Don't let it have impact. So as much as you're talking about pace, it's playing around with this tempo that's going to get them the most value, the best returns against what we're seeing here.
बिलम कैसे गाली करेंगे ए पिंक किया किसने तो पिंक किया
You've got to be looking towards Fabian in the corner. Not yet known about is the players of Vitality trying to escape. It's Izzy's double that really upsets this round. As Fabian gets one of his own. I think this is over before it's even started at this point in time. Double digits for Eternal Fire. That's exactly the case. 10-3 at the start of the second half.
And you're just calling it in before it even gets there, because that's exactly how it looks. Fabian's still with the flash. He's already torn through a couple players. His ghost, the tenderizer. And with another pistol lost here, after suffering defeat in the first 7 rounds of their attack side, or defender side, sorry. Now on the attack, I mean, looks like they are just going to go full save, play for that force. Sorry, not force, play for that full buy in the next.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to force because you don't want to upset your chances here. That's the real issue for Vitality. You kind of either risk it all, because you're essentially playing an equal against 11.
Ice cream or
at this moment in time, Vitality really need to waken up, because we saw yesterday with Gentlemates, right? They won the last round before the switch of the kind of second half. And that's when they really got back into the series. But especially when it still felt as if Vitality had mixed ideas of what they wanted to do.
Actually.
On the one hand, if this is over quickly, it means that it's an easier reset perhaps for Vitality. Just a slight technical break perhaps. Getting a little too excited on the Eternal Fire side, right? I've seen a couple players, stand up, foot on the headphone wire, unplug it, I was guilty of that yesterday as well, to be fair. I was tripping over my own feet.
But problem क्या मालूम है?
I mean, it happens, mate.
किसका PC check हो गया?
To the best of us. Neki
और अगर कोई पकड़ा गया
smiles on the faces of the Eternal Fire siders
जब भी
they'll just
news
be hoping
आएगा
to
ना,
get back into this one as
तब ये
quickly
है
as
कि पहले इधर हुआ
possible.
था
But,
करके।
look, honestly, it's great to see this team thriving on the stage.
Yeah, and I think this is a good time to be talking about Eternal Fire, to be
This is
honest, in
achievement
terms
range.
of...
He has just unplugged.
Yeah, I think that's a good time to be talking about Eternal Fire, right? And how they look in terms of the group, and especially internationals, when we consider the grand scheme of things.
That's the thing, right? I think I was one of the few that said, if we're holding BBL and Kickoff to that high standard, awful as it was, Eternal Fire now, even with that one player change, how much of a difference is it going to be? Is he coming out and Sop, you know, heading over to Foot, right? What is that going to mean for them? And it just looks like actually it's helped bring another layer to this environment. You know, is he himself someone overdue a return to Tier 1 after those supermassive days? So long ago now, but back on the Berlin stage. And the flip side for Vitality is, right, if we're talking long term here, it's that, you know, very tired super team narrative which has sort of lived and died at this point, and I think if they don't qualify to London, it needs to be buried.
Yeah, it really does, and I think like right now, the Vitality project, I think for the majority through the Valorant scene, we're excited for it, especially with the fact that when you looked at it and how it was built from the coach's perspective with a system in mind, but they just haven't lived up to the performances that we expected of them.
Fabian's got a brand new Sony zone headset on now. Hopefully, all the audio settings
how much to pay you for
calibrated. The day rate, I guess. Liking, and with that, it shouldn't be too long before we head back into this one. If Vitality are to turn this around, and that is a big if, where does that start for you? Is it on this map? Is it on the next? And what has to change?
I mean, if it's going to be from this map in terms of a comeback, I really need to see Sayonara, getting the rest of the players into that side. I think they're the ones that really need to carry that burden. We're going to see it here on B-Ball.
So another attacking round for Vitality. This one is just with the classics, but mowed down before they can get out of the smoke. This pack of players having no real luck thus far. Eternal Fire ushered onto an 11th, as you would expect. Maybe in the very least, Vitality can pick up a couple more orbs here for Sayonara. I think they got the one on B long as well.
Long range?
I think that seems to be the aim. I think it was Eternal Fire, yeah. Eternal Fire to get an in-zone flawless. That headset obviously working out and helping, but Eternal Fire really are now staring at the finish line.
And this is the sad thing as well, right? We maybe don't get so many rounds.
मेरा circle में बात कर रहा था, मेरा circle.
See what those ideas really are with this Phoenix, with it being one of a couple different meta reads that we're seeing in this second layer of stage 1 since kickoff, and how things have changed. Sayonara is 2 away as it stands, but this is it. Last chance saloon on bind for Vitality. If they can't pick up this round, and Eternal Fire win back-to-back bonuses, that's it. You can put it to the back of your head and start thinking about Lotus.
सबसे ज़्यादा consistent,
it has to be said, Eternal Fire don't have the best of records on Lotus, but a nice start here. One to consider perhaps Vitality to come back into at least this round.
Yumpy finds a kill beyond the smoke, and Fabian trying to reinforce that will pay the cost of his own life. Chronicle was able to win that duel, it would have been wraps, but he's just keeping them in there by a thread. 2 anchors on this side of the map, and they're charging down the charge! 2 from Echo, and a wall left behind for Neki to play on. Headshot on the first, can't follow up the second. Still winnable here though, and Profek forced to clutch.
Yeah, decides to go elsewhere towards the A side, but as he is close by, still has the really vault, still has the slide.
Profek building the bridge across to this triple box. The stun should land at his feet, but he sidesteps into the crosshairs and wins the duel when he has to. Profek many times asked to step up in the big games, and that is a big moment from him.
It's a massive moment for Vitality at this moment in time. Although it is just a drop. We need to see Vitality start to join these rounds together, because straight away after winning this round, we're going to be asked another question with Eternal Fire having 4 rifles and an outlaw.
Is he out for punishment? 4 players that can be one-shot by this gun. Sayonara with the run it back though is one of them. He is not first involved. Is Izzy through B long? As that same default molly lands at his feet from Chronicle. Chip damage that may amount to nothing.
Frustrating. No chance for Derka to even fire back there. And it's that duel between the Vipers and Shells that we really need to keep our eye on.
भाई किसने देखा?
As well on short, we'll be tracking the progress of Vitality.
गलत practice करके आए बे.
Supported by Prophet. Chronicle wins his fight, and that alleviates a lot of the issues that they would have had on Shower's side of the site. Neki right through the middle though. Timing was good as the flash was drawn from Sayonara, but he stays alive for now.
Spike planted.
Retake with the Outlaw, no easier by those missed shots from Izzy.
Yeah, but he does have his ultimate if he wants to go and retake. Health not entirely terrible, and that's where we're just going to see a quick top up and ready to go. No flashes though on Pavian.
Flash left में जाते हैं.
Money looking bad on both sides, so this round counts for a lot, and Eternal Fire want all into it. Sayonara, in fact, popping the ult to try and cause a threat here as the spike diffuser simply tapped. It brings a couple players out of position. Defuse still happening. Odaz in the meantime. Hands are busy. No one stopped him. A 3v5 with 3 players left standing.
अबे Vitality सामने.
Hello? Have put Vitality to the sword. A massive round to win because of the economy, because of the state of the game. Vitality win that.
ये देख ult मार दिया उन्होंने cancel किया.
At this moment in time, it's map point against a broken buy.
Man, Afro is loving life. I know he said that there was Vitality fans in the crowd. He's the Eternal Fire fan here. Hasn't had to call a timeout, just sitting and watching them.
पागल. खोल लेना आग तो फिर noob.
As the practice is paying off. Judge, couple rifles, Bulldog in there for Vitality. One more swing at this into a deeply guarded B site.
Face your fear!
Ultimate pop straight away on the execute.
बहुत प्यारा गोभी. बहुत प्यारा गोभी.
But it's Prophet instead who gets
बहुत
the kill.
प्यारा गोभी.
Still here.
ऐसे जीते fight पता नहीं.
For this world. That spike can go
गोभी on top था.
Coming in.
Yeah, not too much from the double long hold. Echo to interrupt.
Oh, he's gone a little bit cheeky though and punished for it.
it.
So the rifles that initially came in have managed to get the value.
Hey, that's the judge.
Yeah, trying to find a vandal.
Vitality को इतना easy dominate कर रही है फले. नहीं मेरे लिए तो जीत के सीधा 13-3 बे. 13-3.
Well, Derka does, but it doesn't manage to be around when Vitality responds straight back with a poor buy.
Yeah, it's a must-win round for them to stay in the map, and they've just about done it. Eternal Fire with a strong setup there. Prophet does incredibly well to find anything coming out of Hookah. Derka, his timing on the wraparound good enough in the end. Still,
आँख खुलती तो अभी तक उससे move हो जाता ना लेकिन.
These last few have shown some signs of life for Vitalities. It's just still that 3v5, I think, that's the real mental boom.
Flash already finding information through long. Is he still somehow coming out with a kill? Should never have been in that position.
Full heal, flash back in.
Yeah, Eternal Fire still wanting to fight in this time. One apiece in terms of players lost. That rifle's still in play though, and look at Neki. Starting to explore the map. Chronicle, the only player here to stop this.
Playing Scorched Earth with the Sheriff already. Neki has tucked
Chronicle के पास
into the corner at the very bottom of a short.
There is no way
Echo posted up as well.
Vice पकड़ा जाएगा. Free kill है Vice का. Oh my God.
Can't afford to really be too aggressive on the B side, and Neki doesn't find value from his position either. Vitality all over them. Cut out of position well. Should be able to carry on for another hit.
Yeah, problems were brewing, but Vitality able to mitigate that pretty well. When the fights, here, but it's a classic. It's not like a Sheriff where body shots would do the business. Vitality away.
Oh my God.
Hello! Where did that come from?
I mean, I was gonna say, Kara, you got to look at those health bars, man. There wasn't all too much to keep them in it, but yeah, it was brilliant shots. I know. Fabian still making miracles happen, and regardless of whether the round was won or not, that's further economic damage on the Vitality side.
Player standing.
Did I get
Bro, what a clean round, boys. Let's go! Vitality. Yampi, of course, comedic as ever.
Yeah, and the good thing for Vitality, with that being so clean, they're starting to get, going through the motions, right? Ezzy, though, ready with his operator, misses his shot, not like him, and Decker getting the better of his opposite number. Still, Vitality ready to execute in, and Odaz gets a kill and directly through his molly.
Fabian's still here early, though, spotted in lamps.
That he is, and needs to retreat while the rest of the team come through to support Vitality. They create a line of defensive one, or even one on attack. So it's just a judge. And you don't favour Echo here. I mean, crazier things have happened. Vitality, they drop all the way back and play from short.
Echo fancies his chances here, though. He'll give this one a go. It's not going to happen for him. Gap now reduced to 5. Vitality putting one foot in front of the other.
And that's the reason why we're probably going to see the first time out coming through from Afro on fire. Yeah, it's just not been the greatest kind of defensive part we've seen just since this spy has been broken. Since the spy has been broken.
And that's the thing too. You look at the timeline and it just makes things all the more disappointing for Vitality. The fact that they did end up losing that 3 versus 5 where could have been on a streak of rounds now, still with Eternal Fire left at 11. Instead, it's a 5-round stretch where they've got those opportunities to close out. Of course, you saw there, Vitality happy to use a couple of ults just to make sure that that one was going to land. They're against an eco here in the next.
Big task.
That's where Eternal Fire start planning for the future. They do have ults waiting in the wings. Odaz from the orbital strike and Steel Garden.
Yeah, if you're Vitality here, you only really need to win like 1 out of every 2 rounds, or really force yourself to win 1 out of every 2 rounds.
Comeback is impossible.
Because of the buy, right? That's the really difficulty. Comes in. You need to win every round. Yes, I understand the
Vitality.
But the point I'm making is every rifle round,
अभी 12 wait, वो लोग का ult आ जाएगा, Sayonara ult आएगा, MP ult आएगा, 12-9, 12-10.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. You know, one round can count for 2. That's what we're talking here.
Technically, अगर देखा जाए तो.
This, then, on paper, process of elimination should be the easy one. Right?
Should be.
Yeah. What do we got? 3 sheriffs, 2 bandits?
Eternal Fire couldn't take heads with this, could they? They couldn't bring it down to a close round.
I mean, I don't think we've seen the ecos from them so far in this map, for what it's worth.
Hello.
There have been a couple of shock results on lesser guns, but
I agree, but there is 4 players on A, and Vitality are tentatively walking forward here, which I'm scared about. And already the bullets firing, and you can see Fabian will pop the flash. It doesn't quite work out. It's a little bit chaotic, and it's one that Vitality come through the other side of. With just Odaz trying to play around the box, and not even him can get one. The ace man himself. So the last 2 come in with 2 sheriffs. This should be a done deal in Vitality to 8.
Keeping some of the ults as well. Sayonara and another run it back. That's one ultimate which can really interrupt that economy, you know? Yeah. Just because of the fact that you will see it pop up multiple times in the stretch of one cycle, one typical cycle for some of these bigger ults.
Oh my god.
Some of their own come online. And I think at this stage in the game, Vitality recovering it to an 8. If you mess up this next, you know, motion cycle of ultimates, that's then when there's an issue.
Next map Vitality
the ultimate cycle really important now as we get to the last stages of this game.
And सोच के कि Vitality का map है और वो लोग warm up हो गए.
A question: can you respond in the face of adversity? This is the map again, just to remind you.
2-1 Vitality. हल्का सा लग रहा है.
Viswall going down deep on B long, and with Odaz having the orbital strike, I wonder if that's going to be a combination.
That's the thing, right? These ults just get scarier and scarier the longer the round tends to go. Is he playing through showers? Lens of his operator on the line.
Maybe now
the rest of Vitality are grouped up outside of B still. Trying to play into this Vice setup, trigger some of the utility, make it a little more difficult. They've already cleared the wall from long.
And this is what Vitality can do to you. Death by 1,000 cuts, taking their time. You know the experience that's on this roster. And that dog hasn't seen anything.
Yeah, the near sight of it just not reaching to the depths of B long where you
तो
can see
problem हो
Vitality
जाएगा।
queuing up. The question remains to be, is this a play through the TP or do they want the B site? Looks like it is going to be a B here.
Yeah, and also we're starting to see Eternal Fire move bodies towards B through the sky of Fabian. It's a good ultimate.
Oh my God.
Hook, but it doesn't get anything. It doesn't get
Mara.
kill. But finally
Mara.
it does with Echo and that's coming through. Big ultimate value. So the players go for a TP. You can see Izzy is waiting. But Dirk at the back of sight is bought space.
And Odaz has to buy time. He's the only player here in elbow for now.
Yeah, but Izzy has to retake with an operator and retake with one less body compared to Vitality. That's the important part. Dirka holding on, and Izzy now with a big investment. Decides not to save it. He's taking a step forward, wants to be the hero against Vitality's super team. Try and stop them from getting a chance, one away from the ulti, but I imagine he doesn't want to take that. He wants to fight.
Oh my God!
It gives Prophet a chance. So Vitality stay alive for one round longer.
Yeah, and a sign of
Bro,
relief
मेरे को
from
लगता है अगर वो
Prophet,
अल्ट के जगह पे से
because I think
गोली
Izzy's
मारता तो
totally
शायद
overcome
पॉसिबल था
that.
बे।
He's gone for the ult there after the first slide.
डबल
Perhaps not
स्लाइड
expecting
उसको टाइम
the
थोड़ा
beat to
लेफ्ट
come
राइट हो
in.
गया। अगर वो सीधा गोली मारता तो शायद से चांस था बे।
A real big let off. 3
Nah.
rounds in it, and Vitality going from strength to strength.
सारा बटन एक साथ दबा दिया उस पे।
Anything, right? If you're Vitality, you can see, listen, we gave it our best on map 1 into map 2. We know exactly what we need to do.
गोली कदम था गन पे क्या मार देता तो फिर अपने को क्या?
Only one rifle in it, and that is Izzy, who's already found himself in the kill feed. But that rifle lost, and the bodies of Eternal Fire are elsewhere.
डर के भड़का हुआ है।
For now, he's going to try and weather that storm, and does find one on the forehead of Durka. Not going to get any better though. Good trade, Yumpy. Here's the flank.
Yeah, Prophet now has to be the one to deny this. Sees the shoulder, sees the bodies coming his way, and done a whole load of damage. Only 23 points of health himself, but plenty of teammates to help and
चैट अभी
support.
नेक्स्ट राउंड अल्ट देखो बे।
Vitality have done so
क्रोनिकल
well
डरकी का अल्ट है,
to come
प्रॉफिट
back
कभी आ
into
जाएगा
this.
बे ओटी के लिए।
Respect has to
सायोनारा
be
कभी आ
given.
जाएगा ओटी के लिए।
Zeko is doing that and probably waiting for the spike to go off.
भाई बोला था कि नहीं कमबैक है।
Doesn't want
बोला
to
था
give
कि नहीं।
anything else away. Prophet closing in on another orbital strike here. And Eternal Fire had just used a few ults in the previous round as well. Battling through this one. And you start to worry now,
उल्टा Prophet को
where
लड़के
are the
मरना
win
चाहिए।
conditions for them? Because it was taking fights before, and when that well
चलेगा
dries
गन
up,
गिरा और वाइपर को
what other layers does this team have for us? And I go back to what I was saying earlier about Neki wanting to establish himself as a caller in the region. That then comes through being able to make those adaptations on the fly. When things get difficult, what is your game plan? Are you actually
comeback
able
हुआ
to
तो 10
play a
gifted तो मैं
different
दूं।
form of Valorant, or is it just more of the same? Prophet guards the radius of the spike. So he will inch closer to that next ultimate.
ये कैसा
Yeah,
खाया तूने
2
बहुत
away,
बहुत
and you know that Senna
कर गया, खा
also
लूंगा
get
बाद में।
close with this run it back, only 4 away himself, considering how low the orb count is on that one. But the
बोला,
big aspect of this is the fact that you've got Derka with his overdrive,
will come to him.
लेमन छोड़ा।
and the fact that Kron also has the pit to come off the
मंगा
back
के
of
रख
that.
दे लेकिन आइसक्रीम।
Also, much better individual performance from players like Prophet coming into this game, where he was talking a lot about this in the build-up to Stage 1, how we didn't see him in those big games. And the match that we saw against Fnatic was the best possible example of that. You saw the stats there against GX, and here's the quote. Whenever the game was, important, the performances just weren't there to follow up.
Yeah, exactly. And you see the performance against Fnatic, it wasn't the best.
The face is
No,
the perfect
team मेरा
demonstration.
prediction।
Exactly, and right now, I would actually argue
एक
that this
गन्ना
game
जीतने का है
is as
भाई।
important as the Fnatic game, just because of the stage
Fuck,
of the
लेकिन
group,
क्या comeback
the
मारा
kind
बे?
of form of Eternal Fire at
कभी
this moment
game
in
खत्म
time.
होता था,
And as we start to
13-3
come
बे,
into the second half,
13-3।
Vitality's resurgence, very
वो
important.
1v1 में गेम
So can
खत्म
they
था जब उसने
complete
स्टन
the
करके वहाँ पे एम लगा के
comeback,
बैठा
forces
था।
to overtime, or will this timeout have the biggest effect that it could possibly have and win out the map?
I mean, with how Vitality's stage has been going so far, you feel
बादाम
like
मत बोलना
for as
नाचना पड़ेगा मैंने बोला था
much
कि
of the
कुछ।
distance as they've covered, these last 2 rounds could be real heartbreak, much
चाहे
more
में शुगर
difficult to
नहीं
reset
आइसक्रीम का
into.
नहीं है नो शुगर
This is only
आइसक्रीम।
the first map in the series so far. Group up in short, Echo strikes first, problems on the horizon, but Sayonara able to react. That's one back for Vitality. But they're just committing to this fully through the orb. Echo still for another, and Sayonara trades it again.
Yeah, but look at this, all alone is Fabian. He needs support through his teammates.
Trying to back up, Molly at his feet. Fabian takes on board a bit of damage, but not enough to fully stop him in his tracks. Playing outside the edge of the pit, Sayonara! That's a dangerous fight to take, but risks that he's willing to make in this situation. Yet another Phoenix ult. Played onto the field, bit of a timing from Fabian here. He has managed to just get inside the pit, and with Izzy denying the ultimate, Fabian's right under their nose. Kron still keeping this one up for the time being, but Eternal Fire in this 2-on-2 with some real potential here. It's not for Profek and Kron. The controllers combine, and that is it. Max regulation is asked of.
A one-round shootout between Overtime and Eternal Fire went. They still have a ban, that's the saving grace, but it's a Judge and a Spectre in the mix. And not only that, Vitality have some pretty big ultimates here. The overdrive.
Come on, boys! Nice shot, Steffi! Nice, Timo!
And Orbital
भाई
Strike
full enjoy कर
perhaps
रहा है
to come
अभी
out
अभी
as
हम
well.
enjoy कर रहे
You
हैं
can feel Vitality starting to get hyped up now, starting to believe that this is doable. One round is all it takes.
यहाँ से आगे हो गया वो लोग का मैप तो
It's a completely different feeling in the camp.
13-3 के जगह पे 12-12 something
Spread default,
is
just
wrong
waiting. Inviting the pressure
something
from
is
Eternal
wrong
Fire. Don't you dare make that mistake again, because they have been well and truly punished up until this point. Think back to the Fnatic game, their failure to close out Breeze in the opener, the OTs that we saw that followed, and the whitewash by the end of it. As good as they have looked in spells, if you can't find that killer instinct, it means nothing at this level.
You can feel the pressure building. Eternal Fire have committed so many bodies to the A side. Vitality ready for their execute, and it's just Yampi alone faking out the A side of the map.
Looking at Echo, both shoulders weighed down here. Presence felt towards the long side with Sayonara and the rest already in Garden. Yampi flying even further on A, but he's there for the duel, and the judges found two. Could it really end in this kind of a fashion? The pit popped and Vitality down to their second option. The backup plan. It's all falling apart as they flood out of showers. Fabian there to guard it. So many great moments this game for them so far. And it will finish flawlessly for them.
इतना करने के बाद
Vitality fall at the final hurdle.
इतना करने के बाद एक अकेला वो लोग बराबर साइड पे भी जा रहे थे bro.
An end zone flawless from Eternal Fire.
This is
the judge.
overtake.
It's insane. But we'll have to see if they can bounce back on the second half. Second map.
Overtime.
Congratulations on getting your first ace in VCT EMEA. How much confidence did that give you?
भाई सारे youngsters बे सारे youngsters.
It gave me a lot of confidence, but because I think we get stressed.
ऐसा मैं बोल रहा हूँ करके नहीं actual वाले youngsters.
But then we just said, let's focus up and just win. Now win.
No worries. Well, best of luck on the second map, and we're going to toss it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere.
लेकिन warm up तो हो गया भाई देखो मानो या ना मानो अभी खतरनाक स्टाइल 2-1 होने वाला है मानो या ना मानो चंद भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान कर रहे बच गया आप मैं तो रेडी था भाई मैं तो प्रॉपर टेबल पे स्प्रिंग भी डाला था जंप करके दंगा नाचूंगा करके मैं रेडी था कितनी देर में होगा नेक्स्ट मैच 5 मिनट लाइक कर दे बोलो लाइक करो
Wingman World while Wingman
Who is your most watched streamer तो टाइम ही नहीं मिलता यार
Have a break.
जो जब लाइव आया
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go.
At Karmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
क्या हो रहा है? Favorite team in Valo? G fighting baby, G fighting. VCT का बात करो just saying. VCT channel actually बराबर आंसर. देखो हाथ तो क्या है, चाय लेके आया.
Tough guy 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade that just a wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge I'll forever If I never leave I'll never fly I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Can't have sweet without the sour Pain is my superpower
That was a hard-fought loss on Bind. What went wrong, and what did the team need to do to reset?
To be honest, there wasn't a huge amount that I think the boys did in terms of getting things wrong. I think we haven't practiced much against the Vise. The Vise was a very nice hard counter to what we were doing, and yeah, we struggled to deal with that on our defense side. Obviously on the attack side, I think we had a pretty good read on how we wanted to play into it, and it looked really good. I thought we were going to take the last round. We just got a little bit of the micro again with that Viper being close. We weren't expecting her there, but yeah, that's the boys will take a lot of confidence from that. I think they've already reset.
Alright, always some nuggets of wisdom when it comes through from Pal, but it was a very hard-fought map. From the side of Eternal Pirates, for the longest time, they looked like they were in the lead. I think, Billy, you were down there waiting for that silent like 10 rounds, because you're like,
yeah, I went down and then Vitality decided to start putting up rounds, and then they decided to have a fake comeback anyway, because I was like, oh my god, are we actually going to get overtime? And then, unfortunately, we didn't. But as like the coaches kind of said there, they were able to give us a bit more insight onto how they struggled against that Vise, particularly, I think, was one of the key things I kind of pinched on that.
Yeah, I mean, they were still making the right moves, right?
Thank you, membership miss 1 second.
You can effectively, you can cut sight.
Chandbhai, thank you for the membership, मेरी जान जोड़े. Thank you for the membership, मेरी जान जोड़े.
Still, they were dealing with it fairly comfortably, even some of the more tricky applications that Eternal Fire had. That, for me, necessarily wasn't the issue. I guess just them changing up the early round protocols was maybe what threw them off their game.
Yeah, but also in general, when you look at how Eternal Fire approached this whole thing, like they were so confident and they were continuously just going against Vitality. Maybe that was also something that threw them off, although it is expected. So
yeah, I mean, the first 3 rounds of the first half, when you lose a bonus round in that fashion, again, I think it's just the story momentum, right? And they hit the ground running and they ride that wave. I think the half round.
India आ गया vacation के लिए. कैसा लग रहा है वेंकट भाई?
They come out, win the pistol. They're in a fantastic position to close out the map comfortably, but this is kind of a trend with Eternal Fire. They're still tracking ahead of where we'd expect them. Do I concern their inability to close out a map versus Vitality?
Enjoy, Vegat bhai. WW family time enjoy karo.
I mean, they shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be closing this out anyway.
My concern was, oh my god, how are they going to attack with this composition? And then they just completely, I mean, what
match.
They completely showed us how dominant they were. Yeah, exposed, fraud apparently. But in saying that, it was just the gunfights. I
It
feel
was.
like when you're going up against
अच्छा,
a
बहुत
roster
ही थे,
such as
बहुत।
Eternal Fire, you
गर्मी
need to
तो
be
भाई
ready for that
crazy
aggression. You
जैसे
need to be
बोला,
ready for the gunfights. And I think at
feel हो गई
moments
गर्मी?
we saw Vitality try and get
Oh
aggressive
my
back.
God, it's
in,
Yeah.
like,
and they just got stopped in their tracks continuously.
I'll stop you there because in some of the rounds Fabian was winning where he's like spinning on a dime, picking up like, again, back-to-back 3Ks in their first half. Those
So
are pivotal
aware.
rounds to get the ball rolling, right? That puts them into the first ult cycle.
G2-0 क्या होएगा तो मजा आएगा भाई. Qualify हो जाए भाई.
Because they can't handle
First team to
and this was
qualify,
something that I was
crazy.
quickly touching on
Crazy,
was
crazy,
like
crazy.
the fact that Eternal Fire are just punishing
Qualify
any
छोड़ो.
sort of aggression
अभी
that
ऐसा
Vitality
scene
are
है
trying
कि
to have.
अपन
Again, you mentioned Fabian.
5-0 जा सकते हैं group में.
Fabian, the awareness, just like knowing that there's
imagine.
going to be spaces where they need to watch out for on the map, like it is just the awareness, like and the constant, sense of, oh, there could be a player there.
It's also the prep that we see going through this, like awareness. So of course they knew what Vitality wanted to play, but then on top of that they had the Vice ready. They knew what Vitality was going to play. So a thing that we discussed a couple times when it comes to these rosters that are very good at having that individual gun power and just being able to push the fight forward is how much depth actually is there to them. And I think this bind specifically was a really good example of there being quite a bit.
Well, there's no doubt about the mechanical ability from the Eternal Fire roster, right? There's clearly no doubt about that. But I think even in that last round where you see Echo pick up the Judge and just play on being long behind the back
Dude,
wall.
I mean, and that's so heartbreaking to see as well. It's just like 2 kills with a Judge blind, and it stops the basically the flood on
I
the
think
site.
4-1 real
most of that
possibility,
round
everything
the
is
solo
possible
echo
अभी.
the site.
Everything.
That's a bit
खतरनाक खेले. 2
heartbreaking
matches
right there.
बाप
You almost
के.
feel like they've done the hard work to get and force the overtime. But
And then you just have a moment like that from an Eternal Fire player that it's like, oh, well, no overtime.
It do be like that sometimes, unfortunately, but they have Lucius coming up next, and this is Vitality's map pick, and the fact that we haven't seen it from Vitality
Thank
yet
you for
to
the
me,
membership,
then,
Mirjan,
hype
today.
us is, okay, they want to go here for a reason. They've seen something maybe against Eternal Fire against Fnatic, but they've cooked.
I think this is probably a
Mods
product of
can't
the
give
cook,
man,
right? We're
nahi.
going to see something here that they've obviously.
Hello, Binks, bhai.
I don't
Hello,
necessarily
Dhruv.
even
What is
watched
up?
the
What is
back
up?
of Eternal Fire getting kind of.
It was 13-2?
Yeah, 13-2. Again, bullied a little bit. And again, whether or not that's a map pool issue for Eternal Fire or just the fact that Fnatic historically, Boast is very comfortable.
भाई अभी तो vitality है ना उनका map पे.
It's a cornerstone.
अभी तो वो लोग घुस-घुस के मारेंगे.
Right? I don't think Vitality have watched that and gone, do you know what? We're going to adopt the same sort of.
क्या
I think it's an
dinner
opportunity
में
for them to say,
मिसपा.
we're weaker here. We can probably toy with more of this composition exploration.
So
we've had
G
going
versus
on.
TS,
I don't
comp
think they're going to pull
video.
out anything
Roast was
crazy.
brutal
We might
to
see
taste.
them
वो लोग
stray
दोस्त
away
लोग हैं
from
ना?
roles a little bit.
Do we think Eternal Fire is going to pull out the same composition?
वो लोग
Because they
actual
had
friends हैं.
Echo on the veto on Lotus.
I would hope they switch it. 'Cause that, again, when you talk about comfort, they did not look comfortable.
No, but that's crazy though, because again, when we had the interview earlier with Fabian, he
ये
was
क्या
like,
है?
I am comfortable on whatever age and whatever role you want to put me on. Tell me what role that will be, and I will do it. So, and today we saw the
वो
Vice
क्या है
coming
भाई?
out from Eternal Fire, and they looked comfortable. So my question then is,
लोगों
what
बनाया,
was
लोगों
it
बनाया.
in that matchup against Fnatic that made them so shaky?
I think it's a kind of what Mike's already touched on, right? Is that it is a cornerstone map for Fnatic. They have been so strong on it, and that's why I don't want to look into that result too deeply. I think as well,
PS
the
के सामने
composition, as we've already mentioned, from Eternal Fire was something that as much as they were still playing that double duelist, I think the veto was the thing that I had a big question mark around. Like, I'd love to just see Echo on the Vice, on a Cypher, something that we know him for. Maybe even the Viper as well, if they want to lean into that approach. I think when I'm looking at Vitality though, that's where it's like, okay, what route do they go down? Because it feels like they're still carving out their identity. And
ड्रम कौन बजा रहा है? मेरे को लग रहा है कोई तो बर्तन बजा रहा है
that they
भाई.
are leaning towards?
I mean, I
Comfort?
do. Yeah, I do think
Is that an identity though?
No.
I think it's airing some more traditional comps. I think, to be honest, they probably looked better while Sayonara's on. You know, the initiator role. Again,
कल
fantastic
किसका मैच है?
performance from Phoenix.
PRX,
I came into that
baby.
map saying that basically it's numbers dependent, right? And Sayonara, I think, delivered on bind.
Yeah.
Vitality just couldn't probably fill in the gaps around that. I don't think Dirk had a particularly great performance, but again,
Roll कर
versus the
रहा है
Phoenix, you'd want to see one of them pumping numbers, the other one just making space. Here,
शांत माहौल है. क्या ही करेंगे
do I
अभी?
say I want
Pause
to go
है
back to
ना.
solo duelist for Vitality? Yeah, I probably do lean that
Yeah?
way.
You were not convinced by what we've just seen? No?
I think it's so difficult though, because then at that point, if you
नहीं, double
like,
duelist
what does
अच्छा तो
Sayonara
था.
play? Because you're mentioning the initiator. When I think
लेकिन
of
early
Yampi, I
picks
think
बहुत
of
दे दिए थे वो
Sova.
लोग ने. Defense में.
Yeah, but I think Yampi this year already has shown that he can turn his hand to pretty much any aid. If they're going to come back into some of these more traditional
But Sayonara is supposed to be the flex player.
I know, but they've already shown us that
they're
not married to these roles. They're happy to pick up an agent here or there and make it fit where they want to. And Pal's even said before, it's like, hey, we'll try something once. If it means trying it in a live game versus scrims, we'll do it.
All right, so I want to dissect this bit a little bit further because we've kind of theory crafted a lot in terms of the compositions, but I also want to talk about the stakes here for Vitality specifically because both of these teams are 1-1 right now, and Eternal Fire is here in the lead. Vitality losing this would put them at a 1-2, which would be a very peculiar position to be in, considering that playoffs is on the line here, and how crazy would it be for Vitality to be in a position where playoffs is a maybe, not a guarantee.
I mean, when you look at the roster, yeah, it's kind of insane. I
mean,
I will support.
Yeah, they have to.
It's plain and simple.
This Vitality roster, I said at the very start of the year, if they don't go to every single global event this year, it's a failure. It's already been a failure because they didn't go to the first global event. So I think, yeah, if they don't manage to make it to London, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves. They need to make it to playoffs first. Yeah, of course, you have to make it dramatic because when you look at this roster, you expect results, and you expect damn good results from a roster like this.
Obviously not
integrating Sayonara, but that's gone. Especially again at face value, kind of on paper, when you look at this group playing against Eternal Fire now.
And Eternal Fire, I think, especially when we came into stage 1, they were not necessarily expected to put the performance forward that they have, but they are now a force to be reckoned with. And with Agent Select coming through as they're heading on to Lotus, we're not seeing anything too crazy.
I mean, Echo is off of that Vito. Thank God for that. I'm happy to see him on the Viper here.
Refreshing change, but again, I mean, it's always just an issue here for me to, again, the Killjoy is going to kind of warrant you some control into, but I don't think it's Vitality, 100%. That's going to be the point of weakness, I think, that they identify, and especially the ability to ride with momentum in terms of fragging ability from map 1. Vitality going to have their hands full.
And Eternal Fire is also going back to that
love from Hyderabad, love you,
yeah, I was about to say, I think in terms of when you're actually looking at that Killjoy up against the double duelist, specifically the Raze, they're just going to be able to satchel over that Killjoy setup. So the disrespect is going to be there, as you just mentioned, Mike. I think as well the synergy that this Raze will have with the Fade, especially fighting for that A rubble space, starting on this defense is going to be really important. Izzy on the Operator has been a highlight so far these past couple of weeks. Also.
We did see last week as well. A lot of prep goes into just playing around that season in terms of isolating kills. How many times do they get the combination with Phoenix on Pearl with the C's? The number of times they were just getting raw utility kills, which you saw the Toasty, by the way. Only 12 utility kills. I feel like 8 of those came last week on the back of play. The C's mollies, man, were lethal last week.
Okay, hopefully there's no repeat of that, or maybe there might be, because we are ready to head into our second map of the series. Maybe our casters can also let us know what they think about the Molly. So, Pyro has that. Let us know.
कल तो लगा कितने बहुत बैठे हैं डरते हैं क्या?
I tell you what I do love most importantly is upsets, and this could be a big one coming up.
Yeah, potentially, right? I mean, when you look at the stakes for both teams, Eternal Fire coming into the stage, playoffs, I think it was, not guaranteed by any margin in this group. It's a very strong group, but there was still the possibility that they could make it. It's how much further they can go. Can you close this out 2-0, really? Is the question on my mind, because Vitality are coming into their own pick. They've had a bit of a confidence boost off the back of the previous. Both teams showing us that they're up for it today.
Pistol rate.
And with Eternal Fire starting out on the defense this time, it's a departure from what we saw at the beginning of the previous. Are they going to be able to set the tone in the same way?
Yeah, can signs of life from Vitality in that first map be converted into a map win on the second, right? That's the big question we have on the back of our minds. Eternal Fire didn't have the best showing last time. They won't start good either after a quick entry from Chronicle.
Chronicle on this Killjoy is not something that we've seen too many times, but I feel like sometimes you get his best game on Sentinel. Coming into the team to play that role rather than a flex is a big statement in itself, of course. His transfer of the off-season, and as you can see with the opening kill here, they start to scale towards the C site. Odaz at the back getting caught, as is Neki. Vitality trampling them here as they're on the high road to the pistol.
Yeah, that killer instinct not as dominant here from Eternal Fire. As already Vitality have 5 alive.
उससे अकेले B खेलता वो रेस तो ज़्यादा अच्छा था कि उसके लिए वाइपर वॉल है.
To have been knocked out from that first map right the way that it ended, getting caught out by a judge.
So saying, right, sort of a sign of the times perhaps, but things starting to look on the up for Vitality here. Echo walking away with a couple of kills, but nothing that isn't ironed out by the rest. Vitality breaking the ice here on Lotus, their map pick.
Yeah, first round straight back in.
एक इसका नहीं अभी Vitality जीता अभी straight up. Last comeback देख लिया ना भाई खतरनाक अभी एकदम मूड में रहेंगे वो लोग. 13-3 रहता ना तो शायद से मैं बोलता हूँ my god.
Change one of those pistol round results in the first map. It would end up being a Vitality win. That's how the crazy thing about it.
Yeah, right. They lost double pistol. They lost a bonus
जो
as
crazy
well.
वाला Cypher वाला एक है ना.
Slow starts was actually one of the big
The
talking points of the last time they played Eternal Fire, the organization rather than the set of players that we see here. But
last time 1972 में
Izzy
हुआ था.
knows what it means to beat this team, and that's something he'll be looking to inject in the rest of his teammates as well. That belief.
नया feature.
I believe that's from Vitality. Total
मजाक सेट
respect
कर.
shown to their opponents. Not
Membership
giving them anything.
159 का
Waiting for them to
179
come
करने का.
to them. It seems as if, oh no, there's trouble of ruin.
Yeah, can't tell if this is just part of the mid-round from Yampi, and there's no contact here. Vitality creeping closer as we cross the minute mark towards this C stack.
Well, there's 4 targets to hit, and Derka hasn't
उसमें
seen
ऐसा था जो पुराने मेंबर थे वो लोग
He's certainly
159
seen all
जो नए
of them.
बंदे बनेंगे ना
Odaz still within
वो
a corner
179
here.
ऐसा कुछ
Does
तो है.
this get cleared by Vitality?
Does Odaz want to actually go looking and see if this space has been left
कसम से
vacant?
end stage तक जाके
Considering
मैं
it,
cancel
but
किया.
No, given up in the end.
Yeah, as he elsewhere though has taken B main. Eternal Fire.
मेरे को लगा कि अपने लोगों का भी 159 का
thing,
चांस 179 हुआ तो.
Completely regressed. Other than Sayonara's position here on A,
और सबका अलग अलग रेट था बे.
too easily gain access.
सबका अलग अलग रेट. डॉलर का कुछ तो नया रेट कुछ तो नया कुछ तो फीचर आने वाला है.
That's where they're going to end up.
Yeah, that's
बहुत channels में
a
देखने
danger
मिलेगा.
site for me, just because of how close quarters it is, right? Those pistols maybe having a little bit more bite to them. The spike will go down. Now Vitality need to hold on, but it is going to be Sayonara straight back in. Kron now having to hold, and yeah, it seems pretty easy in the end. Favian catches at least one player off guard,
Clean,
but that's
clean.
all it's going to be. So
मत कर
Vitality
179
majority of
तुरंत
players
कैंसिल
through.
करूंगा.
One more.
भाई 159 से 179 हुआ और तो कैंसिल करेगा मतलब 20 रुपीस के लिए. तेरे को पता है औरा कितना माइनस होएगा? यही दिमाग लगाया भाई. यूट्यूब ऐसा ऐसा नहीं है. ऐसा वैसा नहीं है.
It was a good map for them. Last year, Yampi won 5 out of 7 times with him at the
कोई
helm.
औरा माइनस तो नहीं करेगा.
Proficient at this one.
कैसे चलन भाई?
And you think of the
Houses.
ex-Fnatic pieces, Kron, Durka, they know what it means to win on this map. That was the real center of their 2023 run.
Oh, nice shot through the smoke. Echo, no idea, but at least able to find his opposite number here, dropping to backside. Derka! Oh, he's the next one to go. Is Echo's holding this all by himself? Nearly a
20
fourth
into
there.
12 2400 होता है.
Yampi dropped so low.
Brilliant work from Echo in defense of the A site. Neki walks in, trades headshots with Kron. And it's enough for him to walk away with his pulse still beating.
पूरा fight miss हो गया मेरा.
Any damage from Yampi here would be good, right? You look at the players' economy on the side of Eternal Fire. 2 players are on 0, 1 on 100. Let's see the damage that Yampi can even find here. 50 seconds remaining. Spike on his back. At least he has that to his advantage.
As you mentioned, the money is in dire straits. It's a Guardian. Yampi will give
कितना
it a
round चाहिए
go.
AF को जीतने के लिए? I think 8 ना?
And A is left relatively unguarded, so there is a world where he walks up here and can get the plant. Fabian with the paint shells though, and such low HP.
इसलिए इधर वो language.
Upon collecting the orb.
I mean, a kill here.
Is this B?
Free kill.
Yeah.
W.
I thought for a minute if Yampi could even get a kill before we get spike planted and that night falls online.
Neki's the one, right? He's 5 HP. That's your best chance at a route into that situation, or at least a better outcome. This is great from Echo, though.
क्या है?
That's exactly what you need. Gone a little bit closer, that would have been a kill, a headshot. 145 catches. You know, but hey, listen, you take it. Echo did get the Viper's pit online off the back of that as well. So got to keep note, is he going to use that early doors, being on C main, and being a lot of bodies from Vitality heading his way.
Oh, he's actually just going to try and entertain that early duel. Durka makes him pay maximum price. C-site fully taken and Eternal Fire forced into a retake.
Yeah, Eternal Fire are going to have to take a minute here because there's so many players having to get into position for the retake here. Although that spam from Odaz brings things all even now.
Yeah, spam towards default. It does manage to take down Durka, but he doesn't exactly hold a key piece in this post plant. You look at Yampi's ult, the Nightfall, ready to cut across waterfall. Gonna connect onto a couple of players.
All of the players.
Back through. Fabian falls, as will Izzy. One by one, they drop, and now it's only Neki left. Despite the shots he hit in the previous, this one feels a little out the realms of possibility. Does find his opposite number in Yampi, but Profek finishes off the job, and Vitality
Good in chat,
through
that's
the first
Binks on
yeah, I think
Neon
if
on
he's able to
Viper.
find Profek there, then it's game on, but already we're going to see an early timeout coming through from Eternal Fire. That feels like just because of Fnatic being in the back of their minds and how much of a dominant win that was.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, this map
ये
for Eternal
सिर्फ
Fire
मैनिपुलेशन टैक्टिक है 179 देना नहीं होगा लोगों को तो अभी सब 159 में ज़्यादा लोग ले लेंगे.
It's those areas, that grey area for me of this team where you do question,
वो
okay, is this
lifetime
a
का
roster
चीज़
that
नहीं
has
है
the
वो.
potential to kick on and go to global events at some point? Are they in that bracket? Are they knocking on that door? Or is there something missing that's just holding them back? Something like being able to close out maps. Of course, Bind was very close. That's inspired Vitality now. And Lotus does feel like a weakness in the map pool unless they can prove us otherwise here.
Your views on Helix Phantom? Vandal. I am a Vandal person.
Yeah, that is the big point, right? Because then it starts to become your insta-ban, and then starts to really knock on and become an effect into those later vetoes. But as for now, this year, you've got to play it.
RV की तरफ सोहा देख के देख रहा है game map में किसी सोहा ही नहीं लिया.
Because right now it feels like there's a lot of early picks going Vitality's way.
Statistic is the exact same to BBL's performance on this map. 5 out of 7 times played. Of course, Durka, the only player left from 2025 roster.
Default value के लिए.
And now coming into this next round, as you say, Izzy with the opt-out on C.
अच्छा लेकिन कुछ ऐसा
how
prices
detrimental this was yesterday.
कुछ prices अच्छा.
Getting that long line nice and early.
Very much
actually embedding Odaz up close with the Stinger. 2 players guarding Sand and more 5 players in spawn for Vitality. Just waiting for that instant
tempting
pressure. Yeah, playstyle Chronicle will be
जो बड़ा up down है भाई मारा बे
just waits,
मारा.
grabs Izzy. The reason why I say that is because it's so in line with the way that Gambit used to play, so slow in the uptake, taking their time. And that's why Izzy is too eager to go and take that peak and gets caught off guard.
Vitality out of this timeout, it's just the perfect approach.
काम हुआ नहीं लगता है.
Weathering exactly what Eternal Fire are trying to do, and now into the C execution. Durka's already been good for these entries.
He has, but he's running into a paranoia face first, and Eternal Fire for the most part have stopped the execute. Good job, but the problem is that Vitality are heading elsewhere. They're onto the B side through Sayonara. Kron at the back of him, though, gets that trade. Advantage still in Vitality's favour, and now the spike is here. Echo trying to use the Viper's pit, but it's not going to work out as Vitality embedded within it.
Oh my god,
just waiting to get his opposite number, but it doesn't go his way. It's a disaster. Odaz on 1 point of health, trying to save the operator, but Vitality have already done the business. If they can get rid of this op, it's massive damage to the economy.
Odaz only has 1 HP to try and live it out, and that will have been relayed back to the rest of Vitality. Durka's already here, shot through the wall. Doesn't take long for him to finish off the job. And yeah, I have to say that's Vitality then playing into the round a lot better. They bait out that initial wave of utility on the C site hold, stops them from fully committing, timing a little bit off perhaps from Eternal Fire there. And then the rotation back to B feels like the safe option right now.
Or what?
It's not very nice.
क्या हो गया भाई? क्या हो गया भाई?
Smart on that last map, I'll be honest.
Yeah, very true. Vitality are the ones playing catch up at this point in time. But with that,
क्या हो गया भाई? काय गुस्से में भाई?
to the hands of Durka. Should be more of the same here, really. Just looking for some of that aggression. Here is Durka with the haunt broken, ready to receive a peek.
That's if it comes. Eternal Fire would have learned their mistakes from that last round, the fact that a few rounds now Vitality are waiting for Eternal Fire to make the first push.
लेकिन वो लोग का ना कुछ तो गड़बड़ लगनी चाहिए.
With this double duelist though, there comes to a certain point where you need to start taking a few more of those liberties because
वो लोग में sentinel नहीं है. No
Necky's
way वो
utility
लोग
belt,
info
especially
pick
in
ना
this
ले
round, won't be enough, and so the walk up begins.
अभी लिया.
On the other side of the wall, it drops 2 headshots.
Nicky और कुछ
joking.
अरे यार.
Sayonara fires back and that should just be the
Nicky ने क्या
round.
मारा बे? 2 1
A little more comfort here. Chronicle calling the rest of the players over towards the C side of the map, but there are potential weapons to be picked up here. If Eternal Fire can get there.
Yeah, but I think Vitality should have the last laugh. They've got so much time to set up a post plan. Chronicle's already gone exploring extra space. Sure, he's on his own. He should be good for at least one pick on an off angle.
Yeah, barring any major slip-ups here,
At
I
least
think
Pacific में तो जितने भी सारे players हैं ना,
should be comfortable and
सारे के सारे
सारे
mostly दोस्त हैं.
Huge find in this situation.
सारे एक दूसरे का content भी बनाते हैं, बकचोदी भी करते हैं, सब कुछ है.
And be main?
बाकी EMEA आने का पता नहीं.
You would assume so. Feels like the more defensible of position actually. Door opened up. Seko seeing what he can find here. Eternal Fire getting closer and closer towards the site now. It's ill-advised. Echo stuck on the other side of the door, scoped in. He's gonna actually reverse engineer his own smoke to get out. So the op is safe in the end, but not without
वो लोग try भी कैसे किया 2-3-1
that classic aggression.
Yeah, I mean, decisions like that
can
win or lose you a game, right? Echo going for that operator.
Retirement से बाहर निकल के वापस pro scene में आ जाओ.
Though you can see them all the way in towards defender spawn right now. Not going to find what they're looking for as Echo is home and dry. But Vitality, for the most part, up to 5 rounds, and it's similar to how we felt on that first half of Binks.
No shots from Necky on the replay as well.
Boy,
when I saw it first, you thought it had to be just the first 2 bullets that you can fire. Crazy flick to make the connection onto that second one, but here comes the full buy, double op purchase from Eternal Fire, and when you look at where they've been set up, both of them towards A.
सब लोग मेरे को reminder देते.
It's an interesting decision, right?
Like करने बोले.
Both ops in the same lane. Already a player shot. Sayonara low. He's still wanting to fight here. Not long for this world, but still looking for another brawl. The confidence there, and still gets a pick. How has that happened?
Is he really wanted a second player to be able to peek with him there? Felt like it was a bait and switch, but no follow-up from Vitality. It's just a lurk, and they've taken complete control through the middle of the map now.
Echo wants to stand
what is
with his
up?
opponents all on site alone, but it is realistically
मजा आएगा देखो
going to
सेंटी
be
के.
Yampy here. Derko maybe going a step too
Agar
far.
भाई देखो तो membership मेरे जान कर रहा है.
Operators that was lying in wait. That's a nightfall to come through here to try and hide the fact that the door was broken. And a lot of ultimates being thrown in here from the remaining 3 of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, Vitality really split up in this post plant. Also, Sayonara low.
Yeah, it's drawn no from heaven, and he's only able to get 1. That spike is half, and that's what they're going to try and use to bait out a pick.
अरे half कभी हुआ था? Hello?
Vitality peaked.
अरे
it's a disaster.
half कभी हुआ?
And Eternal Fire get their second round when they should have never had a chance.
It was Sayonara on that long wrap, 5 HP from the first fight, and he walks all the way back around through grass. Kron is the second layer coming up in heaven. He gets traded, and behind the Viper wall, I don't know if Vitality just assumed it was a tap, that there wouldn't be a full stick in the face of 3 players. But it's not the first time that Eternal Fire have gotten away with a situation like that.
It's not the first time we've seen Vitality fall to something like that. Boaster last week.
Yeah, the classic Boaster double tap, right? The half and then second full stick.
ये देख के सनक का याद आता है.
The fact he fall prey to a second time will
वहाँ
be
पे
relying
enemy
on the
team
minds
दरवाजा
of
खोल रहा है.
Vitality and looking to make up
Bait करने का
for it.
info लेने
4
के लिए सब
bodies
कुछ.
here for
यहाँ पे समय दरवाजा खुद ही खोल के
but it's only Sion
मैं एंगल
once
लगा रहा हूँ.
again, and they can't make the outlaw work. So the rest of Vitality look elsewhere.
Reverse calling.
And a smoke is Echo with his judge, but it is only going to be one. Maybe the floodgates open from now.
Oh, look at this rotation though. Izzy is there first.
Yeah, he is there first, but is he going to give himself away? That's the real question.
अजीब है भाई. अभी जरा वाइपर को देख रहा था. उसने विफ पे विफ करा था on neon. तो मैं सजेस्ट किया कि आप.
And it comes through Yamping Chronicle.
Big kills. Time for a
Shot miss हो गया. इतना बड़ा मैसेज किया. रुक जा 2-2 है.
Oh, but that spike on the ground, and while it might buy Yampy space, does not buy him support. So with 30 seconds remaining, needs to get the spike down and fight two. In terms of utility, he's the one at the advantage in terms of information. That Prowler immediately used, so he should know it's from CT. An idea, a jump up, can't hit the shots, can't find it. So Eternal
Neon, तो मैंने जब सजेस्ट किया कि आप Neon ना करो, तो मुझे टाइम आउट दे दिया.
Well, Yampy with the Nightfall, Kron trying to reinforce that space, give a little bit more room for them to play with. Not expecting Eternal Fire to be taking these aggressive duels, but again, that's what their Valorant is built upon. And that's how they get that third round in the door.
ये तो टाइम आउट खाया ही नहीं.
Well, we've seen Eternal Fire struggle on the defence. This is the, we think, to bind as well, right? That's the one thing that I'm thinking of. A switch of halves could pay them dividends, but any rounds here could be a massive foundation for that second half. And that's where my mind goes now. Even after such a dominant start from Vitality, that narrative switching with a couple round wins. Vitality now here in C-Mound, and Prophet holding, leading the line. Vitality straight in. Does a spike hit towards C? It seems as if Vitality have doubts.
They're pumping the brakes just a little bit after the last round. Eternal Fire
और 4v2 में देखो अभी सिर्फ वो लोग मार कर रहे हैं. कोई इनको पिक ले रहा है क्या?
3 players into C at the click of your fingers. And just assessing the options here, making sure there isn't any form of defensive reclaim is smart, because they can't afford to fumble advantages as they did on Bind. It's interesting you were talking about this defender side for Eternal Fire, because I felt like they were super oppressive in the previous game versus BBL. Their defense looking pretty good, built off the back of those pushes, right?
Yeah.
Plus 16 overall in first duels. Vitality have been able to inhibit that a little bit here, and it's rounds like this that prove that point.
But I mean, last time round they weren't able to win a single defensive round. That might be because of the fact they didn't get many opportunities to defend.
क्योंकि इधर वो टाइम आउट का है ना, लैग मैच.
And Fabian.
W nade.
Thinking about it, deciding against it, Vitality.
ये मैं बोल रहा था, W nade नहीं था.
Now coming from main. Vitality making no mistakes in this one. In fact, they know where the raise is as well.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit of a body spam. Maybe write it off as a pre-fire. I don't know. Got to send it to VAR. Yeah, second swing. You know, Vitality all in on this push.
Okay.
It's a very disciplined 3 versus 1. In fact, you can actually see Durka has already made it through a lobby to see if Fabian was heading for the hills to save his gun.
It's not anything that he'll find.
So Fabian does get to save
excuse
all the way
in spawn. Durka hasn't decided to go
body spam क्या हो गया? ये साल heavy दिख रहा है ना body spam?
Vitality happy with the result of things. Up to 6, guaranteed to be equal on the next half.
And coming back to something we were talking about at the top of the day, this series has to be the reaction from Vitality, because we've seen this organization, some of these players,
most decorated Valorant player को body shoot कर रहा है.
You know, there's always that response afterwards.
Calm down the comms, because it's like hearing 4 XQCs right now. Like, let's calm down.
Huh?
Dude, go see, dude. You know what I mean?
That was...
It was awful. It was awful. We're moving onwards, we're moving onwards, we're moving onwards.
That was up there.
We're moving onwards. I completely understand the point though, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that
Sound like
reaction in the round when just slow it all the way down. It's exactly what you want to see if things are getting hectic.
Take a deep breath, talk about things, exactly what Eternal Fire are going to do here. Because they're on the precipice of that foundation we spoke about, getting at least 4 or 5 rounds on a defense.
खाना खाते-खाते आपका stream देखते हैं. Love you too many जान के
defensive side, right? So with that, that puts
हेटर एक शोविक करने
सिर्फ
वाले ऐसे बातें नहीं करते
Yeah, exactly.
शोविक भाई का
And I
मैच
think that's
सुनोगे ना
something
मैडम
you know, will have been highlighted in this timeout, as it is called on the Eternal Fire side. I mean, I find it interesting they've popped both timeouts in these opening 12 rounds.
शोविक को मैच एक बार शोविक को मैच एक बार प्लीज वो क्रेजी मैच था 240 into 12 2400 बहन शोध ने क्या था 20 into 12 2400 crazy.
That's right, but there's real
Crazy
priority
maths.
in making this defense work.
Eternal Fire now. Taking steps forward once again, and Vitality probably
And
expecting
कुछ
that.
काप गई मेरी
Paranoia being held off the contact of Izzy. Vitality making inroads towards that B site.
Big skill. ऐसा नहीं बोलते पंको बेचारा on the way था.
You know, Fabian with the rifle here, but he's so far back on C that it's not really actionable off of these two players. Already Izzy dropped, and Odaz does walk away with one. Just tucked into the corner again. Mound is an area which Eternal Fire have consistently tried to play through. A lot of teams building around a
कोई गाय
this
करने
kind
का
of
जरूरत
area,
नहीं है.
but
सिर्फ रुको.
flip of the script from them.
Info लो कुछ नहीं एकदम chillings करो.
Taking at least one player towards every site here. Is Fabian almost forced out into the open, rifle in hand?
Chronicle not committing to the clear either, just backtracking.
Oh,
Could
मर
get
गया
caught.
Chronicle.
Yeah, no rifle in hand for him as he tries to back away. So Eternal Fire now starting to find themselves in a decent enough spot.
और जैसे अगर switch on है.
30 seconds left.
And with numbers towards the A site and this toxic screen yet to go up, Eternal Fire really in with a shout here now. Neki only on a classic though, his pistols have been good, we need more.
Yeah, we do. We need loads here from Neki.
Doesn't get cleared.
Prophet doesn't clear him. It's a massive point here. A swing out and a nade from Fabian. Wins a 50 round. And it's rounds like that make you doubt Vitality.
It absolutely does. And I don't know what words were shared by Afro in the timeout, but Eternal Fire starting to heat back up now. That's 3 rounds from 4 that we've seen. This one, even with the lesser guns, just comes down to the fundamentals, really. Player gets a kill, there's a trade, bit of a slip up there from Kron, and a couple of ones. In fact, there's probably 3 kills here from Vitality in the round, which they really shouldn't be giving away.
पुतंगी ना मोस्ट नहीं दिया मेरे को.
Frustration from the coaches of Vitality, and we're straight back in here.
मैं भी खाना खाते देख रहा stream. W.
Blue tree in towards the A side. Do go Vitality. A
डर
switch
के
up
भड़क
of
गया.
pace and ready
इतना
to
नहीं
go.
भड़का.
But remember, it's
इतना नहीं
Echo once again on the A side. Able to do it last time, but not here, not now. Showstopper in, set up by the Paranoia, still gets a kill, Fabian. So a 2-on-2 is where we settle.
वो पीछे नहीं जा सकता लेकिन.
Just walking through on the flank right now. He's the backstab which Yampi has to buy time for.
Yeah, he needs to run away, get out of dodge, because Izzy is on the hunt and found it. But Cron from stairs can't quite make the ascension. So we're within 1 between these two.
Last round.
A difficult snap for Kron to land at the end there, but Vitality looking a little bit sloppy in some of these moments. I mean, even think back to the round before, some of the decision-making individually in the fights that they're taking, allowing Echo to reposition. Fabian takes full control of the main side of the A site hold, and with that, they just work off the back of it. Players in position, crossfires set up, and just more fundamental Valorant.
मैं हफ्ते हुए स्ट्रीम देख रहा. नेस्ट पे तुम्हारा नाम देख के मेरे को लगा कि तुम नेस्टा करते स्ट्रीम देखते हो.
Like we have seen towards the earlier part of this half. And Vitality once again, rather than that switch of pace, take it nice and slow and wait.
साला ये अच्छा खेल लिया बे.
Gotta clear this smoke.
They try to, and this time Odaz isn't able to get a kill with a shotgun. Is he trying to respect the utility? It's not found. Going for the peak, and does at least catch Prophet. Yeah, 1 smoke only in, there's a whole bunch, and now there's bodies here.
Chronicle gonna use the ultimate at the very least. Does he want to fight in front of us?
He
does! How does he find
क्या कूलेट है वो?
4v2 now. And it doesn't look like there'll be a single detainee on the Eternal Fire side.
You say that, I think Echo's been detained within his pit, and that's what Dirka's hunting for. But if he does hunt, there's plenty more Eternal Fire bodies to try and protect him.
And of course, the gun comes back up at the pivotal moment. A crucial turn of the corner as Durka is going to get out with his life. But three more players trying to follow this up, and as he'll hightail out of there, look who's waiting. Neki and Lobby. This is the spike, dropped to the ground as Vitality have had their first half hopes buried here by Eternal Fire.
It's not been the greatest of ends to this first half, but Vitality have looked decent and spells, but they're going to have something special come out here if they're going to finish this and come back in for map 3.
We do need to see something from them, but to hear a little more on the Eternal Fire side, we've got to play a feature.
We couldn't practice that much in off-season, but there's no excuses. We are going to play like there is nothing happened. We are just focusing on our games. That's it.
Binks bhai, मजाक set कर.
BBL,
प्राइस बढ़ाने का बात हुआ.
Yeah, I think it make me a little bit uncomfortable. I guess. But in the same time, it's hyped us, so we want to be like better than them.
I don't see Foot and Pacific, like, I don't see them better than us. We are like fighting each other with BBL in VCL Turkey. We were, and BBL was the top team, so I think it will go like this again in VCT EMEA. We had a lot of matches with BBL in VCL Turkey.
इसमें सारे 18-20 के लोग हैं क्या? ये लोग में?
For us, like, I think it will go same in VCT EMEA. They will be only rival for us. Let's see.
लग रहा है? कहाँ से?
Just being strong, being better. I think we're gonna just win. I just say it again, but we're gonna just win. It will be easy for us.
Huh?
I think stage 1 will go hard for us. There's a hard way on us. We are not afraid of anything. We are going to handle of everything. I'm trusting my teammates. I think they are trusting me also. We are going to do our best.
We are confident about us. We know our potential. We can't show it.
अरे तेरा बाजू वाला देख क्या बोल रहा है?
I feel confident about this stage.
I'm playing Sentinel, but like you can call me shot caller because I like to talk in during round. I can say very important infos because I can focus on minimap and my aim because of my role. Like I'm getting that.
ब्रिज का कॉम सजेस्ट करो for Premier. बहुत दिमाग का mindfuck करने का है.
Turkish.
तो उठाओ.
They want to really win us against. They are really hyped because of that. Just because of that.
Our team is very hungry for wins. I think nothing can stop us if we get win streak.
So now we head in towards the second half of the second map, all even. And Vitality having to fight for the lives here, right in this group, or else they're going to walk and drop into a danger zone.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we had a 1-1 game yesterday between BBL and Giant X in the same group. The ramifications of that apply here. Vitality go down to this Eternal Fire side. Not for the first time in the Corp's history.
All
the difference for their playoff hopes. The attack scaling quickly towards the A site.
Ezzy trying to find anything from this, but Vitality happy to give it up, right? Waiting to play as a 5-on-5 retake.
Eternal Fire pushing up towards the spawn side here as well. Not a single player in tree. The only residual is Neki from main.
That's going to be a massive component to this round. Should that Viper's wall drop at any moment in time, players managing to escape in towards heaven. That was Izzy, and there's Neki now from main, like we spoke about. But Vitality have a couple back in the conversation, and still the advantage sits with the attack. Sayonara, Durka completely disconnected from one another, and that will end up in an Eternal Fire round win. Advantage now in that second half.
Fans starting to get behind the Fire as they've managed to bookend the halftime change with a pistol round win, they have now found 3 in this series of a possible 4, and this is the most important. Big momentum builder on the attack side here of Lotus.
गलत impact
out bonus round and wonder how much better can this get?
Yeah, that's the real question. Right, 3 rifles, starting to play that old FPX spy that we know and love. Eternal Fire using some of Vitality's tactics, waiting for the peak. It comes through B main, and it's a shooting gallery in the end.
Yeah.
Easy as that. Yampi now to clutch up with just a bandit.
The crowd
Oh,
got a little bit shaky. It will be an in-zone flawless though. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered for this bonus buy.
Jet Arbor Suva Chamber Sage.
That's really neat. Now you're looking at 5 rifles against 5 rifles. This attack of Eternal Fire, Breeze and Neon, right on the money when it comes to the meta. Looking very dangerous, the pace that they can set. What does Vitality have for us in this next round?
That's what we're
waiting to see. Neki's ult, such a key component, and it just looks like Eternal Fire want to pull a fast one. Heavily telegraphed execute, and you can already see the player moving over. Sayonara there, both anchors, plenty of utility. They've got a brute force.
Trying their best. Already they've got the orb up, denying the fast lane. But is there a pivot in here for Eternal Fire?
Considering the options of the B play, but with the Nightfall in, that's the first sign of full commitment. Vitality have to set up for the retake, but that's not before Chronicles able to find Izzy. A big kill right now.
It's massive. And let's hear how Vitality take on this retake.
Okay, क्या जबरदस्ती fight ले रहे हो लोग?
How much people?
Default, go right and default.
One is 10, one is side. Okay, paranoia side and go out.
On the box, on the box, go.
Careful, 10s. 10s. One is forward. Bro, he just bounced like challenges.
Yeah, I think that just sums it up. A retake set up perfectly, and then they all just walk in and get completely mowed down.
What a moment from Odaz. I mean, the transfer on the first to flick around for the second. Health bars in the red zone. And now, alarm bells truly sounding off as Vitality head closer towards their own danger zone.
It's
not looking good at all. Not one bit. Eternal Fire though, if you're a fan of this team, you must be buzzing with this result. Sending yourself towards that top part of the group. An overtime hero there that could have gone their way and they would have beat Fnatic, right?
It could be the 3-0 team at this point in time, and why not? Because when they keep playing like this, who's to say that they can't take on the strongest teams in our region? That authority is out for the taking, the throne empty as far as we're concerned. Kickoff was a little chaotic, but with a full strength side, Eternal Fire are a force to be reckoned with.
Seems to be the case. A loss here against Eternal Fire, and then you play BBL next week to essentially decide your tournament lives if you're Vitality. Oh, a little bit messy there in the end, but double digits are finally found by Eternal Fire.
It's starting to look a little too casual for them in some of these situations. That is unfortunate from Yampi. The timing doesn't get much worse. And yes, this was not the full investment. The follow-up round will be the most important Vitality play. So far in this series, if not, for how the rest of this group transpires, it's a game which they have to stay in, or things get far too complicated.
A team of the old, that's what Vitality are. Some of the best that we have had, but this is some of the best that we have been yet to see as Eternal Fire. Stage 1, the second stage of the year. That's when we got the full 5. That's when we got what we were promised, and they've lived up to every expectation that we had set of them. Sure, they've lost Echo here, but look at this, able to fight straight back in. Stuck between a rock and a hard place is Derka. Sayonara keeping the pulse alive for Vitality, but Neki and Izzy have that A6 themselves. Izzy even taking a step forward.
I mean, Izzy's taken many steps, he's already in spawn. Full A sight at their disposal. Chronicle has to pull off the 1 versus 2. Now, he's been good at clutches in the past, but we need to see it in these key moments.
दो टाइम क्या बात कर रहा है? चल
The weight of expectation in the world on his shoulders. Can he pull it off?
That's the question. Is he low? A body shot
वो लोग
would be
टाइम आउट क्यों नहीं
all
लिया दो
that's
है तो
needed.
अभी
As Kron
जो
does
है
get
ये
control
राउंड
of
था
that
वो लोग को
spike,
अभी
Bez
राइट
is already
आउट
wrapped
करना
around
पड़ेगा
behind him, and that round is found up to 11. The buy broken, and to deny 12, Vitality have nothing.
The natural order is being shattered here as Eternal Fire continue to send shockwaves through the region. Echo enjoying every single moment of it. But there are several players that we can talk about on this Eternal Fire
अभी तो
side
फुल
that have
पाइप
had
ही
their
नहीं है
highlight moment,
आउटलॉट
Cairo.
लेने वाले वो लोग
I mean, there's plenty, but there's only one man that, as in my mind, personally has. It's got to be Fabian, right? And what he's been able to give us, the fact that he used to be that flash initiator for the team when Breach used to be really prominent, kind of almost like a LaRock in a way, right?
True.
And now has been picking up on towards more of that second duelist, and has been playing so well.
By 2-0
you look at the numbers from kickoff to stage 1, I think. A lot of that, in part, is due to the change in personnel, of course, a bit more of a thankless task, playing with those stand-ins. The chemistry having to be fully rebuilt, but now that the alchemy finds itself balanced yet again, Eternal Fire are on the warpath. 11-6. First Vitality timeout
This will
taken.
make them more confident.
Coming into the 6th of this second half. I don't know if it feels like too little, too late, but I guess we'll have to see. The tools are there for them.
सारे लाइटर में कोई आउटलो भी नहीं है
Do they have what it
कोई
takes
आउटलो भी
to
क्यों
keep
नहीं
this
हेलो
alive any longer?
At least Kron has his lockdown for the retake. Now it seems as if this is going to be
भाई मस्त
straightforward
ड्रोन बन
as
के
it
जा
comes.
सकता है आउटलो में
Odaz on site. Kron knows about that. He's trying to get away. That lockdown's not even going to be a factor in this round. It's pots and pans for the next one if Vitality cannot win. And it looks like that could be the case. Showstopper in. There goes Sayonara. There perhaps goes Vitality's chances of winning this one. As the players of Eternal Fire manage to escape the onslaught of utility. 5-on-3, Vitality need to fight back, but they cannot find the chance, cannot find the ability. It's Eternal Fire are up to 12.
Absolute destruction from the Fire. Vitality sent smoldering from that seaside hole again. Izzy with full confidence in his own ability here. And just look at the high line that they're holding to these players in CT. Lambs to the slaughter.
क्या बोला?
Yeah, so the last timeout going to be used here. A stop of play, a time to talk, but realistically, what are you saying here, Hazard?
I mean, I was just talking about it. I don't know if this is one step too late because Vitality have a 6-round gap to cover. Similar distance to what we saw on Bind, but it's another slow start into one of these maps.
Oh my
I say that actually, they had a 5-1 lead in the opening half, but it's just how the momentum has shifted and the fact that they just can't get the monkey off their back, you know? Can't bury the hatchet.
Back-to-back diamond लेते
Yeah,
से
feels
एक
like the
वो
flame
round
was
में
training
ले
weights
लेते
and they're just
हाँ
waiting for the past, split one and kickoff to take them off finally, and it just never came about.
I mean, that's the thing, right? The 2025 roster was where it was coined a super team, a project in progress as the changes were made, feeling like coming into kickoff, we were heading in the right direction. Stage 1 with Sayonara in. That should have been it.
Excuse me.
9 rounds in a row. 9 rounds without Vitality being able to win one. I think that's a statement in itself. So, players of Eternal Fire, they mostly have their focus towards the B, the middle section of this map.
So Vitality with a checklist. That first tick in the box has to be break the streak, find your first round. Have your footing in this game. Seaside has been a prominent problem, but Prophet brings a judge to alter that equation.
And already...
just full clear through the smoke.
Yeah, it's tough. The spam not finding him. Right, he's found him straight away. It's now Eternal Fire. Look elsewhere. They've created a little bit pocket of pressure. The Chronicle is set to deal with. Honestly, Eternal Fire feeling untouchable at this point. Yumpy can call the best round that he possibly likes. Lucky not to get caught there. If there's not a stack of players here on A or B, I think it's B. You've got to be worried. Yeah, the split coming through. Sayonara in the pit, but he has no way to stay alive. No support either. Eternal Fire want to finish it here now on map 2. There's no map 3 in this one.
भाई Chronicle का mindfuck हो गया bro.
1 versus 4.
Chronicle का mindfuck हो गया.
Been sent in and he's given this a good go. Second player to head his way. Can't connect the shots. This is a clutch on the cards. There's a rifle at his feet, but decides he wants to stick it with the Bulldog. Both players sent his way, but it's still Eternal Fire to win. Vitality, a team of the past, but Eternal Fire are the present and certainly the future of this region.
What a statement and a moment for these players. Izzy had done it before against these same names, but not on this stage. Under those bright Berlin lights where the highlight of his career used to sit. A new peak surely reached for this group as they move forward 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a statement in itself, right? The bounce back from BBL into Vitality. You look towards next week as Pacific, then Giant X. I think if you're Eternal Fire, it should be all but confirmed to be heading towards those playoffs. But if it's Vitality you think of here, you have to play BBL next week, and that essentially will decide if you have a chance of playoffs.
नहीं सैनर उनको जरा after
season
से practice कर रहा है अभी तो गए हैं ना.
A new set of fans made maybe for the Fire. Growing to them as this series
Fire echo by 101%. मैं बोला था Echo Buy और Easy Buy मारेंगे.
After losing 13-2 to Fnatic the other week, then proving that you can come back here and show that you've made those improvements, that it is an area of your map where other teams now want to go ahead and target. It's going to be absolutely huge for their chances in the future.
Yeah, I think for the most part it is going to be one to watch for either side, right? But I believe we do have an interview on stage with Izzy and Janiro.
Izzy, congratulations. That was an insane matchup. Super important and just incredible that you guys were able to close it out against Vitality, because now you're 2-1, which puts you number 2 in your group. How much does that mean to you?
Çok iyi başladınız. Maçı kapatmayı bildiniz. 2-1 şu an toplamda 2-1'siniz. Bu sizin için ne anlama geliyor? Ne ifade ediyor?
Yani zaten hedefimiz playoff'a çıkıp Masters'a gitmek. Şu an onun için uğraşıyoruz ve
çok iyi gidiyor şu an bizim için.
İnşallah bunu başaracağız.
Our goal is to go to playoffs and then to go to Masters, and everything going well so far, and I know that we will achieve this.
Everything is going incredibly according to plan, which is amazing. And when it comes to that plan specifically, what has been put in place for every individual to perform so consistently? Because we're seeing you on the Neon, and it's just another day in the office.
Plan doğrultusunda iyi gittiğini söyledin. Neler değişti, neler yapıyorsunuz? Bugün Neon oynadın, çok iyi oynadın. Neler yapıyorsunuz bunları devam ettirmek için?
Her takım özel hazırlanıyoruz öncelikle. Her takım özel hazırlanıyoruz. Bu hafta da Vitality özel hazırlandık ve planımız tam istediğimiz gibi oldu. Tam istediğimiz haritaları oynadık. 3 harita çalıştık, 3 böyle.
We are doing our preparation specifically for the teams that we are playing. So we train on the maps, 3 maps, and we exactly play those 3 maps. And our plan is working because we are preparing as a perp team.
That is absolutely incredible to hear. A lot of prep that goes into that, a lot of time, a lot of effort. You have 2 more teams that you need to prep for, Pacific and GX. How are you feeling about those 2?
2 tane daha takıma karşıyız ama Pacific.
Language Odaz.
İkisini de bu şekilde, kolay bir şekilde yeneceğiz.
We're gonna beat them easily.
Okay, thank you so much, Izzy, and once again, congratulations on your incredible win here.
भाई मेरे को समझा. आज से it's time मेरे को भाई देखो मेरे को समझा. मेरे को एक चीज समझा. स्प्लिट 2 जीतेंगे अपन. हाँ. अपने जो गोट ऑफ गोटर्स है जो चैट में मेरे साथ बकचोदी की थी, आरवी के भाई को कल से टर्किश खाना। यप यप यप।
Kind of, you guys came into this not feeling a lot of pressure. You guys just approach this as any other, as you would any other opponent.
Turkish
Some of the things
सब
that
कुछ
Fabian was
Turkish।
saying was, we don't really care who we're playing against.
क्या आता है टर्किश खाने में? इसको ये नहीं मालूम, इसको ये नहीं मालूम टर्किश खाने में क्या आता है। टर्की आता है मैडम, टर्की आता है। बाप रे।
We beat them also. I can say that.
You can say that.
I can say that.
Do you think that makes you guys now a target? It makes you, maybe you don't want to call yourself a super team, but you've pushed Fnatic all the way to 3 maps. You beat BBL. You beat Vitality.
Turkish.
Where do you put yourself now? This puts you number 2 in the standings, but for you, where do you think Eternal Fire stands in the league?
Turkish chicken tikka.
I think we are the best EMEA team right now.
Turkish.
Yeah, I agree.
Paneer lababda.
Is there anything specifically about the way that you play that makes you, because we see you go very
Turkish
aggressive, and of course like teams are struggling with that, but is there anything else that you think sets you so apart from the rest?
I don't know.
Turkish thali aati hogi na, Turkish thali.
That's okay. You guys are sticking it day by
chap
day.
roll, yep.
Well, I guess to come back to some of this interview here with Izzy, talking
ठीक है,
about
मेरे को समझा कि तुम लोग को समझा, मेरे को समझा,
kind of
ठीक है,
changing the prep.
ठीक है, मेरे को समझा कि तुम लोग को
So when we
समझा,
talk about
ठीक
obviously
है।
you guys aren't necessarily scared of playing any of these teams. What kind of changed for this week in terms of preparing versus Vitality? What was the kind of main focus for you guys coming into this series?
Like, we are working too hard, so we are going brick by brick. I can say that. Like, we are getting more comfortable day by day. I can say they can scare of us. Yeah.
You think Vitality were playing a little scared today in terms
of course.
Were you guys scared during the
There's no
comeback?
aimer player like us.
I got scared on comeback, but
ये तो टीम में अलग था, शर्बन, अनिमा, स्पीयर,
the next map we come back there.
Skyline.
And, you know, we're gonna win. So I think
चार
last
बंदे
map we
चटका
don't have
लिए।
pressure. We just win. It was easy for us.
Actually, we felt pressure for a little bit.
First half. I said first half.
Like
Easy
first
भाई का
6
टीम है
runs.
क्या?
Okay, a little bit scary.
चारों बंदे चटका लिए,
What
नाम
do you
वही
think
है।
has allowed, like what do you think went wrong for you guys to
नहीं, नाम
give
अलग था।
Vitality so many
नहीं, नाम
rounds
वही
on
था।
that first map?
We scared too much to
Okay.
pick them. We don't pick with confidence like the first half. So I think it is that.
So the biggest lesson is peak confidently and just press W.
Yeah.
Good, because that's been working for you guys.
बेंचो
And
मतलब
I
और
just want to
players
say
आने बचे
congratulations
टर्की से?
And thank you so much for joining us. Fans are pretty excited for it as well, and I know this must be incredible. Okay.
ये लोग किधर है?
That's it from us
चार
for
Ben,
now. We're going to be
Anima,
heading
Spear,
over to a quick
Skyline,
little break, and we'll be back with the
Pawan
second
Bhai,
series of today.
Demon
KC
Tickets.
against Heretics. You don't want to miss that.
उल्फ को रिप्लेस किया, ठीक है। पूरा टर्किश टीम पे, हाँ, कोच भी टर्की, क्रेजी टीम है ना ऋषि सर, फुल टर्किश टीम एंड कोच भी टर्किश।
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. क्या?
Want to find your fastest
करना,
server every time? Express like a
Chat
pro.
like
Customize your
करो!
connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttle.
Bro,
Express and shield yourself.
bro,
from deep
please, अब भी अगर 2-0 हो गया ना, अंडी मंडी, I'm straight calling it, KC versus Heretics. कैसी है तू? कैसी versus Heretics है, please. ये मैच तो अच्छा जाना चाहिए। माँ कसम भाई, ये ने ना दिमाग का एमएफ कर दिया बे। 2-0 क्या होता है बे वाइटलिटी के सामने? वाइटलिटी इज ओवररेटेड।
Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah.
इधर अपना रेटिंग चालू भी नहीं हुआ है।
keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need. Even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk. I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound.
रात को मैं नहीं ये तो रात को पता लगा था. I mean, he is not drunk technically. नहीं कौन सा थोड़ा बहुत लेफ्ट राइट था, लेकिन ब्रो EF ने भाई गलत मारा है भाई. गलत मारा है भाई. बाप के लिए वो लोग का रोटेशंस बाप था, रीड बाप था, सब कुछ भाई. एंगल्स क्या खाली कर रहे थे भाई. This year new team beating old gods. Yes, no? यही बेस्ट इंग्लिश है भाई. जब भी तुम लोग आश्चर्यचकित होते हो, यस नो, और अगर कुछ ऐसा एक्सक्लेमेशन वाला रहेगा, नो यस. यप यप. जस्ट सेइंग. टॉप क्या था मैंने इंग्लिश में? जस्ट सेइंग.
You just catfish. Everybody said, I'm like a quan chick. Somewhere else, like a patty shit for love, 'cause I'm the best, bruh.
कॉपीराइट तो ऐसा देते मेरे को. लेट मी चेंज द पोल. आज अगर उसने नहीं मारा ना BNG PC, then something is fishy. मैं अभी बोल रहा हूँ.
Against Heretics, and this truly is do or die for both of these rosters. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined with Cairo this time around, and hi.
कोई आ रहा बाहर क्या?
What are you doing here? Did you get lost on the way to the castle?
Something must have gone seriously wrong if you've ended up with us two.
Well, Mike told me he wanted to spend time with me, so
I baited him.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he meant that. You know what?
खतरनाक accent है ना लेकिन.
Let's like hang out sometime.
Yeah, well I took it seriously.
You got the wrong end of the stick.
Not seriously.
Nice seeing you.
Sit down, because we have to really talk about this matchup though, and how important it is.
Yes,
both
no.
of these rosters are yet to find a win. They're sitting at the bottom of the
जी का
leaderboard.
परसों
This is week 3.
पूरे एमए में टोटल 28 टर्किश प्लेयर है.
Is no longer in their hands. They're just gonna have to sit back.
कोरिया में कितना है? कोरिया में कितना है? कोरिया में ज़्यादा है सर.
And I don't know what they gotta do.
कोरिया 40 क्रॉस कर दिया रहेगा मेरे हिसाब से.
They can actually go to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean that's the big aspect to
बस
this.
मैं बोलो पंजाब जीतेगी ये मैच में. ये मैच पंजाब नहीं जीतेगा इसमें. ये वाला मेरे हिसाब से.
I'm going to be honest here. Coming into this game, it's hard to expect a whole lot.
Whoa, we're setting the stakes
ये PL
pretty
trophy
high
मेरे हिसाब से RCB
already. But in general, when we're looking at both these rosters, I would like to start off with KC here. We've seen a couple of struggles come through from them, and specifically Hypoc, their comms. There has been a little bit of a question mark.
One big question mark. Yeah, I think I know what you're referring to. It's yeah, I think we're going to get a chance to take a look at it.
Yeah, let's actually bring it up exactly, because in case you guys missed it and you weren't on social media, let's have a look at the KC comms last week.
I'm gonna probably this.
Okay, I'm running.
There should be no one here. Yeah.
Oh.
They're pushing everything.
Should be no one here.
No, I didn't hit him.
T'as pas de communication, my guy.
En fait, c'était pour le... Non, les gars, le should be no one here. Surtout que la dernière fois, c'était should be no one here.
I do want to say, I feel like it's a little mean that we're playing that because the players are on the stage and they can absolutely hear it, so I'm sorry.
I mean, what's even more foul work is the fact we got the mates watch party reaction to that.
I think that
about the worst thing to come out of a French derby is a clip like that, but yeah.
It's a peculiar position that they find themselves in, but we did have a bit of a catch-up with Dossier as well ahead of this match to see how they're feeling going up against Heretics with all the stakes that are going on. Dossier, a super important matchup that you have to play today against Heretics. First things first, however, I would like to address your individual performance, because you've been quite consistent, whether it comes to... Yeah. Okay. Sorry. You're good. It's fine. Okay. 5, 4, 3. Hello, Dossier. You have a very important game today against Heretics. Everything is on the line, but I would like to start off discussing your individual performance. You've been quite consistent, whether it comes to just performing well individually, flexing Asians. So I want to ask you, how do you bring this individual consistency considering the circumstances?
I don't know. I think I don't take a lot of risk in the game. That's why my game is kind of consistent, you know, because I'm just going behind. As a smoker, I'm going behind, trading people. If not trading, unlucky. But as Neon, I just played only one match, so it's too early to judge, I think.
Okay, we're gonna see it again?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I'm looking forward to that. But today against Heretics, it's a very, very important game. This is it in terms of having the opportunity to have your own faith in your hands. So when it comes to the mental, the morale in KC, how is everybody feeling today?
Everyone feeling okay. For me, I just stop putting expectation as a win or lose. I just expect us to play as we do on scrims, because on scrims we do good, usually. Not all, but usually. So yeah, I just hope we do today at least 70-80% of we capable of, and it will be enough.
I'm looking forward to it, but in general, what do you think is going to be able to have KC translate scrims onto the stage? What do you think you need to do to make sure that you win today?
I mean, we're kind of new team, let's say, because we changed IGL. For Odaz, it's also a new role, so it's kind of okay for him to have a few officials to adapt on the new role and be a good leader. But the point is, all team believes in him.
Yes.
And he believes in himself. That's the most important. So, yeah, we just needed time, I think. Today, either we show, either we don't.
No, you're going to show it, okay? You have to. You got to believe in yourself. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in your game today.
Thank you.
We're heading back over to the desk. All right, I mean, words of encouragement. I don't know if I was the one who gave words of encouragement, or if it was John. I'm just a little confused at this point. But at least there are, to hear that scrims are in general going well, it's a good sign.
I mean, let's call a spade a spade. I think Doge is probably one of the few positives, right? These, especially these opening couple of series, and especially this year in general. It's a little concerning to still hear, again, the recurring theme for KC is everybody being online at the same time, right? We usually have standout individuals kind of put up good numbers and stuff, but it's still just a little concerning to hear the same discussions over and over again. Obviously, we take a look at the compositions here. Dosia flexing on and showing a little more versatility here should open up some possibilities for Eng to cook up some Eng stuff.
But do we want...
No, I mean, at this point, yeah, I do, because I think it's... This is harsh to say, but even coming into this matchup here, KC are kind of cooked, right? So just maximize the value you can get from this time on the stage with the series you've got left. You even heard there, Doshi saying it's like, hey man, we're just being honest. We just want to see improvements internally. We just want to make sure that we're happy about the performance. We're not necessarily looking for wins anymore. And I think that's probably a very honest approach to the situation, to be quite frank about it.
It's honest, right? And I have to respect that in a sense, but it's another time that we've seen KC make a change in desperation of perhaps trying to qualify.
I'm going to stop you there. Do you want to say KC goes to London like this?
No, of course not. That's the way I see it. Yeah, the point I want to get to is they're making a change probably in sight of that second stage. Let's be honest, right? But again, I want to ask the question.
ये फुदू मैच से अच्छा 5-man खेल लो. देखो बात ऐसा है कि चैट में इतने सारे अच्छे लोग हैं, लेकिन मैं फिर भी फुदू कमेंट पढ़ता हूँ ना, वैसा ही 5-man अपन तब खेलेंगे जब 5-man होगा. जब मैचेस देखने का रहेगा, मैचेस देखूंगा, मेरे को मजा आता है. समझ रहे हो? ऐसा सीन है दीपांशु भाई. देखो सिंपल सीन है, सिंपल एकदम, मतलब कॉम्प्लिकेटेड नहीं है. अगर आप टाइप करने से पहले सोच लेते है कि नहीं. थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया, बेचारा पिल गया ना वो.
When it comes to their performance here in stage 1, so the question here is from my side, Cairo, like what's going wrong in the Heretics camp, really?
Binks by Barca,
we're being so positive today. I love it.
Madrid, easy by Barcelona.
Be much easier to change because of the core being together for so long. The fact that they've had success in the past, that's where I have hope. But it feels like it's few and far between at the minute, and 2026 has not been kind to them at all.
Has it not been kind to them? Barca बोलते हैं क्या? मेरे को तो मालूम.
What do you think?
No, I don't think they've been kind to 2026, to be honest with you. There's some questionable decisions going on. I think, again, we're in this position where we need to see results now.
Yeah, we also saw some changes from the side of the Heretics camp, so let's head over to a little interview with them to see how they are feeling and how Kashmaras is doing in the Heretics team.
बारका का एक प्लेयर
welcome
का नाम
to
बता दो.
VCT.
Hello.
You've had your first week. You've had your
Barca
debut.
player.
Well, how did that go? How are you feeling about that?
Excited still. It was fun and ready to prove even more. I mean, it was a hard first week, but it's fine.
I mean, it's
अभी
not
hard
getting
second,
easier
third week
this
भी
week.
आने
You
वाला है.
play in KC, and it is such an important game to keep the dream
Second,
of
third
Masters
week भी
London
आने वाला है.
alive. So I feel like you're getting trialed by fire. How are the nerves? Are you worried about this game? Not at all?
No, not nervous at all.
Do you think
just
it's
excited?
excited? Okay. Do you think it's going to be a little easy against KC?
No, I think it will be easy.
You think it will be easy?
मैं रहता मैं
Okay,
सीधा
I like
बोलता हूँ, कान
that.
फट रहा है
In
भाई.
general, I feel like you've slotted really well into the team when
Simple
it comes
बात.
to your performance that we've seen last week as
As
well. Could you give
blasting.
us some insights as to the
Simple,
system that
simple.
Heretics has set up to make
Keep
sure that
it plain
you can
and
come in
simple.
and you play immediately?
I mean, last week I kind of filled in comeback shoes still, as I had one day. But now, I mean, I can't league, but we'll see.
You can't leak? Okay, no leaks then. That's fine. I respect it. But in general, when it comes to the matchup against KC, when it comes to maybe a message to the fans now that this is so important, what do you have to say to them?
I mean,
believe in that.
It will be easy. I don't know what to say. Like, Heretics, that's all.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Good luck in your game later today. And we're going back to the desk.
Thank you.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah,
absolutely. Go
so just to pick up on this, again, the biggest criticism kind of previously was like, obviously come back coming off a hot series. Last week, we're in a weird situation where we're like, okay, well, now you've thrown somebody else in. I think even Neil said in one of the interviews, like, yeah, he flew in last night. Like, we've literally had since last night. Is this now we're going to see potentially the final, not final form, but what to expect? Yeah, the beginning of that transition now, which for me even just makes it like even higher.
पंको वो पहला वाला भी चाहिए क्या पक्का क्या बोल रही है मैडम आवाज नहीं आ रहा क्या आपने कुछ बोला मत कर आई डू मैं तो कर दिया रे
Khabib. What's going on? My W key doesn't work. I think it's fixed now, yeah. It's 1-0 though.
Clean. Clean.
Oh.
Coach wars है क्या है? बाप रे Zeus का MC से बे. Never mind.
No.
है.
Come on. It's 3-3? It's 3-3. Oh!
Coach बोलते हैं.
What's this? Oh. Okay. Far. No. No. I'm gonna get ripped for that one. I watched both of us.
I'm here with Benji from Team Heretics. Of course, Benji, not the start that you were looking for, but the prospect of a home Masters on the horizon, does that add any extra pressure, and how are you handling it?
No, I don't think so. I think, obviously, I want to
Benji!
for myself, my family,
Benji
my
bolte,
friends,
Benji bolte.
but I treat it the same as always, give everything I've got, and yeah.
All right, well, both of these teams now in control of their own destiny. Let's bring out the teams from the tunnel. It's Karmine Corp against Team Heretics.
भाई EMEA में मंगा सकते हो क्या पैसे Fallen Don't stand balde Which come on the way. इंदिरा बहन जी
All right,
लैपटॉप दो
Heretics
दिया है
against
जो पूरा
KC's,
कैप्स में लिख रहे हो
starting right about now. Both of these teams, for now, still in charge of their
वही था ना
destiny,
जिसने
and
लैपटॉप
they
दिया था
have to secure this win to be able to start that run towards Masters London. First things first, however, is going to be that map veto with Haven, Lotus, and Fracture. This is the 4th Lotus of this week, or at least the 3rd.
Yeah.
It seems like teams are really gravitating towards it, but Kyra, I'm going to start off with you.
Yeah, I mean, something a map like Lotus is such an easy one to bring back into your pool. You think back to when it was in originally, it felt as if every team loved it. It was in the map pool at least once or twice a week, right? It always, for me, feels like one that you will always gravitate towards. Haven as well, right? For these two teams, these first two maps should be kind of easy to come back into Hypop.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously comfort factor being enabling Heretics ultimately to probably make the changes that was kind of alluded to in that interview maybe. It's like, hey, we were just like screwed together. I feel the shoes will come back, but watch this space. That's where I'm looking towards here in the veto.
Yeah, especially when we look at the Lotus, I think that's the map we haven't really seen from KC.
Windows try करने वाले
So far this stage, so
आप मेरे ना लैंड लो लो
actually
ठीक है Windows try करने वाले मैं नया गेम चालू किया और मैं खतरनाक 5 लेवल का हो गया
Haven, however, is going to be the first map that we're going to be having a look at. And from KC's side of things, they have tried 2 different compositions already. So is there more cooking? Are we seeing anything different? Are we merging both compositions? I think a lot of questions there in terms of like we'll be able to answer once the agent select comes up. But then also want to go back towards the Heretics side of things when it comes
what's
to
your
their
point
Haven,
on current
which,
Darka and
again,
Darka form on lock-in?
And with the changes that we're seeing now on the rosters, what are your expectations?
I mean, the expectations, right, like for Haven, for Heretics, right, they were always considered one of the best teams in the world at one point. That's when we saw the ISO back in my day. I was like, the end of like 2025, and he was the one that was calling it. So if you want to
thank you Jerry, thank you for the 1000 मेरी जान के टोटे love you मत कर दो मुझे कभी
so I'm expecting a change
$2 की जगह पे 1000 UPI हो रहा है
the fact he's had a week with the team in Berlin, yeah, I'm expecting something better.
The thing is, for both of these rosters, the last time that they went up against each other in kickoff, Heretics actually won. Ever since, KC has not been able to get a win under their belt. So I feel like this is really important for them now, for their morale, just to get a ball rolling and to actually be able to prove to us that they have what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to sit back and kind of just like hindsight call some of these games, but to hear Doshi talk about kind of the internal dynamic and how they're viewing their performance and certainly their progression, I think it's probably, like I said, it's a very honest approach to probably how they're viewed right now. But ultimately, for me, I'm still asking to see some positives to pin onto.
Yeah, but I think as well, it's probably KC taking the pressure off themselves and letting themselves be like, right, guys, let's play a little bit loose, let's play together and try and go and win these. Maybe and try and live with that. That's my cope take on it.
I mean, I think that's an absolute fair cope. Fair take, sorry. Okay, Asia selects ready though for Heretics. We're seeing that double duels come out, which I'm excited to see how they're going to get Union of Haven. Yes, Benji on the Cypher. Nothing too crazy there. And then Karmine Core, I mean, going back to that Phoenix again.
Yeah, complete mirror comp from either side.
Benji Fishy fan, bro.
Good,
Benji Fishy.
Making do of double duelist on Haven. It shouldn't be that much of a change, but I mean, going from that ISO comp into something like this is a little bit more fast-paced. That's where my worries are.
Yeah, for me, I mean, obviously we had a pretty good performance last week on the Neon. I think here, it probably makes a little more sense to scrim and have back on kind of that flex roll with Noah Koshmaras. Again, is going to be able to deliver here is the big question. He seemed fairly confident. Didn't seem too-phased in terms of the matchup, but considering what we saw from KC previously, got to keep your eye on Dosia man on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm also really enjoying seeing Dosia going towards that Neon as well. Again, he's been a very consistent factor for the side of KC. He's been able to show that time and time again, so having him on that Neon to me just makes sense.
It does, right? Like, the fact that we've seen Neon beat, I don't want to say it's an easy agent to run, right, because there's a high ceiling to it.
I mean, it does run pretty quickly.
Yeah, it does run pretty quickly, sure, but like the fact that like we have some good performance on, the fact that it needs to be in the comp at this point, Hypop, like, why not just stick him back on it?
win rate है उसका 100%.
I have a question.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Cheers, mate. Just shoot me down.
No, I'm with you on that.
At least he's being honest.
I think for Dosia in particular, again, his performance in terms of clutch ability and being able to anchor on the controller for me, massive positive.
Yeah, but both these teams really have to lock it in today because this match is crucial if they want to continue a run or start a run towards Masters London. We're ready to head into this one with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Ginny. It's time to kick this matchup off. I'm very excited to see a lot of different factors down on that stage, but most importantly, as the desk brought up, Neon's high scaling.
Yeah, the high scaling.
I don't know what to make of that, mostly because I don't know what it is.
Yeah, you know, he's had a long day. He's had a long day. We'll let it go. It's the accent, I'm sure. But nonetheless, we are getting into Heretics versus KC, a matchup that, well, when we looked at Heretics over the last couple of years, we would talk about this as like, okay, they're on their run to make it to another international event. This year has looked a little different. Mid-stage changes. A lot that needs to be fixed, and Kojmara as well. We saw him play over on the Chamber last week, but his most played agent, 45% of his play is on a singular agent. That agent is Neon. So I am quite excited to see if this will be the day where he shines. And Woot on the Phoenix, hey, he had the flashes on the Yoru, he's going for the same.
You know, we've seen this used to put those flashes up on a long, deny the space, but instead KC using the cage, reveal behind it, and already a lot of space taken, but the players on short can cut them off. These players from Heretics are completely isolated, and they're going to be dropped.
They're low though.
Short में बुआ क्या लेकिन?
Yeah, it's going to allow for them to
मतलब आए नहीं वापस गया ये problem नहीं है.
Plant will be coming in.
भाई अब भी कर लो जब वो बंदा प्लांट कर रहा है. एक का info है. Short में.
Tries to swap guns down to 1v1, and it is a matter of millimeters. 21 HP for Abez, but he will take that pistol round home.
A really nice attempt by Wood in particular. I mean, he gets a lot done. Those players are low, but one more connected shot, that becomes a much easier round. Oh, the flash. That was a little unfortunate. Definitely gave a little margin for error, but pistol round start for KC.
ये लोग का मेटा पर मैप फिक्स होता है या फिर वो सामने वाली टीम का प्रीवियस मेटा के हिसाब से एडजस्ट करते रहते हैं एक दूसरे के करंट मैचेस के हिसाब से ही एडजस्ट करते हैं करंट मेटा के
death isn't already around the corner.
प्रीवियस के हिसाब से कौन
Do you expect this to be a close matchup though?
No. I do. I think both teams have been messy. I think as well that you look at the sort of map veto, and both teams normally ban split. Both teams floated it. They tried to sort of move towards other avenues knowing that wasn't coming through. But what that means was the Pearl ban allowed a more awkward scenario for Heretics. Like KC banned the map they probably would have picked and maybe left Haven until last. Now they're going to pick Haven as one of their strongest maps, and it's a map that KC have looked good on. So I think there's a better opportunity for KC to win this 1-2-0 if any team is going to. But I'm fully expecting 3 maps in this series.
जो सपना आता है उसमें भी मैं ये नहीं सोचता हूँ कि 10 कमबैक मारेगा कि that's what I think.
Like I hope, because yeah, we've got to see a little bit of it, and it was
where Feeling
just like went absolutely mad with that sort of clutch at the end. So I think that like it's a map I love. I know a lot of people hate it. I feel like it's the Marmite of Valorant. For now though, you might be looking at this as like, oh, why are they just talking through this round? Woot is going to have to 1v5 with a Classic. He's got 1. Honestly, that's not bad, but he's not going to get anything else. And when you're retaking on this A site, you talk about like, oh, maybe you need the paranoia, you need to have your recon, everything available to get you back into the site. They don't have anything. They do have the recon. I would almost expect them to just die to the spike, but we'll see.
Well, I mean, a bookie in play, maybe you throw that, try to find the exits, do it.
अपने में 10,000 काश को समझे love you यार जिस दिन दुआ नंगा ना
throw the player themselves into the mix. It does look like they want a bit of a scrap, but I do agree it's likely to see the spike death. Heretics though have different ideas. In goes the bookie. Oh, damage to the kill. Another kill. Oh my goodness. Damage is going off here for Team Heretics. Look, all things considered, that's a fantastic round.
वो लोग का भी सब अल्टी आ गया, लून का भी अल्टी आ गया.
दोस्तों ने भी crazy मारा. Something missing. That was, I believe, an outlaw and another rifle. So yeah, that's quite an expensive round coming up for KC. When I said all there was a Bucky in play, And I'll be honest, it didn't really do that much. It was actually the classics that did everything for Heretics. So a little bit of extra damage. It's also interesting to me that Woot is the one that comes in with his ult when they lost both rounds and Levin's top of the board for his team. But obviously with the position of some of these orbs, you kind of expect them to be able to get one.
Yeah, it's a big part of playing against the Phoenix. Obviously with the Phoenix on their side, KC will want those orbs just as much for that early competition. This round, you know, it ends up being more costly to put those weapons up than they'd want, so they come in with some weaknesses. A pistol on Avez, a bucket as well in play.
Still
good opportunities to make use of those, especially in here towards Garage. I love the trap that's being set up though. Benji's got one in the window to catch them as they push through, and that might not be seen.
It's going to be the ult taken out, that's one, but not really too helpful. The train's His run it back, runs it back a little harder as he will put this into an advantageous position for Team Heretics. Smaras on the flank has a judge, that's why you're watching him use that classic, but even just locking them into position could be enough. Try and almost play with his opponents, and the stun is perfect. Leaves Levin alone to try and fight them all, and it is Woot to close things out with a triple. A solid start to the game for him individually, and I think with what we heard spoken about by Neil, Zenio, and Weber, that was the goal with this move. One of them is that, okay, we don't see it working.
Bhai मेरे को श्रद्धा कपूर पसंद है, क्या करूं भाई? Simple बात है, give up.
You know when we almost won champs, it's that again.
Give up करो.
Well, you can see it when they traded out running backs.
कौन सी टीम को support कर रहे हो?
A little bit deeper to take the fight towards Garage, and already his teammates are filling in the space.
Second kill जो मारा ना ultimate.
With no risk really. And Heretics also adapting well. Early A pressure was put out by KC with an immediate wrap back, and they end up playing the retake perfectly.
It's also interesting, Benji actually dies swinging the other run it back. So they would rather sacrifice Benji than Woot's run it back.
Woot up, yeah.
Which feels mental, but well, I assume that he just maybe didn't realize that it was coming through. Early control. Just a walk up, in fact, coming out from Woot. Full A main already taken. Garage being challenged for, trip broken.
Both trips gone.
Basically just trying to put doubt in the minds of opponents, and while Levin's just gone walkabout. Oh, Coach Marks is a little bit lucky to be alive there, but he's even things up.
थोड़ा neon balanced isn't लग रहा है मेरे को.
Movement so hard to hit. It buys him enough time to land the shot back in return. KC.
हल्का सा balanced isn't लग रहा है.
But I mean, they're spreading a pretty wide net. You can still see some presence on C-Long. Grab a little bit of information.
Hey, 1 second, hello.
Information to Heretics.
Celebrity को मेरे पे करस्ता.
Have somebody move somewhere. But with 45 seconds, patience from the defense is about to be rewarded with a chance for Woot, and well, he's cashing those in every day of the week.
Yeah, could even heal himself up a little bit. Not going to be dealt with B site. Somewhat open, but the cross is being held. Rians is making sure that nobody can get to that backside. And actually, quite lucky, his dart has just come back online. Could potentially try and reveal someone for a teammate, but just going to be patiently waiting for them to slowly be surrounded. That flank coming through, but the re-aggression on the other side has leveled things up. Koshmara's now down. And in fact, this is going further. The Turkish duo to try and turn this back. Not another one. Rians can't get anything, and it's left all onto Woot. At least started things off reasonably well, but they are not giving him anything. That contact sat on the other side. Dosia waiting, and the wraparound is perfect. A wonderful post spawn from the KC players. And one that's quite dynamic as well. We spoke about Avez as a leader. I feel like he made all the calls in that moment.
Yeah, I think, again, starting out for Team Heretics, the patient display that they had set them up for success. The fact that Avez is able to thread the needle around, catching them completely off guard. It's a big problem for that defensive side. Woot's been able to bail them out of a bad situation. And I feel like in that round, we just got to see what happens when he isn't there. And it's not a good sign. Someone else has to step up to that plate. 3-1 start. Still a decent buy for Heretics in this round, and Boo's going.
Recently, आपका favorite player कौन है?
Koshmaros is so far behind him. The player's ready to burst out of Garage, yet to make a move, but that's gotten them into position. Oh no! having Boo where he is and then peeking out like that, losing a player, it forces Boo's hand. He wants to play aggressive, but they're waiting. And KC are being fed the opening advantage.
मुझे आप पसंद हो क्या करो सुपरसेट करो बहुत ज़्यादा रेड में करो हर दिन यशु भाई
KC doing well to just soak up that pressure. It's patience that ends up working out for them.
रेड सुपरसेट 30 days तक
Also hitting one of the few players that actually had the 50 shields. So everybody else, bar Riens, who's only on a pistol, is now one shot to that sniper. And KC just taking things incredibly slow. And this is sort of what I've talked about. Like, they look good on this map as a recent. Playing versus mates, playing close versus liquid. And well, Mitch, it's no surprise that Heretics in this moment decided we need to gamble, we need to take a risk. And that risk has taken them in the wrong direction.
30 seconds left.
सीधा से वो लोग हिलेंगे भी नहीं शायद वहाँ से.
We talked about the solid retake they had 2 rounds ago that came off the back of Woot. Came off the back of a run it back. But it's just one away, but he's also out of the round. So for KC,
क्या?
They're going for it already feel good, but playing deep, counter flashing, the initial plan to break out.
क्या?
Paranoia still with a paranoia ready, like they haven't overreacted. They played this one perfectly in terms of util. Heretics are still going.
Yeah, they found 2 quick kills. Somehow this became competitive, but not for long. The narrator of old shows up once again, and a 3K that completely shuts down that retake.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad start. They found an opening with a pistol on Boo as well as Koshmaros just diving through.
Language, Praveen.
Jeez, that's ridiculous.
Nice! Let's go!
Just as it seems they're making a dent in that retake, even without Woot, sent right back to the drawing board.
Just left side pain हो रहे हैं.
Called a timeout.
ये ले मेरी
Jydad. This being their map pick as well. You gotta hope they come up with solutions soon.
Well, yeah, we're talking of this map in general for Heretics. Even when things have looked bad, this has been the safety. Like, this has been the map where you go, okay, like, maybe we're losing everywhere else, but we can always default back to this map. And I know you look, the last time they played, it was a 13-5 versus 13-8 versus KC. They beat Ulf, they beat Na'Vi again. Like, sure, they had a loss to GX in the mix, so I think counted the hell out of them. But this was always their map. And I will admit, there are times where they have slow starts, they go onto the attack, and they absolutely blitz everybody. But it is looking a little bit more shaky. I still sit back with the problem of, like, firstly, they revolved a lot around the Yoru, the ability to take these aggressive control and then TP to the other side, and you'll have a bolstered up site, which worked perfectly when they had Mini, but still worked great even when Woot was playing it. The problem now, you don't have that anymore. I'm sure they're still getting aggressive, but we are seeing them get shut down with a lot of this early aggression.
Well, even then, right, they had the right pieces in place with Boo making it down mid. They had a reaction ready if he took a fight. The Phoenix Flash going out of garage.
If you read my chat every day, 30 days, I'll super chat every day. ठीक है.
Neon Aries.
Red करना.
Honestly, it doesn't matter the hero, the agent. I don't like the Aries. It's just an awful weapon, a truly awful weapon. But better
भाई यही मेरे को
weapon.
समझ में नहीं आता.
Finds an opening, and Heretics, you talked about them getting punished in that defensive side aggression. Well, on the low buy, they've had a huge reward. Granted, they won't get the rifle.
डेलिवेशन डेलुलू एंगल ये वाला लेकिन इसको एंगल ऑफ एलिवेशन में उसका हेड नहीं दिख रहा लेकिन फिर भी वो हेडशॉट गया कैसे
The question is, did that apply to
बस मैं 20
rupees
दोगे तो रास की बात बताऊंगा
डन
दे दिया समझ
it's been the rest of the team that's been a little bit more quiet. TP used, I like it. Investing an ult or 2 in this round, especially ones that are not too costly. Woot though.
Yes, but thank you for the 2 euros of the pound of the dollars मेरे जान today.
Neon Aries sits at the back of the site and even committing an ult in on the other side, but they wipe down 2 in quick succession. 11 low, but can of course get him back at least a little bit in that health department as they look to plant.
Info चाहिए पड़ी शॉर्टकट पड़ी
great counterplay though.
Info चाहिए
You saw the flash go through from Woot.
गरज वाले को मारेंगे पहले.
They put in the Neon Stone, they put in the Fade ult, and well, that Pink's almost taken Boo out of the round completely. Almost more importantly, got KC a little bit of a foothold.
But look at what
as Riens is clearing it. Levin is wrapping around behind. He's seen him and takes him down with ease. Hold on. But now he's the last man standing. Put it back available, but he doesn't get
Short
to
Benji bhai kya round jeete?
This was such a peculiar one because I don't necessarily mind the re-aggression from KC. They had that deeper plan. They wanted to try and take some control, but it was just the moment where you go,
पहली
okay, well,
बार
now
टीम
they'll
पे
shut out
चालू
some of those
किया
guys.
और
Now,
तुमने
like,
नुन्नी
I
बोल
thought
दी
Boo was dead to rights.
बड़े
Somehow,
पकड़े
yeah, look, 3 HP.
देखो लाइक करो
Give the space to Benji, who came in on a flank, picked up a gun, and got 2 kills for
Picked up
him.
an elbow of all weapons. Like, as long as somebody has tickled them up, the smallest amount of damage, and it's a one-shot kill. And hell, if they've got light shields, even better. So for him, to find that time in that space as well, and an easy double to close it. All criticism out the window. Heretics make it work with a low buy. Now it's about consistency. It's about putting those rounds up again and again, because the problems that were there haven't necessarily disappeared.
This is a very early ult. This is just bait. Yeah, they're just trying to force people in a rotation, but then they realize there's actually nobody on C. So I guess the bait has now become the actual push, a full post plant guaranteed. But you understand it. You have that Hunter Sphere available. That's one freebie. And then you also have the potential for Woot to run in on that run it back as well. Benji ready for this push as they look to go in, but they line up for the raid. Again, on the attempted retake, it's an easy double. Dosi are also still waiting on the judge, but they are forced to go back the other way. This is a little risky. They need someone to defend the opponent, and they haven't managed to do it. From behind, they get slaughtered. And KC, well, you gave them a free sight, and they take it a free round.
I'm pretty sure when Koshmaros was rotating from B to C, he shot 2 random bullets through the wall that both connected onto Doja. He was so low. And then the rate just bailed him out. Basically gets 4 kills with one of them being the Phoenix. And then it's Doja to close him out as he's coming out of ult. That's going to be such a frustrating round for Heretics. They come in with money, a chance to reset their economy, get back into some greener pastures, and they invest a Hunter's Fury for an opening pick. And then they invest the right back and lose almost immediately. A really costly round in so many different ways.
They had basically the perfect ultimate to retake that site. They set up for the retake on that site. They get an opener to retake on that site, and they lose convincingly.
But I understand it. You've seen the raid in the window. He takes a double. He moves to side. He kills 2 more. Takes out the ult, right? So then you're not really worried about Doja at that point. You know Naraid's gone to site. You think they've left garage open, and you find out the hard way that they haven't. It's a hiccup, but a very, very costly one.
Yeah, looking like a further extension to the lead. This C site has honestly been pretty free so far. So no surprise, they're going again. Yep, Boo's gone. Benji at the back of the site. Paranoia seized. I assume there's going to be someone. Yep, they definitely know he's there. They have hit him with everything, but not actually dealt with it. And eventually, the weaker weaponry makes that quite easy. Rian still has a rifle, but you assume he's going to just save this?
He
is stepping into the ring.
3 साल से पूरा VCT आपके स्ट्रीम में देख रहा हूँ. Love you मेरे जान गुटे.
That's a nice shot. First one goes his way.
3 साल में मैंने कितना VCT स्ट्रीम किया रहेगा. सोच बस सोच. Actually 4 साल हो गए.
Still has a drone, still has dart, still has shock darts as well. So he's got the utility for it, but I like this reposition again.
नहीं बे 5 साल हो गए मेरे को VCT स्ट्रीम करके.
Just basically going, all right, we're just not going to engage with Rian. We're not going to give him an opportunity to pull off one of those classic clutches we've seen from him so many a time. In fact, there's even a rotation back around to Sugetsu, who's only on 6 HP, so a swing out from him, incredibly risky. But being the last man, the last point of call, that should work out. And in fact, take a look at the nice shot from Rians, but yeah, it doesn't matter in the end. Sugetsu with a triple, a 6th on the board now for KC, and a half win already guaranteed for a map that was normally very solid for Heretics. It is looking weak.
Yeah, especially, okay,
this round
coming into this for KC, they have a huge advantage. The molly was really well placed to force Boo out of position. It is what it is. The fact that we've seen Heretics call a timeout, the fact that we've seen them get a Hail Mary low buy round, and then an opening pick in the next, and set up for the retake perfectly, no more hiccups, and then fall apart. That's a really worrying sign, because they've tried everything to steady the ship. And we're still some pretty shaky ground here. Oh my goodness. Well, I said they tried everything. The Odin I didn't expect on the Neon, and, well, there was no one there. Instead, they've walked into B, found an opening on Taboo, and then walked right back out. Happy with their purchase.
They're going to go C again, aren't they? I can't blame them at this stage. It seems like every time they go that they succeed.
I think Heretics have that read.
Yeah.
They rotate.
Well, you say that. They've rotated 2 people A and 2 people C. So I think they're just gambling.
Actually, yeah. play the extremities.
Swinging, they've just been domed by 11. He did have support, but he didn't need it. 0 damage taken, ult in the back pocket, and those two players on A, more specifically the Nodin, is going to be saved. Thoughts on the Nodin?
The Neon Odin, yeah.
Are you just taking the first two letters?
To be honest, I like the Odin on anyone. I think it's a solid gun to pick up. You think about the sliding accuracy that you have with Neon. You get up close.
Love you, Binks. Bye. Love you.
It could definitely make the difference. Would it be my preference?
What about mix?
No. Okay, no. Come on.
You said any agent?
On any usable agent.
Oh,
on any agent who provides value to the team playing them. Yeah, sure.
Last player standing.
Maybe not on the guy that can end with 60 assists because he healed the enemy team. That's 61 assists in the game. You ever see that?
Well, here we go.
Impressive.
Anything extra? No. Levin is now on a tear as well. So it wasn't bad enough for the side of Heretics. KC really starting to run away with this. And it's something I mentioned. I feel like they played this veto incredibly well. They knew where this would be going. I think they could have a decent idea of what their opponents would be running. And it's a map that they felt confident on. So thus far, KC have been firmly in the driver's seat. And we're now going to look back at what Heretics can do with their second timeout. In a singular half, they are in trouble. And Mitch, we're just looking at their previous placements. This is something that doesn't happen. They always make playoffs since this roster has existed.
Yeah, this is not like the top 7 placements that they've had, and we're leaving out some real stinkers. No, this is who they are. They are the team that, for a long time, made the deep runs. They were the bridesmaid, never winning a final, and they've fallen off since then. Now they've started to add in some 5th to 6th, some 6th place. This is the worst that they've looked at any stage, though. 0-2 down, coming into their map pick in this series. 2 timeouts within the first 10 rounds. This is scary to be a Heretics fan.
To put into perspective, like say you're a newer viewer,
teams
used to not ban their permaban to ban Haven versus Heretics. Like that was genuinely what they had to do.
It was Haven, yeah.
Because
I forgot about that.
Because otherwise they'd lose. Like it was like, do we want to play our permaban or lose a map? I think we'll play our permaban.
And you know, even the narrative wouldn't be like, oh, they're going to try on Haven. Let's see how they get on. It was like, nope, 1-0 down already. There's no point even watching this map. And this is what it's devolved into now. You've had changes in roster with Miniboo out. You've had, obviously, a swap in and out with Comeback and so on. But this is not the Heretics that we've come to know and love. KC, on the other hand, they've got to be feeling great.
Oh, yeah, no, they look fantastic. Everything working out for them. Levin has missed Boo at the back of the side, but he's almost got Benji instead. He won't mind too. Are they doing the same again? No, they've got the post plant this time instead.
Oh my god, heavy molly.
Making things awkward, making sure that nobody can get on that diffuser. I think that's the only way they could really win this. The weaponry, it's just not good for the side of Heretics, but you know, the low weaponry did manage to make it work. Another one coming through. Could it be a second Thrifty? And it's now left all up to Sugetsu, set up as a firing squad. He's got to try and deny him. No, of course this will be the Heretics win. For the second time.
Obviously, this was all part of the timeout, all part of the plan.
You saw it coming. You predicted it.
Naturally, yes.
You're going to reveal. They're going to win round 10 with pistols.
Check your underwear, Tom.
I'm not wearing any. How did you do that?
I've been in Mumbai ka match. मैं बारिश हो no worries Binks by 4-8 है
7-3
पेज को एक राउंड और चाहिए राउंड मेरे राउंड रे
sickening to say the least. They're coming in with these low pies. Chaos is unfolding and they're walking out with it. KC played that post plant right as well. They bought so much time with the util. They burned down most of the smokes. There was one left by the time we came to the last opportunity. But then there was only one player left to try to spam through it, and he had an outlaw. 7-3, not where I thought we'd be at this stage. It seemed certain that KC would find an 8th, and well, maybe they still will. I like this. Another push down C long. They haven't done it too often. I think it's only the second time.
Because normally KC goes C.
Actually, last time, yeah. And last time it was playing with pistols.
Yeah, with the sheriff.
They went for the rundown. So on a full buy, KC not really expecting this, at least for now. Oh. He saw the lag of someone, but I don't know if he noticed.
Yeah, they
easy for us with X-ray.
From the shadows, but it hasn't pulled a full rotation. This is a very peculiar round at this point with how deep they are still on C, just waiting by the trip. Now they go pushing, and Benji, he just couldn't connect, and he's been wrecked. They had the right idea, but it didn't even matter too much. Rians is desperately trying to save them here. Boom, well, he's gone down as well. Kushmaras, the new man on the block, left in a 1v4. He's going to try and bait them. I thought for a second they're going to reposition completely, but no, just claiming heaven control. This is
Spike planted.
maybe an unexpected position.
तुम लोगों ने देखा वो ट्रिप कैसे नहीं टूट रहा था?
On the other side, and yeah, he's not going to expect Narrate to be there. 8 to 3. It's not got any better. I still don't actually know if they want to buy round yet. And can I just have one more thing that probably upset the Heretics fans at home?
Sure.
So the last time they played this map was versus Na'Vi, which they won. Comeback got 29 kills and 12 deaths.
How many kills he got this time, Tom?
Less.
NA.
भाई कैसे कास्टर से भाई?
He was their best player and on the Neon as well. And it's like, I don't want to harp on Kushmaras. I just think that... Not there was a rash move based on everything that been said. That's
Chat like we are close to 3k likes, boys.
They just hit him with the Hunter's Fury there, and I think that might have been the only person they hit. So.
Pop, disadvantage gained. Exactly what you want. Now to the backside where Benji is being pressured. Woot steps in to try to help out, but there's no targets. He can't see anyone, and when he does finally make contact, it's Abez straight into his dome. Nice shots back though. And hot hands from Levin, even claiming a kill. And for Heretics, damage done, sure, but they can't follow up on anything. A 9-3 scoreline at the half. And to be honest, the rounds that Heretics found, they were kind of lucky to get.
Yeah, no, this has been utter madness. KC on their opponent's map choice dominating. We'll see if Heretics have got anything left in the tank after the break.
Omen blind perfect. Blind perfect. उधर Phoenix ने देख ये वाला बॉल बना के सिटी में उसने वो डाला है मॉली. रोटेशंस आ भी नहीं रहा है और प्लस वो वहाँ पे फाइट ले रहा है. Clean बे. There is road to diamond तेरे मेरे को नहीं लगता वो diamond तेरे कभी होएगा. अच्छा प्लेयर है वो. वेन क्लाउडे ने मेरे को टांग दिया था ना. मेरे को तो लगता है वो प्लैट जाएगा. टाइम आउट कॉल कौन करता है? प्लेयर था कोच. कोच वो किसी और टीम में गए क्या? यस सर. Perfect days dropped in with a big mistake for a change. They should have put come back on Dur and
from KC so far 9-3 on the board. This is their opponent's map pick. Quite a start, and I think the whole team is having a good shot.
भाई देखो जब तक changes होएगा नहीं right या wrong समझेगा नहीं.
Oh, for sure. Like, I think he got completely shut down versus mate, and he's one of those talking.
भाई अभी तो तुम लोग को समझ में आ गया रहेगा. हम लोग को हर चेंज के बारे में बोला, हर टाइप की गालियाँ पड़ी, और एंड में क्या हो गया? सॉरी यू नो बेटर. वो वाला फंडा है भाई. अगर रिजल्ट लाया तो फिर बराबर है, अगर रिजल्ट नहीं लाया तो गाली पड़ेगी. वो वाला सीन है. लेकिन वो सब के लिए चेंज इज नेसेसरी. चेंज इज नेसेसरी. दैट इज द ओनली थिंग कांस्टेंट. समझ रहे हो?
Phoenix is 19-2.
I'm guessing that's non-mirror.
Yeah, I'd hope it's non-mirror. It's going to be 20-3 soon. That'll mess it up a little bit. So right here we got the Phoenix v Phoenix. See whose hands are hotter. KC, my goodness, they're playing an aggressive game. 4 players already pushed up. Taking control over A main. The flash out's going to be dangerous. Luckily, they've already fallen back. Heretics just about missed the brute force that was coming their way. But Benji, he hasn't got a get out of jail free card. He's got to fight.
Shot! Where
did he come from?
Spike planted.
Dosia. He's used to being able to teleport, but it felt like he did it on the Neon for a moment. Still though, a post plant 4v4. the attack side was always the one that many will fear most. So we'll see if KC can get that little bit of a boost. And the aggressive fighting not working out initially, but they do still have Woot with the flash. A second one ready to go, but Sugetsu seemingly full blinded, manages to land the shot. A second, and now it comes down to one. But the leader of Boo will hold the line and give them a lifeline at that.
Oh, big play from the IGL. I mean, this round really has a lot of weight to it. When you finish a half 9-3 and you lose the pistol, it already starts to feel like time to go on to the next map. Yeah, look, he just pops up on his screen.
Sugetsu, I guess he wasn't full blind.
W3D2
or just didn't quite catch him enough, because it seemed like he could see perfectly by the time they came around the corner.
Energy hai, energy hai, energy hai.
Yeah, good sugar honey iced tea.
Huh?
Now for Heretics, as I said, very, very valuable round to win. This, you know, even more important. Weapons are solid in their camp. You've got obviously the Guardian and the Marshal for taking those ranged fights. And when it comes to KC, the fear is, you know, these are the rounds that Heretics made work. But with Heretics buy-up, you would have to do a lot of damage for them to feel it in the next. That's a great start. Okay.
Yeah, I'd say it's a very good start. He is headshotting 2 players and killed one of them.
The rotates are in.
Yeah.
This is dangerous.
I'm out of here.
Sugetsu's definitely on one today. There were many players that we could highlight coming out of the break. Obviously, VIT is man running it down. He was sort of lurking around the map. It's ended up 15-7. They've had to give the sniper over to Brians. Boo with the Spectre. So it's onto the double duelist to kind of do everything here. Stun a little bit too deep. Almost used as some sort of fireball, and it's not worked out. And if anything, well, at this point, Woot needs to stop killing people. He's already got his ult, so, you know, let someone else. There, good job.
Shot
He did, yeah. The rate's also been looking pretty good.
अभी तो NS VCT जीता तो ये कौन सा VCT है? VCT का 3 मैचेस रहता है. एक मास्टर्स, उसके बाद दूसरा मास्टर्स और उसके बाद सबसे बाद चैंप्स.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say wasted.
तो एक NS जीता अभी दूसरा हो रहा है. इसके बाद चैंप्स.
That's a very upset face for what was, you know, mid-round. This is the important one. Rifles up.
Yeah, I think as well. You drop one more, a gun disappears instead. It's 3 rifles, Spectre, Marshal, the flash over the top. Okay, I thought for a second he got the kill, but it was actually Levin. They know where he is, trapped in the corner, flash still available, has support, but doesn't manage to win the fight. Woot's done well. An early opener, and with the potential to reclaim some of those weapons,
9-6, 9-7, comebackable. Huh? Heavy comebackable.
Exploited. I mean, once they break the trip, Sugetsu's going to know, but there's 2 players that have to cross back. I don't think he was spotted by that camera either. He had the pixel angle, but had to be worried about a walkout on mid as well. Nothing comes of it as the trip is broken. The play is a
bro. अगर वो लोग fast flood किया 3v3 उमिन बहुत दूर
है. It is a death ball. This could be dangerous again if Heretics go for deeper control. They'll walk right into the numbers. They had no idea what they were stepping into.
That's such a good adaptation from KC. They didn't have anything to get them back in other than a singular Prowler, and now Boo is all that remains. A wonderful adaptation in the mid-round from KC for a round that looked like it was slipping away. And from the potential of Heretics winning a bonus, they now have to come back with the buy themselves.
Very nice stuff. In terms of what they get out of there with, though.
मैंने जब देखना शुरू किया था तब आपके 89 के सबसे जब
for the first full line coming in for Team Heretics to have that run it back to
love you, मेरे जान के
really pave the way, especially in a man like Woot who's been getting so much value from it. We've seen players throw themselves in a grenade just so he can keep on going.
फिर भी तेरा भाई down to earth.
He's about to reset and he'll get his health back.
Yep.
Oh, it's a deep play right away.
The blue blind.
Kosh Maris has done the damage, and you still have a run it back. This should be their round.
We have seen that before, though. Them get an opener, have a run it back, and still lose the round. So I'm not counting any chickens just yet, but just look at the rotations. Again, from KC, you understand it. You've got all of your credits invested into this round. You lose it here. Saving might be the best idea. Although a quick wraparound could actually cause issues. I am looking, however, at Boo, and I think Boo has been checking this over time.
Well, he's been setting the spot the entire round, so...
But they're high to
Elisa
G from my side.
The second they go marching through, and they're about to break the trip, put the paranoia through. He knows now where the forces are coming from, and he can slip right into that space as Rian's lands one from behind. Koshmara's from the site, and the final dagger. Well, I was going to say will be placed into KC's back from window, but Avaz makes it away from that battle. Not unscathed, but still breathing at least. And it looks like they're going to give him the weapon. So he carries forward one weapon, but Heretics find their way to 6. And I do think that the attack side is a great place for them to try and recover on what was an awful first half, now that they get to dictate the pace. Because a lot of it did feel like KC came swinging out of those barriers, and Heretics were not ready to take one to the jaw. Whereas this time, they get to strike first.
It was almost a retake simulator, but their opponents were also just playing very aggressive retakes. So it's like, okay, guys, I'm setting on my paranoia. I'm dead. Okay, you set up the... Oh, you're dead. We've used to run it back. There's now a guy sat behind you with a judge for when you come back. It's like, it wasn't normal retakes.
A lot of this stuff from KC as well was like Doja holding his stun, Levin holding his flashes for when those retakes came through, and they would just cancel your util. Nightfall would go through. Like, there was a constant refight for that space, so you couldn't actually get your retake started. And I know, like, we'll probably hear it on the desk. Hypok's a big fan of that. This sort of a breakdown. But this was, it was a really, really nice early play in those retakes to deny. And now you don't have the chance to do that in the defense as much.
So you didn't like the Naries?
No.
What about the Fairies?
What? I'm not, what?
The Fade Aries.
Oh, for God's sake. I think it just, I honestly, I don't think you need to ask me this anymore. It's a pretty standard across the board opinion. The Aries sucks.
Well, the next person to bite, you're still getting it. Happens though, he's done well. There comes the Aries from above. You couldn't have done that with any other guy.
क्या है वो कहाँ पे था वो दिखाओ?
No, I don't think
किधर लगा बे वो?
2 versus 5. This was a round that should have been a done deal, and now all of that weaponry has been picked up. The rotation has been spotted. Dosia is hightailing it to the other side of the map, and even getting in a post plant here might be difficult. This is looking like everything could come crashing down, and if it wasn't bad enough, also being revealed. So even planting is going to take an extra moment. For Rians and Benji, this clutch could be the difference between the map slipping away, but with a run it back already clearing Avid, patiently waiting, and the only kill that they've got is on a player that comes right back to life. There is no hope for the side of Heretics. And what was an opportunity for them to win a round, well, it falls at the hands of the Aries.
I'm not sure that's true, Tom. I think Avez's positioning with not the Aries was far more important. Classic kill as well. Value in this round, so let that tell you whatever it needs to. You thought the round ended? Okay, that's confusing because I was going to say really nice play to spam the wall so his teammate could come and get him distracted, but he thought the round was up. I don't know how that happens, but all right, good. It looks like we might be getting a timeout, and indeed we are. This time from KC. At 11.
That Ferris joke was so horrendous. देखा मेरे jokes अच्छे रहते ना आती चीते वाले.
This is what happens. Checking that is.
Guy मुझे और बट्टी कैसे करूँ? कल Pacific के मेरी जान.
I have a feeling that some of our players might not be taking this very seriously.
कोई ना कोई करेगा लेकिन अपन में से tension ना लो.
So you know what? I'm going to take a pause here. Either that or he loves the idea of just Neil and Weber molding and are just like, let's let them have a chat.
To be honest, I would rate it so much if Heretics, I know they can't, sorry, if KC, I know they can't take their heads off, but if they just stood up and stared across the stage.
But in the preference
someone's going to do it eventually, it'll probably be BDL.
So
like 11-0
you also don't have to take your headphones to do that.
No, I know, but it would, just so they can show that we're not listening.
Extra info
we're not talking, we're just staring, but there would be some
neon, I would say.
Issues with that approach.
भागने वाला agent का sound ही नहीं आएगा.
I don't think they need any extra help right now, if I'm being honest. 11-6 up. It looked for a brief moment.
Fade बस ज़्यादा info देता
और कुछ नहीं. That maybe there was a chance.
Slow खेलते ना तो दो prowler क्या आराम से reveal वो कर सकते हैं, angles खाली कर सकते हैं. Plus reveal एक angle.
Anyways, 11-6, yeah. Carry on.
तो info wise बड़े map में
This really does feel
Fade
like do
अच्छा
or die.
especially
The
जो
thing
team
is
slow
the
खेलता
pause
है especially
timing
जो team slow खेलता है
actually is wonderful for Heretics, giving the coaching staff an
जो
opportunity.
team fast खेलता है
They
वो
come
लोगों
in
को
with
अच्छा है
almost a 4x Koshmara's overdrive in hand and a Bucky. And a very aggressive stance from the defense. Dosia just waiting for contact. The second that contact comes through, and that contact is coming any moment. The flash could be perfect. There's the moment to strike. Flash through Paranoia as well. But even still, it's only the 1-for-1 trade. But there comes the Bucky to actually save the day. Looking for a little bit more. Aves now stuck in the mud. Sugetsu tries to help him out. But the trade's coming back thick and fast. And it's left all onto Narrate. He's had many a moment so far. And his timing is looking excellent. He's going to hear the steps as they run towards the A site. The timing not quite there for him to get directly behind just until this moment. And there's the freebie on the first, but Boo does at least manage to turn. He can now take that spike away back into the 1 versus 1, but already revealed. And now trying to just get that plant through the back of the site. Will be hit by the Prowler. The problem, though, is there isn't any opportunity to immediately act. It's a good thing there wasn't, because he TP'd straight into a wall.
Not right. Oh, okay.
ये बता देगा.
I was gonna say he's stolen the info away, right?
ये बता देगा
he's on short, but the ult goes through, doesn't catch him either. Boo played this perfectly by giving up that space, but it's gonna be obvious, certainly with that Prowler. The problem is, it'll be obvious he went towards spawn, but you don't know if he's up in heaven. And if the Prowler went towards spawn, sure, you get that information. Okay, he's at least got the C's up. Only needs to worry about spawn for now. Watching the right angle, but Boo is so patient. But Narrate with a wall bang, that might have been running as well.
He's got plenty of time. He's got plenty of time. It's not even particularly close. A Red Bull clutch that ends with Narrate just being super, super patient. I thought the Boo had him on the other side just by waiting as long as he did. Like, he could have even wrapped back around. And the way this round started, I was thinking, okay, they've got it in the bag, but Narrate's quick thinking to get in on that flank, and then just to
रात को है कर सकते हैं रात को EMEA और NA है उसका क्या करो
No, that was so nice, man. And I think for Narrate as well, you can see he uses all his utility to clear these spaces. It's unfortunate for him that he doesn't find where Boo is, but makes the best of a bad situation. The C's up top buys him enough time, but honestly, I thought he got back to looking at heaven.
RNG board Boo देखो फिर भी उधर है गान जल्दी नहीं
Ready. An attempt at a fast-paced take, but it seems like it's failed miserably. They needed at least something here. The trade's back and forth, at least giving Koshmaras a chance, but it is a shutdown. 13-6, KC came in to the map of Haven as what seemed to be maybe an underdog, because it was picked by their opponent, but it's been anything but. Nonetheless, I believe in just a moment we're going to be heading down to the sideline with Aves.
Aves, that was a 13-6 win on Haven, which historically is a really good map for Heretics. Considering you've been in this IGL role and there's so much pressure for this series, now that you've got the momentum going, how is it calling these rounds as an IGL under so much pressure?
To be honest, I'm starting to get used to it. I feel like game by game, I'm just getting more used to being like the main IGL of the team, and I feel like it's gonna get even better.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for your time. I'm gonna let you join your team. That's it from us for now. We're gonna be heading to a quick feature and then a break, and we'll be back.
Hey, लेकिन वो लोग नियॉन स्पेस नहीं कर पा रहा कौन
I mean, looking back at the kickoff, I think we were not satisfied with our performance at all.
अंदर घुस के last one to die वाला scene हो रहा है.
There's like new teams that are really hungry to win, you know, and then we couldn't catch them up, I would say. And then we just made the change. We had to get used to each other as well. So yeah, it wasn't the best performance in kickoff for us, but yeah, we are improving. I think the biggest lesson we got from the kickoff is like how we're gonna work with the new roster. So I think we are doing a good job right now, trying to fix stuff, you know, trying like, new systems, new things, you know. I think it's working for us now, so we are happy about it.
Video में comeback back का दिखाया. हो गया
I think we have been practicing really hard last 3 weeks or like 1 month, and I'm very confident in ourselves. I think we will do much better than kickoff. So yeah, I think we are all really confident.
Oh shit.
At least top 3, successful stage 1 for us. But obviously the goal is winning it. But yeah, at least a top 3 to go to
Oh shit.
How far we can go this year is I think we can win like multiple tournaments, I would say, if we all like perform like our best, you know. So yeah, I think our first goal is qualifying for Masters London, because Benji Fish's hometown, you know. We really want to do it for Benji.
Benji Balde!
I want to win it, of course.
वॉच पार्टी के बाद क्या प्लान है ये तुम लोग को मालूम पड़ेगा 7K लाइक्स पे 7K गांड में दम में तो करके दिखाओ बे वर्सेस आरएम देखी क्या नहीं देखी भगवत भाई मैं नहीं देखी मेरे को टाइम नहीं मिल रहा है और टाइम मिलेगा भी तो मैं बे वर्सेस आरएम नहीं देखूंगा नहीं होने वाला 1 मिलियन हाँ स्ट्रॉन्ग फीलिंग है स्ट्रॉन्ग एकदम खतरनाक अंदर से फील आ रहा है अंदर से एकदम यहाँ पे ऐसी नीचे झाकड़ी मारेगा जो दिखता है ना वहाँ पे अंदर से फीलिंग 1 मिलियन नहीं होने वाला है ओके बाय लिखा मतलब इधर ही है अभी तक अनसब नहीं किया इधर ही है इधर ही इधर ही W इधर ही है हाँ आपको देख के कुछ होता है लैंग्वेज कैंसल बिंक्स हेड स्प्रेड कटे हो अरे पहले लिख ले बाबा बराबर हाँ प्लीज हेड स्प्रेड कटे हुए हुआ क्या होगा
KC find themselves in the lead in one of the most important matchups, if not the most important one they have had so far against Heretics, winning Haven as well, which was Heretics' map pick.
I mean, it feels like it's always been Heretics' map pick, right? It's the map that they're most known for. And the thing that's crazy about it, for the past 2 weeks, teams have been banning it against Heretics because they think, well, listen, that's the specialty, that's what we expect them to go and win on. And now it feels like the wound, which we thought was pretty bad, looks even worse. It looks like Heretics are in a real crisis point like right now, and I don't know how they bounce back.
It's something that we're going to have to look forward to especially, but I think in general, when we're looking at this Haven and how it went, KC really was able to get the lead and just hold on to it. They were able to close out the rounds, they're able to get a lot of trades, and in general, the way that they executed the composition, regardless of how closely it is to Heretics, just was better.
Yeah, I agree, right? I think, but the thing for me right now is it looks like KC looked much more practiced on it. I think that's the big thing to take away from it. I mean, it's crazy to think, especially the fact that Heretics are known for playing double duelist there. Yeah, it's a different way of playing it, but at the same time, you can still do those set pieces on the Phoenix, on the Neon. And again, I can't believe that we're in this point, considering where Heretics were at the end of 25. Sure, they didn't do a great performance in Champions, but they still were there. They were still good enough to make it. And at this point in time, yeah, 2026 has been a whirlwind at this point.
You sound so doom and gloom, which I know it's a very difficult position to be in, and especially like to build up at the moment, considering as well the match they lost in the past year was the which they lost it. But I'd also like to focus on the positives here, especially from the KC side of things, because coming into this match, we said Dossier is one of those consistent players that is always stepping up, and it felt like today there were more players. Sugetsu really being one of them that was just able to lock in, get into that flow states, be that anchor for them when they needed him to.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like bouncing back from last week, he was 12 and 13 on Haven. I can't remember where he finished up at the end, but like you're seeing the highlights.
Not answering Mazakta, you're one of the best Indian valor creators. I love you, Mirijan, today.
Narrate was getting multi-kill after multi-kill.
बुरा लगा मेरे को मजाक से मेंबरशिप ले सकते हो?
Yeah, it's promising signs for Karmine Core, but again,
नया बंडल लिया क्या? नहीं बंडल नहीं मैं बच गया.
Game, a bad spell of form. Yeah, that's the question.
बस टाइमआउट क्यों मिली? या फिर स्पैम क्या रहेगा या फिर कैप्स में लेकर
to continue into the next.
Yeah, next one as well is going to be Lotus, and this is KC's map pick. So for my side of things, I feel, because we haven't seen it from them yet. So the question remains, what is KC cooking on here? What are we expecting? The composition on Haven was great. They got that Phoenix back, which is something that we've seen them do even before the Phoenix was a viable pick. But now that we're heading on to Lotus, I also want to see from Heretic side of things, what do you think they have to change in able to actually be able to contest this and push it to the side there? Because again, what's at stake here is your own actual control of whether or not you go to Masters London.
It's Jellybean में ना? Jellybean में Vandal है?
Back to basics. Let's just focus on playing off of one another. Make sure.
Drags by कैसे करूँ? यहाँ पे 3 रीजन का 16 घंटा 18 घंटा मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ.
Make sure they're clearing the corners. Not
कैसे करूँ मैं बताओ?
I mean, a team like KC will have
मनते हुए माँ कसम भाई माँ कसम अंदर से इतना मन है ना इतना मन है मेरे को उसका भी मन था वो वाला गेम फास्ट वाला उसमें मेरा मेन एजेंट था सुई डाल के भागने का सुई सुई सुई सुई सुई करके फेवरेट एजेंट नियॉन वहाँ का लेकिन क्या करूँ यार तारा भाई कमिटेड है जिस दिन ऐसा रहेगा ना मैच नहीं रहेगा तो मैं देखता हूँ मत लिखो वैलो इज द बेस्ट गेम मेरी बात सुनो जिस दिन ऐसा रहेगा कि मैचेस नहीं रहेगा उस दिन ट्राई कर सकते रुक जाओ कभी ये टाइम बताओ तुम लोग ने मेरे को वो कर दिया है यार मन तो है कल फुट लिक्विड जीता पैसिफिक फेनेटिक जीता 9:30 से लेके कब तक है क्योंकि एनए मिस नहीं कर सकता एनए C9 NV फ्यूरा EG है एनए मिस नहीं कर सकता नाइन 9:30 से कब तक है 6 मैच और एक मैच लगता है 45 मिनट्स बराबर 9:30 10:30 11:30 12:30 1:30 2 बजे तक बोल रहे 30 मिनट्स के बाद लॉबी में जाएंगे कूदेंगे उसका टाइम ऐड होएगा कि नहीं होएगा 2:30 को शार्प में जाऊंगा उधर अभी मेरे को पूछने दो मिल सकते हैं रुक जाओ इतने शॉर्ट नोटिस में पता नहीं क्या सीन है लेट मी चेक very unlikely
Something must have gone even more wrong.
You got
For me to be up here with you now.
Now we've replaced him completely.
Yeah, actually it works.
Maybe he'll even show up somewhere else along the way.
हमारे बाबू जी के मैनेजर पूछ सकते कितने बेशरम हो
But
तुम
Mike,
लोग.
something else has gone mad. I've just watched Heretics. They've played Haven, a map they always won.
Yeah.
They kind of got dogged, if I'm being honest. They got destroyed.
Yes, they did.
Thoughts?
It wasn't pretty. I mean, again,
Efforts के लिए like सब कर दो.
इधर
5 साल से efforts दिखा रहा 1 million नहीं हो रहे.
Maybe toying with those who are exploring some of this versatility. We're going to see it again here on Lotus for sure, but concerning to see a 13-6 here in map 1.
We're getting a brawl off rip. Koshmaras Sugetsu, immediate trade, an attempt to fight fire with fire with a double dive straight in on towards the Zay side. Dosia's come out on top. The trade back from Boo, still getting that little bit more aggressive, and a somewhat trapped Dosia, but it seems like he'll be able to fall back, and maybe they can play with the rotates a bit.
Broadcast में बता देना डन से.
To freeze here will force Heretics to be the one to.
अभी थोड़ा मोनोटोनस हो रहा है ना VCT. हाँ रे थोड़ा
Heretics
मोनोटोनस
going to
हो
be
रहा
ahead of this Tom.
है. CS का नया टीम है. ये बहुत मार रही है. सारे अच्छे टीम्स अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे. नए टीम में नए प्लेयर्स डिबेट पे मारे जा रहे हैं. कैसा एकदम मोनोटोनस.
Damage done to Wu and Benji. Down at 40 and 47 respectively. Boo still very healthy, but can just play the trades on the way back in, barring any heroics here from Sugetsu.
It was insane in the first map.
Bye-bye.
It would be incredible for him to do something like this again. They're already past his utility, and not this time. It will be a pistol round going the way of Heretics, and I'll be honest, it feels like a much needed one.
Yeah, definitely a chance early
language,
on
by language.
Maybe regain a bit of that mental.
They've got
to be rattled. They have to be. It's about Haven in general for Heretics. Against KC, in terms of the expectations, in terms of the performance we've seen, you'd hate to see that map 1 be the thing to unravel.
We're going to just ignore that, right?
Using the word unravel, I mean, we can't. It's on screen.
We can. We definitely can.
We are both bald, yes.
We are both bald.
Yeah. The hard hitting side, you prepped this, right? This is
हॉस्पिटल गया तो ट्वीट कर देना एक्स वाले पागल हो गए.
A little bit longer, yeah.
कोई नहीं कर रहा करके.
For 10 years.
YouTube में आके नॉर्मल कर
Nightmares happen. Enjoy it while you're young. That's all I
पता
say.
चला एक एकदम
Because you never know.
खतरनाक लास्ट टाइम जो मेरे को गाली देते वो लोग आए.
But no, I completely agree.
मिस किया और 10 गाली दे दिए.
Been a nightmare start for Heretics. A game that we've set up as a must-win. One that should be competitive. Maybe not this round though, which is starting to get a little bit dangerous, but Koshmaras.
तुम्हारा प्यार मिल रहा है मैं खुश हूँ.
And something I kind of wanted to ask you about this is,
बहुत गाली पड़ रही है उधर मेरे को ना.
comeback change happened because of things behind the scenes.
और इस बात है जो 20 ये लो ले लिया.
Sort of all of it is like, okay, he didn't agree with us. We had to change this. Comms are bad. You bring someone else in, it kind of needs to be better.
नेक्स्ट वालों को सीरियसली ना लो भाई. इतना अच्छा नाम था ट्विटर. क्या लगता है इलॉन भाई ने उसको एक्स क्यों किया? यप भाई सिंपल बात है ब्रे. सिंपल.
For me, right, if things don't fall into play and you talk about a player not aligning with the overall direction and comms being an issue, then there's a lot of other things that Koshmaras needs to be absolutely flawed. Again, the pressure unfortunately falls on him.
Yes, it's crazy.
It's a reflection of the team as a whole, but for him, it is a lot of pressure.
Double dive. Has already granted the space at Vice. Can delay, but when you have the ability to get past the wall and dive over, it can be trouble. So a quick take back though has definitely made things more interesting. Benji's just been wrecked through the wall, and Sugetsu actually swings. He wanted to try and take that fight, leaving 2 in the backline. Of course, the weaponry they have, they can opt to risk it. That wasn't a risk. That was.
Did the TP get blocked out of the corner?
Yeah. Well, it turns out if there's someone in the corner, you can't teleport into the corner.
Yeah. Funny how that works, but KC on the board here in map 2. Again, a fairly confident pivot early on here based on the information. That aggression outside A. KC able to stick the landing. Right, finding a beautiful kill onto Benji here.
Last week, he got knifed in the back by his brother. He brings in another Lithuanian and he gets killed by being blocked in a corner.
There's a theme here.
He needs to find a friend. That's what it is. Boo needs to find another nationality.
I think उसको बोला लेफ्ट काली आ जाए इधर करके. Smoke डाल के राइट साइड से रेट करते हैं और क्या.
KC back on the board. But we do have a buy.
A versus BBL का देखा वो भी 2-0 था. वो तो बुरा हमारा.
Looks as if they were going to go forwards, but
नहीं देखा रे मैंने लाइट गया था मेरा.
Maybe capitalize off this paranoia. unorthodox timing from them. Maybe had a sound cue they were waiting on. Yeah, no harm, no foul initially. Boo, potentially to go. Odaz continues to go forwards.
He managed to get two and drop the spike, smoke in hand, but nobody going to be able to capitalize. And now his teammates look to swing into action. It's all over from Rians. And I'll be honest, I thought the timing would be him dead.
Go together!
Continuing to progress in here. Again, maybe just not a good understanding of the timing of this door, but it's his second swing back in. Hugged the wall. 11, unfortunately.
12 दिन में बोलने का किया तब तक she chose someone else. And the plot is the guy she chose वो उसके best friend को पसंद करती best friend को पसंद करता था बराबर किया भाई तो यहाँ पे chat में आके love life रख रहा है तो बराबर छोड़ के perfect I support her hashtag
we're going to use this just to play Mitch now. Yeah. That's why you've got me here.
Maybe halfway through. We'll see how the Heretics do.
Casey this time though, heading towards Benji. To get to, we'll rip the ult. We're not going to get a massive amount of value off that. Benji does have a short, you can see it posted there.
They're quick on this as well, because Mara's looking to try and save his teammate. Comes out with two for it. Up above, Wu still sitting, and now Sugetsu left alone. This
Bro,
is looking like
TH is back. TH is back.
Yeah, KC feeding into the blender in a couple of these rounds. Heretics looking fairly flawless.
चुप रहा मैंने क्या किया?
In terms of this, greeting this aggression at least. Be an early timeout called here for KC. Probably to consider the approach. To play very aggressively around not necessarily landing just yet. A few of these engagements probably a bit of a coin toss, but Heretics already demonstrating the ability to reset after that map one.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's so important, especially when you've changed those pieces. There's so much pressure on them at this point, like especially looking at the last couple of years. They were a team that basically made every single international, I think, until kickoff.
Just to echo that as well, it's not necessarily, we're talking about kind of this comeback era for Heretics. Previous to that, these aren't just new questions this year or in general in terms of previous roster moves. Heretics have kind of been on that trend, which obviously led to Mini Boo obviously departing the team for, again at the time, whatever reason, whatever happened to be the reason. It doesn't necessarily change the perspective, I guess, the overall optics for this team. Which is why I think, again, you step into the firing line. A player like Koshmaras coming in here, it's not going to be easy.
No, for sure. And I think on the other side of things as well, it's like you blitz that first map, you're in your opponent's choice. If this starts to slip away, we have seen KC crumble a bit.
I mean, consistency and KC are really synonymous with each other.
That's not what the K stands for.
No, it's
my spelling's been really good.
God bless you, God bless you.
Consistency core. No, I don't think so. Chance here, obviously a little bit of investment. So gets to Ava's going to throw a rifle in here. Those going to try and make use of that. Again, we'll get a hint that Benji's positioned over towards A. And Sugetsu to try and capitalize, but Prowler is going to prevent any progress for him.
They're expecting someone close to the door instead.
Combo
It's only going to be the one. Wu tag low as well. It's getting dangerous, but Rian's the safe pair of hands. Sugetsu from the back can only get one. This leaves it all on to narrate. There was danger, but Heretics dealt with it.
Sugetsu just probably deterred enough, not able to backstab that effectively from main. Again, a beautiful catch on the C's. Well, maybe would have got a little more damage there, but maybe the paint shell just going a little too deep. I mean, that could have
let me think about it.
If it was a little closer. Again, beautiful crunch from Heretics. They looked really well drilled in a couple of these rounds now, where they're
Phoenix कौन से मैप में अच्छा है only Heaven या और भी Heaven में अच्छा है
absolutely nailing these engagements.
Born में अच्छा है
Early battle once again.
ये दो में बहुत ही अच्छा
back-to-back rounds of having this setup for Benji, and the spot not there, but the sound I think was heard. Wu maybe looking to go back for just a little bit more. Paranoia sent through, but it's a bait again. Almost playing off of each other. Narrate though quick enough to make sure that doesn't get out of control.
Yeah, 11 removed early on in this round. Struggling to get on the board here, sitting at 1 and 7.
बस भाई आप भी
side here, KC will have an open A side to play into. Curious if Heretics make further progress here to probably get a good read on the situation.
Benji's just playing off the wall.
Probably conscious here. They're so early on this plan.
Question mark.
Again, now actually slipping into towards B. No cats on the nightfall. And the race going to be the one now to potentially backstab.
Well, if he's looking the right way, they might completely miss the timing. They know
the
spike has gone down. And they're only just running back Sugetsu with quick enough reactions. But Woot's just going to wait patiently. Maybe put doubt into the minds of the opponent that anybody's still there. The problem is Benji's gone down as he was just waiting for Woot to make his move. The chance at victory seeming down to a mistake of KC. I don't see any other. Okay, there's one, but is he going to expect two more to be in the same corner? No, he doesn't. And Boo is left into a clutch versus 3. And one of those 3 is still wrapping around from their own spawn. Even escaping is going to be difficult. And he's, yeah, there's no way out of that one.
No, unfortunately not. KC will tie this up for a second round. Beautiful reposition or audible called. That space behind his ultimate. Again, curious decision to make, and it's actually only really the aggression or the proactivity on the side of Heretics that kind of leaves the back door open. Situations of just in terms of the audibles here. Definitely wanted to try and get ahead of KC. I think actually KC end up hitting the A side. They're going to be in a really awkward position. Again, as you noted, with util still being in play for Benji, plenty of opportunities for them to probably squash that.
Love you, can't believe watching it since 5 plus 1 month. My radiant thanks for editing all this there for you. Love you, मेरे जान करते हैं
control, or at least somewhat. They had to dive over the top of the wall, which this time was in place on the B side. 11 waiting as they attempt to push through. Benji's timing here could be everything. He's left his util on the other side of the map, has heard the full rotation in towards C, but is able to hold on to that spawn spot, because that was the worry last round. They got caught rotating.
There.
Dosia is still curious to
City plant के लेकिन hold नहीं कर पाएगा भाई सल्ट आने वाला है.
Let's get contact on the first here. Koshmaus actually moves Levin behind him.
Managing to fall back, Nightfall of their own. Leaving players low, leaving them deaf, and the spam from Koshmaras is perfect. Leaves 3 in the back of the side. Not the best block spot to try and hold for this one. It won't matter. Rians is just tearing them a new one.
Rians ने बट भाई Benji इतना W उसने वो जो gap है वो नहीं छोड़ा बे. वरना कोई और रहता था ना वो City चला जाता था. देखने को 1 kill मिलता है कि नहीं. लेकिन वो पूरा time देख रहा था 20 से कोई आ रहा है क्या City में.
In that situation, but I mean, I'm a little surprised by that being the aspect that Heretics are excelling here in this second map. Like I said, it would have been key for me for them to not approach this kind of, I guess, limp-wristed and a little complacent, especially considering a 13-6 map 1. Certainly not allowing KC to carry that momentum across. A little muted there for Benji, actually.
Yeah, maybe he's losing his voice.
Get him on the desk.
The operator for Koshmaras. Been very good so far. Spoke about that constant comparison to comeback. Big shoes to fill, but so far so good. The dive over the top, space being taken, but Benji is more than happy to just fall back into his utility.
Again, Heretics were in position to capitalize elsewhere. A little tighter in terms of the defense here. The spam landing, Levin will fall behind that smoke. Great catch from Benji.
Well, I guess when you pop the thorns, it's not really anywhere for them to go. You're gonna run through and just take all the damage. Nope, you either stand in that gap or you step backwards, and he wasn't stepping backwards. Operator, a bit of a surprise back to Medosia. It's not been brought into play just yet, and with some of the weaker weaponry already dropping, and Boo.
He doesn't get checked. There's no way. Oh, whoa.
He goes before they can even check. He's looking to fight. He has been all the way through the map so far. The wall's still holding on to B control. No sneaky spots, although Koshmaras steps back. He is dead. Oh, he's not. No, he's fine.
Dead.
Never mind.
Nah, he's all right. Of course he is.
Okay, he didn't.
Still time to maybe find a recovery here, but they're going to need another kill or two. Yeah, not going to happen. Benji will find his third. Their 8 will fall. Number 7 on the board for Heretics. Unfortunately here, I mean, between Dosia and Levin, really struggling.
Oh, it just
catches him as well underneath that smoke. Yeah, I mean, 11, 1 and 9, Dosia 1 and 7, certainly not finding similar comfort to what we saw on Haven.
I feel like there's a lot of players right now that are struggling with Waylay. Like, you don't have that sort of in and out stun. It's more just, okay, we want to take space on an execute. But if you don't have the follow-up, especially, maybe they expected it still to be a harbor and not coming into the Vice, but you're getting isolated every time, and if you're not getting isolated, you're facing off against a very aggressive stance from Heretics.
Yeah, pop the ult here for...
Let's
just go forwards. Jens and Koshmaras both finding kills here. Response from Levin. 2 sheriffs and a rifle now to try and recover this.
It's insanely aggro for an eco.
Yeah.
He just managed to just give Levin a rifle, which it gives them more of a chance than I feel like they had in the 5v5, but then there is a firing squad on the other side of this smoke, just ready and waiting to just blitz them as they try and walk in. Left onto narrate, and even his sneaky position behind the mound is going to be found.
Not sure there's really much you can do here. The damage doesn't matter all that much either. Okay, now Heretics looking to reset, force his hand. Upgrade here. Doesn't actually retrieve the spike though, so maybe a bit of a red herring.
Ratko.
Again, 30 seconds left on the clock, I don't think there's much chance unless Heretics really give away a couple of kills here.
I guess he's just watching the flank, but also ready to put Paranoia through if they need it. But if he was to just walk around the corner here, it is. He's just looking for that pixel. There is a part of me that wants him to get shot in the face for doing this. But yeah, because you know, like, if the Red did peak that angle, kind of deserve it. Oh, he's got an op as well, so he actually has no hope of getting the gun back out.
Absolutely none. An 8-2 scoreline here, Tom. KC unable to get off the starting blocks, really. And curious to know what the, I guess, the initial adjustment here in terms of prep.
Valorant is the best game.
From that first time out, what the discussion would have been, and really what's tangible in terms of what they switch up, because, I mean, Heretics are looking great, even previously that round, the respect shown, but they're looking to put bodies behind this contact and wait for that second wave. And like I said, they've been winning out those engagements really comfortably.
We got the node in again. Just
Ooh.
Okay, there you go. I guess that's the reward for the Neon Odin. Paris is just, you have this sit down, you have a pause, you have a moment to chat, and then you get wrecked within 3 seconds of the round. He has a teammate waiting, but okay, the trade's back from Dosia. He finally springs to life. A missed shot from Wu, a chance to maybe take the round into his own hands. But Wu,
he still gets him. He's going to trade out though.
Guns taken away, but not quick enough. And actually, Benji's going to avoid it. Levin is on 13 health. He'd need to double his kills to win this clutch. I can't say I'm much of a believer.
No. I mean, this would be his 3rd and 4th kill to close this out.
Yeah.
In round 11. And Boo, unfortunately, slips into tree.
Wait, round what? 11?
Round 11.
11?
Okay, now I'm with you. You're on board now, right?
I'm seeing it. 11-11. That's the, you know, make a wish. I said that to Mitch last week and he didn't understand, but...
That doesn't surprise me at all.
30 seconds
Got time left to play with here, but again, he's desperate to try and find a kill. Ahead of being forced to plant here, reveal his position. It's the worst possible location you can go for.
He cleared everything except
tree.
Just saying, KC ka map hai. Just saying,
Very
boys.
commanding lead here for Heretics. And again, even just talking back to what's discussed in the first time out. Cool, Koshmaras is finding 2 freebies before you've even got away from the barrier.
Come here now, 1 second.
I mean, Doshi has to take matters into his own hand for sure. Finds 3, by the way. So the showstopper to put him down. But at that point, it's like the recovery isn't exactly feasible
bye.
for them.
कल stream होगा मेरी जान. ये मैं नहीं करूँगा.
9-2.
GC का open qualifier कहाँ पे लगे मेरे को पता नहीं.
I'll be honest, 0 expectations for what Heretics could do here. While the dive in is just instant death. They have used a Nightfall on the other side, but, well, taking away the sound I don't think will matter because they're just running them down. This is looking like
Koshimars bolte, Koshimars bolte.
squad and just wiping them out.
Koshimars bolte.
Insane from Koshimars, certainly hitting the ground running here in this follow-up series in this first half. I mean, KC just left trailing here, Tom. We have to see how the second half goes right after this break.
Face your fear! Too slow. One enemy remaining.
Nice! Let's go!
कल Fnatic का मैच 9-2-0 है बे. Fnatic वर्सेस पैसिफिक है. चलेगा. कल एक दिन स्किप चलेगा. मेरे को अभी बैठ के देखना पड़ेगा कि कितना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है, क्या सीन है, कब तक चलेगा क्वालिफायर, हर दिन कितने मैचेस होते हैं. फर्स्ट टाइम मैं करूँगा. कोई वहाँ पे सुमड़ी में क्रेट ओपनिंग कर रहेगा प्लेयर. Bang bhai, क्या Sinji winning against Heretics? Obviously, hello.
Oh, we are getting right back into what could be a very quick second half. Of course, Koshimars, he's had a sort of quieter performance so far in their first match. Obviously, very short notice. In the first map, it was rough. This map, Mikey's been insane.
Yeah, I think he alluded to this in his interview, kind of saying, hey, watch this space. Didn't have much time last week, but, you know, actually, we've gone away, we've prepped. I'm feeling much more comfortable. And obviously, I think that's reflecting here, at least in map 2, taking over some of these rounds single-handedly. Which for
आज मेरा बर्थडे विश कर दो शेख भाई. many happy returns of the day.
Direction or ethos, I guess.
जिस दिन बोलता है 2-0
I think this was the comp change. Like, as said at the beginning of the cast, 45% of his games are on Neon.
Impossible.
Like, this guy loves playing Neon, and they were putting Woot on it last week. It didn't make any sense. They moved him off Chamber. Look, he's unreal. It's like, give the guy his comfort, especially while he's new. I know that Na'Vi did that and it didn't really work, but here we go. Immediate contact and already looking like maybe more of the same. Dotia, though, has done well. There's a lot of assists on those kills, but Woot's still the one finding them. Narrate needs something, but again, Woot with the trade. He's 14 and 4. Well, I think it was Sugetsu in a 1v3 in the last pistol. He's got one less to find this time.
13-2.
Still a little bit of chip damage done.
वो नहीं कर सकता रे आदित्य यार. इतना नहीं कर सकता यार मैं.
Sugetsu now.
Hello.
Does certainly have a chance. Getting a little separated.
मेरा एक clone करवाना पड़ेगा भाई.
Woot's got a paint shell. Has to find this one cleanly. He's tagged up. I mean, even here with Woot actually rejoining forces. Both of them slipping away, forcing Sugetsu to really work for this.
Don't देखो.
They shoot. The flash and they're just lined up. No way of him getting out of that. Also just the weaponry that they had as well. Frenzy up close to the Sheriff at the back. If he got both of those, they would have had to win incredibly hard.
Definitely is, but Heretics again another round where they're looking very
करना बहुत बड़ी फिर हमें बताना कैसे चलता है कौन बेस्ट प्लेयर है कौन अच्छी टीम है कौन कैसे खेलता है स्टडी करके आना.
You said that to me before we start the cast here.
साथ में करेंगे भाई स्टडी ग्रुप स्टडी भाई. मैं अकेले क्यों करूँ तुम लोग के लिए?
I would have really had to
ग्रुप स्टडी करेंगे. जैसा इसका क्या था स्टार्टिंग में किसको जानते नहीं थे फिर सबको जानते.
Maybe there's a Heretics Ultra out there who still believe. 11 and 2.
मैं बोलूँगा ये कौन प्लेयर है तुम लोग बोलेंगे मेरे को नहीं मालूम मैं भी बोलेगा मेरे को भी नहीं
मालूम. They don't fancy trying to win 10 rounds in a row with a purchase. They're going to try and do slightly less. And for Woot, wow, this has been a pretty good day at the office so far. Leaving just 2 standing, and well, Narrate will get his. Sugetsu, he's left with 4 now. It's got worse.
Yeah, it's got worse. It's just starting to compound for Sugetsu. Again, in this situation, might get a chance on Taboo, but again, it's only really damage. Koshimars will present the second.
Not interested to study at this point of life.
One of these clean and just not going to be given it on.
Yeah, this is more of a long jump off hurdles. Like he has to try and get over all of them at the same time. I don't think there's any way out of this one, and he almost needs to just.
कल बहुत बड़े किताब है कल पैसिफिक करेंगे
फिर another orb over
और फिर
who's now one off
फिर वापस पैसिफिक
That was the worst person to die to, but at 12
और फिर वापस है oh my god मेरे को भी दो मैराथन मारना पड़ेगा
No, I don't think so either.
क्या जिस दिन मैंने नहीं किया वो गाली मत देना
Conversion on round 2 here and looking fairly comfortable in terms of this bonus potential. I mean, look at the old progress across the side of Heretics. I mean, if they get this showstopper, it really could define this round. Obviously, the purchase here going to be shaky. You take into account the second round buy from KC. Postured up here, though.
This is a brawl! It's a shotgun battle in towards the B site. And Koshmaris is the one coming out on top. Avez hoping for something with the spam, but the rest of the players haven't actually gone in. Koshmaris is just walking round the back towards C site. Avez is still trying to deal with the players that he thinks have gone B, but his two teammates are on B. And he still hasn't figured it out. He hasn't figured out that Koshmaris went behind him. A guy that had big shoes to fill, 20 and 9.
13-2 KC ka map pick.
I think they fit. That's for sure.
Bro, I don't think so. They're coming back from
absolutely
this.
Taking control.
No.
Huh?
Right, spammed off that first
I
angle here.
think 2-1 chat PH.
Sugetsu as well catches.
मेरा initial prediction क्या था वही था ना?
I don't think Rians has taken a point of damage from these fights. He's still on 150. Koshmaris, he's looking to try and get the ace, but the judge from that range is never going to do it. It's a 4K and.
कल फनाटिक का मैच है कोई सुनने पे ऐसे का भी मैच है.
Sheriff plays music. It's another 1v4 by the way for Sugetsu to try and keep them in the map. I didn't have belief in the 1v2, the 1v3, the last 1v4, or this one. We know how far the time has gone.
Yeah.
We are hightailing our way towards Fracture.
Oh my god.
It has been a complete turnaround of momentum for Heretics, winning their opponent's map choice in ludicrous fashion.
Semi-final, finals
I'm going back, Mike.
Yeah, I really am. Heretics, what a resurgence here on map 2. A little bit confused as to the overall direction here for KC and it being their map pick, but we are going to Fracture, Tom.
Yeah, we've got to hear from one of the players. First, we're going down to Benji Fishy.
Hi. Okay, listen, this was a 13-2. On their map pick, you are one map away from starting your road to Masters London. How's the temperature right now, and how are you keeping it under lock and key to make sure you close this one out?
क्या one map
Honestly,
away
I'm happy
from?
that we actually just got to show like that we're still good. You know, I think if we can just show the real Heretics, which is what we did, then I think we can do anything. So yeah, I believe.
Okay, I believe too, because that was incredible. I'm going to let you go to your team. We're getting over to a quick little break, and we'll be back with our last map of today, Fracture, coming up next.
EMEA मिस कर देंगे for national matches. इतना नहीं सोचो. इतना सोचने का बात नहीं है बाबा. मेन सीन ये है कि ये सडनली तुम लोग के लिए ये सडनली मैं कर रहा हूँ. समझ रहे हो? अभी उधर में राइट्स लेके बैठा हूँ. तो मालूम है अपना मैच है, लेकिन मेरे को पर्सनली अच्छा नहीं लगता कि अगर मैं किसको बोला कि मैं करूँगा काम और फिर नहीं करूँगा कंप्लीटली, वो मेरे को खटकता है, वो वाला सीन है. तो अगर 2-3 दिन क्लैश हो गया तो मोस्टली किसी और को बोलना पड़ेगा. और नेक्स्ट ईयर से मैं ये करूँगा कि जब भी ये वाला रहेगा ना कि सेकंड, क्योंकि EWC हमेशा सेम टाइम पे रहता है, तो नेक्स्ट ईयर से मैं ऐसा कर सकता हूँ कि नेक्स्ट ईयर से एटलीस्ट फॉर सेकंड स्प्लिट या फिर जब भी EWC है तब मैं सिर्फ NA और पैसिफिक का वॉच पार्टी राइट्स लूँ. समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? वॉच पार्टी राइट्स पहले से ले लेना, उसका टेंशन नहीं है. मेरे को 1 सेकंड में मिल गया. हाँ, उसका टेंशन नहीं है. क्या है ना, अपन थोड़ा सा पार्टनर्ड टीम में है वहाँ पे, उसका टेंशन नहीं है अपने को. 1 सेकंड में मिल गया. लेकिन मेन ये कि इधर का है ना, कमिटमेंट देने के बाद ऐसा थोड़ा पर्सनली अच्छा नहीं लगता, वो अलग सीन है. तो अभी तो अपन ने बहुत सारा EMEA किया है, तो ऐसा उनको प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं आएगा, बट वो वाला सीन है, समझ रहे हो? कल एक दिन स्किप मार दे, फिर देखते सेमीफाइनल फाइनल का क्या सीन है. अगर नहीं कर पाए तो सॉरी, इट इज़ व्हाट इट इज़. कल एक दिन स्किप मार के अपन एटलीस्ट 5 दिन तो अपन देख सकते. 5 दिन तक कोई EMEA नहीं है. 5 दिन तक अपन प्रॉपर फॉलो कर सकते सब कुछ, स्टोरी लाइन और वो सब. कल पैसिफिक मत करो. पैसिफिक और उसका कुछ कनेक्शन ही नहीं है. पैसिफिक और उसका कनेक्शन नहीं है. रेस्ट वेस्ट का टेंशन नहीं है बे, वो चलेगा. कब है? रुक जाओ, मैं वो गोटी सोडा लेके आया. सोडा नहीं है. अरे पापा,
That was a huge bounce back on Lotus. What was the key to turning things around after the loss on Haven? Honestly, some very choice non-PG words were said.
Tough love.
And I'm glad they woke up. It just shows what we can do when, I don't know, we have incredible players when they play to their potential. And honestly, the first map was just a bit nerve-wracking, but they're incredible players and that's what they can do. So I'm
For sure.
happy.
I mean, we have great players, and when 5 minds are all aligned, you can kind of see what we can kind of reap from that. So yeah, we're very happy with this, and hopefully we can kind of carry things on into Fracture.
Absolutely right. This is Heretics that we are used to. This is the Heretics that we wanted to see, and this really is what they needed. We even heard it from Benji. It's just good to be able to show that they actually still have what it takes to be able to push their opposition.
Yeah, you could tell that Neil really enjoyed that map from the performance.
Wow, okay.
I mean, the thing is, though, he's right, though. This is what the players can do, and they showed it, and I'm happy for them, right, honestly.
It's not the first time we've seen it as well. These guys needing that little bit of a motivational speech. We've seen them go down in series before, and whether it's players like Rians, whether it's Woot, there's always someone there to pick them back up with that speech. I'm not sure you want Neil to be the one giving you that. I feel like he's coming in harsh.
Mate, you can tell he's Scottish, I'll tell you that.
13-2, though, really, what we need to put into perspective is it's 13-2 on a map that we haven't seen from KC before, that they picked. So we had really high expectations.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they had been playing it and like it was a Waylane and Yoru crutch for them, then you go, sure, they didn't adapt here or whatever, but they came in here wanting to play it today. So it's a real surprise to see them fall that flat. And I do then sort of, it's hard to not buy into that Heretics narrative of like, they have what it takes to bounce back more than looking negatively on KC.
Yeah, I feel as if like sometimes KC are like the one that everyone likes to beat on, right? Let's put it that way, because they've always had these weird rounds. There's the memes from 2023, right?
Strange comms.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, though, the difference is that Heretics are a team that have been to champs consistently, and you can hear it from the shouts just backstage. They're up for this now. They know that they can do this, and heading on to Fracture, I can't believe I'm seeing this. I'm excited.
All right, hold your horses, though, because what really was exciting to see from the side of Heretics was that team play. So we actually have a very specific round that we'd like to highlight as our team-up moment presented by Odaz. So this lovely bit of team play was formed during round 6 by Heretics, and I think it gives a really great insight as to what they're capable of.
Okay, they're breaking camp. Pull nade, come.
Go.
Bomba! Hey, catch them. No. Enemy spotted A.
Nice, good job. Nice call, Wood.
Thank you.
Cool, calm, and collected while you have your enemy in a literal box trap. Where do you go, Mitch, when you're there? All the util layer on top of you. You just stand there and just accept fate.
Well, that's it. Sometimes you have to, and I think it speaks to how well they set up that engagement to fight back in. And indeed, this whole map was all about that for Heretics. It felt like they were singing from the same hymn sheet, a completely different look from what we saw before.
KC has a couple of questions that they need answering, starting off with their coach confession. So let's see what they had to say about Lotus.
It's do or die going into Fracture. What's the one thing the team needs to get the W here?
To be honest, we just need to trust each other more and play with courage and courage more. We just need to push forward when we should push and don't play slow where we should not. yeah, we just need to be more brave.
I mean, this is the moment to be brave, because this is it. This is what it comes down to. Fracture, last map in this series. You lose this, you're no longer in control of whether or not you make Masters London. It is up to other teams.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want, right? Is to have your fate in your own hands. But at this point in time, one map to decide it, a best of one, basically. That's a tough way to go. And how do you deal with that pressure?
Especially when you're coming off of a 13-2 loss on your own map pick.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that KC maybe have the upper hand coming into this, although clearly not in terms of momentum, right? But when you look at the fact that they've played this map before, Heretics haven't, this is somewhere that I think what we just saw in Lotus was, sure, the team came off a big win, but KC weren't playing together. They weren't playing aggressive in the moments they needed to. That's comfort on a map. And now that we come into this final map, I think that it's going to go the other way. This is where Heretics might make those mistakes. And after being so confident, they have to be careful not to overheat.
Absolutely. That's something to look forward to as well from the Heretics side of things. I am just worried that, because Lotus is a map that KC could have prepped on against Heretics, but Heretics came out with a completely different composition that they haven't played yet. So now you're taking them somewhere where you're going in blind. How much is KC going to be able to stick to the fundamentals, to stick to the protocols? They have Odaz, who's already said earlier today, he's getting more comfortable calling on these maps, but he's putting in the work, and it's still a process. So you're going in blind, you have to really rely on the players being able to actually put the performance forward that they also have had in scrims.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I actually like Odaz picking up the IGL because from the
Binks को timeout भी देख सकते हैं पिंक heavy head mode
Odaz was a really vocal player. So yeah, but for Heretics, they now have a winning formula in terms of that double duelist, running Neon, running Raze. What are they going for here? It's more of the same, Mitch.
Well, yeah, indeed. I was wondering whether Levin would still be playing the Waylay. He had a really rough time on that the last time they played it. But now you're coming into, I think, a much better Levin today than what we'd seen going into the last few weeks. So in terms of comfort, sure, that could definitely give them an upper hand. I really like Vice on this map as well. Think about how many avenues the attackers have to approach from, how equally the defenders can push in. And I think having that constant information that isn't as easily readable from your opponents, it's a big advantage. So I expect a lot of flexibility when KC go onto their defense, and just a lot of comfort when it's on the attack.
Yeah,
exactly. When we're looking at the Heretic side of things, though, they are still going for the double duelist. It has been working for them, especially last map on Lotus. They were on it. They had that aggression. They were able to just put KC on the back foot. Do we think that is
Pacific has a better venue compared to you?
100%.
That's what they compare.
This is a map that your defense basically becomes an attack, and it's a kind of ebbing and flowing around the map as well. 4 lanes that you've got to push, 2 different sides of the map that you have to try and work. So I feel as if, for me, Heretics having the Raze, having the Neon, they'll both be able to play aggressive, but it's that utility you have to try and set these duels up.
Yeah, I'm really excited as well to see the KO. I feel like we don't see too much of it, but in Avez's hands, so strong. Not just the flashes, but also in this map, where there are so many avenues of approach, as we've been saying, it's very helpful to have that little piece of extra information on who's there and how many of them there are.
Yeah, last time against Meta was quite a close affair on this map in regards to how it went. I hope that KC learned from that mistake, because again, this is it. I really need both of these rosters to show us what they're capable of. It feels like last map, we didn't get to see the KC that we wanted, but Heretics came out swinging. They did not crumble under pressure, but the pressure is on for both of these rosters, because this is it. It's down to Fracture with our casters, Hypoc and Tom.
Thank you very much, Desk. Well, we've had a dominant first map going one way. Obviously, they're the wrong team if you're going by who chose what. Where do you feel we're landing on Fracture? Anything interesting coming into this one?
You know what, it was like we were talking to Desk earlier, and I was like, oh, this one, you know, it's kind of like...
Literally feels like
take the wheel. Map 3, like...
Who's got?
But at least whole team को हर बार best of 5 देना चाहिए. देखने में मजा आता है.
Eng? Okay. So you're predicting KC to win?
Am I?
No.
Well, you just said Eng is
TH. Clear cut. TH.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, 0-2 headshot. जो ये हारा वो बाहर. वो लोग qualify हो ही नहीं सकते.
13-9 result versus
जो ये हारा सीधा बाहर.
Didn't look promising enough here to come off that map too.
Cannot qualify no matter what.
In Fracture, to be honest.
The irony was in that series, the best player was a mini breach, which are 2 words that normally don't go very well together.
No. I think in terms of comms here for Heretics, it's fairly vanilla in terms of probably the new direction we're going to see. It's Kosh Maris and Woot taking the helm. They see able to get past this Trip though, get themselves into a 5v5 post. Not long.
Yeah, it didn't last long at all. Boo managed to sneak up on them. Woot's also got a lot of ground. I feel like Sugetsu's going to try and get in there a little bit quicker, but he's been shut down. Levin trying to fight back, and he's all
Go together!
Another pistol under the belts of Team Heretics, and they were so fast to get back in on that.
Let's go,
just catching KC off guard. Maybe anticipating another 5 to 10 seconds in terms of a regroup. But again, to slip this smoke and catch KC before they can pivot into comfortable positions. We even still, what, 2 players held outside main?
One enemy remaining.
फिर मैं $2 देके लिखो ये फ्री में चैट में गांड मत लो. Excuse me. बात तो बराबर है.
And rifles, well, re-entered me, so he swapped out now. And again, a judge for Koshmaris, and just a pistol here for Boo. Only investment on the other side being the
कल EMEA बहुत बड़ी नहीं करा. कल EMEA
upgraded pistol.
लेकिन prediction से मैं दे दिया.
I mean, this is one thing as well. KC really struggled in terms of getting control.
Easy.
Arcade and really capitalizing, converting that into a comfortable position on site. There's certainly something I've got my eye on in terms of this attacking half for KC.
Well, yeah, I think my worry is like you go back to the last map where they had a Waylay and a Neon, and they really struggled to get in anywhere. Like they were just getting destroyed. Now they've got a singular duelist. They're gonna need to have some very good setup for Levin, because I don't. Well, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think his Waylay has exactly blown me away.
It blew Mitch away.
True. I preferred his Phoenix.
Okay.
just a bit. If we're going from map 1 to map 2.
They've certainly got a lot of work to do. I don't think KC really going to find much to do in this situation, but Odaz does find Rians here. Maris, though, to remove any developing threat from that.
That's a spike.
Yeah, and just 2 left to find now, Levin and Dosia.
30 seconds left.
A little bit of a wider jiggle peek than I think he would have liked. Spike has been retrieved and won't be retrieved for long. A 180 jump shot is something we're seeing all the more often. Only a single player down for Heretics, and a good start to this third map.
Koshmaris just looking so comfortable now. Probably
सच है सारी स्टार प्लेस वाली टीम अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं करती.
Again, probably
नहीं कर रही.
In terms of the mental for Heretics, it's not as if you ever really see them particularly disheveled on stage, but certainly got to feel good to come off in terms of the start here to stage 1, have a 13-2, and be on the brink of closing out a must-win series for them.
It does feel funny, though, that it almost looks like we've got to be primary duelists for a week. Because I would say Neon is more primary right now than Raze.
Hang on. Sugetsu is going to think he's got space here behind his Prowler, and he's wrong. Shut down again here, the judge. Paying dividends for Koshmaris.
And they don't have one half of the map now. Decent work from Levin. He'll be able to get in and get out, but it's whether or not they actually want to pressure off the back of this, and they're being surrounded. 2 players already pushing into the spawn for the defensive side. Woot has a rifle, in fact. So does Benji. This is a firing squad as they look to walk back in, but Avaz has done fantastic work. Taking 2 back, even still though, the defensive rotate is much quicker.
Actually not got ahead of Rians. He's still expecting somebody here. This angle's really going to suit Rians. Catches both headshots here with the Bulldog. Going to force the hand of Dosia.
He's going to try and be sneaky.
Yeah, he has been clutched before.
They're watching.
मेरे से पता नहीं बुलडॉग कभी चलती नहीं है.
Waiting for him to try and make that move. Both players just sat on the angle. The swing's not back because Maris though is just almost baiting, and it's perfect for the setup onto Riaz. A bonus round victory. And Heretics are is looking more.
भाई तुम लोगों ने नोटिस किया रहेगा मेरा जो वैंडल का वन टैप से ना जितना क्रिस्पी
salt in the wound.
बुलडॉग उतना वैसा नहीं चलता.
From Lotus. Heretics will have themselves in a beautiful position.
Nice, Enes! Let's go!
And for this follow-up round as well, you look at the ult progress for Rians and Boot. He's online very early.
I've just seen God himself.
Yeah.
He doesn't look very happy.
Doesn't, no. Wrath. Imminent wrath.
Context worth giving once again that for one of these teams 0-3 and not mathematically out, but it's not looking good.
As good as a death sentence.
Mostly out.
No, Rihan's another double headshot.
सोचो बे केसी पहला टीम जो आउट
Find the openers here.
Chat.
Evan and Alves.
तो ना बाप प्लेयर बे सारे बाप प्लेयर बे.
And now actually ultimate.
हाँ 11 बाप, Alves बाप, Sugetsu बाप, Nored बाप.
Yeah, not here.
Dostan तो
Wolves
MVP
already
बन रहा है.
rotated into the backside. Koshmara is even starting to hesitate a little bit that maybe they'll try and go back, but you got two players
Retrieving.
just waiting towards the back of spawn. There's not really anywhere for Casey to go other than fight in one direction. You've either got Riant or you've got Wu, and both seem to be bad options. Because Maris is going to join them for an insult flawless. 4-0. I think we're still on Lotus. We never left.
No, this almost just feels like the third half of Lotus. KC, unfortunately, struggling to get off the starting block.
कल क्या है जो मैं बात बनी नहीं हो रही?
We'll be back on a buy here, have a couple of ultimates to invest.
पहला best game है.
The other side, two key ultimates. In terms of maybe piecing together a retake. Or maybe even just being proactive here, riding this wave of confidence. Newfound confidence for Heretics behind Kosh Maras.
Needs to get going for KC. Last time out, really strong that defense. He's got to get a kill. He's got to be dead, and finally he'll be dealt with. A trade back. Only really one if they can get the res onto Abbas, which they will.
भाई बू ट्राई कर रहा था उसके सप्रेस जोन से पीछे जाता कि अल्ट मार पाया.
Does have his ult online. The fact is though,
he tried.
They have the option to fall back if they want to, and look to just reset this battle.
Looking to anticipate here with the orbital strike.
Yeah, they're waiting on the cam.
Yeah, reconsidered now. Is KC gonna be able to slip away from this? We'll have a notification here if Heretics make progress behind that.
Well, that was what they needed. Benji eventually checking. Took a little bit longer than maybe they would have liked, and because of that, they'll be able to get back in still.
Oh bro, to blue molly.
But instead they caught one more.
Oh fuck, वो लोग वापस आ जाएंगे. Oh my god.
To retreat back if
नहीं
necessary.
पे नीचे से जा रहे हैं.
Could have absolutely farmed there.
But look at Boo. He's stuck around. The worry now is just that time ticking away. 25 seconds. The B side can be quite awkward to plant on, and the timing for Boo is going to be absolutely everything, because they're going to go straight past him. They're even ulting back towards middle because they don't think anybody would still be around this position into that site.
He's gone a little early.
He's whiffed. And that allows Dosia to plant. Eventually, he'll find his third. Another, look at that swing.
Oh my god!
Four, but the IGL is currently 9-1.
An absolute blunder
Cutie
here.
मार रहा है.
Again, initially pulls the trigger a little too fast. And you think at that point he's dead. They trade out of the smoke. He finds a spam inside as the spike is still being planted. And finds the follow-up on top of that.
But he was looking the wrong way for the last one.
Yeah.
I was like, spam. Oh, I'm looking over here. I'm still going to correct in time. Dosia yet to get a kill, and that's not going to make things any better.
5-0, bye.
It's an important game for these lads, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Huh?
You can tell what's at stake. But again, it must feel good as well to have well, to be in a position last week where you have to play with it basically overnight notice. You come in, obviously talk about the struggles elsewhere, to actually have the time to work on some stuff that pays off. I mean, it's not often you've really had that chance as Heretics to say actually invested some time and work on something. And actually we came out looking good because of it.
Well, yeah, I think this is two cases as well where, sure, you're going to look at the players, but I think both sets of coaching staff are under some serious pressure here.
Oh, definitely, yes. Yeah, I mean, again, having this conversation earlier on the desk, it is the next logical
कल पैसिफिक करेंगे फिर वो करेंगे.
You can change players and stuff, but when a core remains and you still can't get back on track, then unfortunately
I hope वहाँ पे tech pause ना हो भाई.
I think both Neil and Weber would both probably put their hands up and say that. There's been some really uncomfortable interviews to watch and listen to, but I think that's reflective of probably how they're feeling overall. And then on the other side, sorry to stop you there. Think back about Eng interviews. Yeah, well, if we don't win the next one, fire me.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये कौन है भाई? Enterprise Esports? Valorant team rankings world में नंबर 2 Fnatic है, पहला वाला Enterprise Esports है. ये क्या है भाई? ये सब टीम्स कौन सा?
Posted up here. Yeah, 11.
ऊपर वाला एंगल बोलते हैं ये मेरा फेवरेट पोज है
Have
फेवरेट.
impact here. Shut down early on once more.
बराबर केला ना फ्री
Believe
एक
KC
किल
is
कंफर्म.
four.
Confirm. All you need is
And again,
a cam
this is
or a
sort of
trip.
trend. They were really
या
struggling
फिर किसको जिगर?
in terms of these opening engagements towards Arcade. I mean, Gentlemen were being super proactive in some of the rounds previously, but again, slower burn.
Best tier 2
It's
team.
the spacing in between here
World match
could be their downfall.
Made in. Well, okay.
Bro,
Who really is feeling confident? Who, even on low HP, has managed to
combo कर दी.
go for another one. Tries to make space
बहुत लड़
and
रहे.
succeeds. Again, a complete shutdown. I'll be honest,
Heavy
one of the things that's
लड़
really
रहे भाई.
worrying me is not actually looking at this B site, looking over on A. They had a trip deep towards Dish.
कितना
They had a player pushed
प्यारा.
up. It's so easy for Heretics at that point to go.
Dig
I
their
reckon
heels
it's
in.
B.
Yeah, dig their heels in
कितना
and
प्यारा
just
बे.
commit towards this because, like I said, it's. I mean, look at this. There's nobody else getting onto this angle. They've not necessarily had any pressure or resistance in terms of util coming out. And like I said, comparatively for mates, they were actively taking this space away from them. Now they're giving it for free, and they can't convert that. Well, carbon copy once more here. Lesser weaponry. Trying to scale up behind this knife.
There's the judge at the tower.
अभी भी trip है.
Yeah, I mean, even here, what you find the opening engagement, then you have to deal with Kosh Maras. Unfortunately, Heretics, again, finger on the pulse in terms of what KC are currently doing. He's now switching things up. Benji, ability to commit towards site here. Going to be tested towards Dish.
Has enough to slow them down, but no rotations just yet.
One off a
तीन
showstopper as
बंदे
well for him.
तीन बंदे दो गोली का तो आवाज आया.
As if it wasn't bad enough.
Yeah. Almost in that situation, if he does find the first player at KC, he can definitely prevent them from scaling up.
Oh, I like this though. They've left one
ओ
behind.
आवाज आ
That's
गया है
allowed.
कि ये पीछे जा रहा है
Well,
करके.
hear the rotations.
Yeah, a little bit of misdirection
लेकिन
though, because they're
फेक
probably
करने के
feeling like
लिए
it's
अल्ट
maybe
मार रहा है वहाँ पे दो
one aim
बंदे हैं.
towards site and maybe somebody else in towards spawn. But gosh, Mads, he's gone forwards.
Yeah, they pulled the rotation off the Nightfall. We've seen them do this in the first map. Use that Nightfall as a bit of a ruse, and it has worked. Rian's had a chance. He somehow still has a chance. Eventually, he gets cleared. And around that, I think Heretics will want to forget. They're being wrapped on as well by Narrate, that flank.
लगा चिन्हरी में
For him to
ताक.
get in behind them.
रोटेशन का
He's
क्या
just
जरूरत
biding
था
his
वहाँ
time
पे
to
जब
get already
ऑलरेडी
clearing out
तीन
another.
बंदे
It might not
हैं.
even be needed in the end as that backstab is ever coming.
Player standing.
Oh, it's left all onto Woot. Not this time. A big round from KC, but it definitely had to
वहाँ
work
पे
those rotations to get
2v3
Heretics
में
out
वो
of
लोग
position.
रोटेट नहीं किए
Great
जब भी
conversion
स्मोक
on
वो
the
जा
thrifty.
रिटर्न
Again,
लिया.
slight overstep on the side of Heretics, but certainly a chance for Riens to maybe trim the fat, even the numbers a little bit, but he can't pin a single KC player down here. 11 breaks the crosshair really well. Real great work from KC, as you said, to draw the rotation.
बहुत
Armets
मारा
tried
बे.
desperately to rally the troops here, but again, is that repeatable? Can they manipulate Heretics the same way?
Well, no, they can't. They're going to push them instead. Sugetsu, they're trying to clear them from the back, and they already have. They've done this before. Get rid of the man holding one side of the map, and now they can focus on the other. Showstopper a little early, but it has delayed any
लेकिन वो लोग अभी
of
पीछे
that
से अटक
push.
गए वो
And
लोग.
they're being surrounded. They're being closed in from behind. That's
वो
why
लोग
that
अभी
delay
अटक गए.
holds value. Kushmaras, he's already swinging in. He's got an operator, but he has support from Benji. This all out for aggression, this disrespect, and well, those here at least has finally managed to get onto the ball, but a 1v5.
Uh-oh.
Well, he's trapped in the
Shotgun
tower.
बोलते हैं.
He's literally a prisoner.
Shorty था क्या वो?
He's broken free.
He was. The bars have fallen down, but they still
Cold
feels
coffee
like
order
he's
करने
trapped.
बोला है.
There's 3
मेरे को नहीं
more to
बोला
fight. The
उसने.
spike is
मैं रात को
down.
कॉफी नहीं पीती हूँ.
45 seconds.
He's not necessarily home free yet, but
No.
he's out of the cell.
He's got all the guards still waiting on the other side. Like, he's got a moat to cross, needs to swim past that.
Language
His little
Frosty.
utility is dwindling as it goes, and there you go. The guy that
भाई
again,
तो slide
should
करके
have
off
died at
करके
some
मार
point,
रहा है
sliding
बे.
out
I mean,
of
when
operator.
I look, he's like, oh, he's bought a rifle this
Huh?
round. When I see on the X-ray,
तुम लोग
he's
इसको गाली दे
sliding
रहे
out.
थे?
I'm like, no, it's not. Okay. very proactive from Heretics.
पहले गेम के बाद दूसरा गेम देखो बे
really well for mates.
पूरा स्टेप अप कर दिया बे वो.
I think it's it's the showstopper here. It's almost just like zoning pressure, right? It prevents.
Let's go. चार बार बोलो.
Space, but also allow Heretics to set up some really comfortable positions on site. KC.
Next match का बेकार.
String together another buy. Again, ultimates here for Arvez and Sugetsu. On the other side, one away from the neural theft, and Koshmaris behind that operator does have a chance to still thrive in the chaos.
They're doing it again. They just want to get rid of Sugetsu. They're playing this 4-1, so they're looking to just try and deal with him. Avaz's got to be so careful, and it's only going to be the trade. And they think the other side is clear because they've been pushing. They just walked into Benji. He didn't even have to move.
Way.
No. Just feeding into some of these setups now.
No way वो बता रहा no zero chance अगर वो headshot नहीं लगता तो ना हवे में उसको
some of these rounds for KC where they are switching things up they're just
भाई last मैंने तभी notice किया था ये मैं थोड़ा सा attack sided था
you get much impact.
Do you reckon they were just thinking, all right, well, our Haven's always been good. We don't need to practice that one. Let's try and practice everything else. Because right now...
I hate to say it, but I almost do believe that. I almost do believe that.
Because it really looks like it.
It's a fair assessment, right?
You have a week. You've got to fix a lot of stuff. You go, nah, we've got Haven in our back. But no one will even play that.
Why would they?
You get trounced on it, and then you go
Zodi is on the way.
And it is going to be 8-1.
Yeah, maybe we flip the map pool on its head and just, hey guys, do you know what is feeling good for us right now?
Everything but Haven.
Everything else. Everything but the home map.
क्या हो गया अभी दो मैप पहला मैप
It's a bleak scenario when you're 8-1 down or 7-1.
Huh?
8-1 down. And you're having to save a rifle in a 1 versus 4. Like, that's the scenario
that KC currently find themselves in.
They are staring down the barrel of the operator, judge, rifle, you name it, and they are just 5 rounds away from basically being out of contention.
Yeah.
Basically,
again, I was going to wonder there if maybe we're using that downtime to maybe have a discussion if we would see a timeout to follow that, and we absolutely will see KC take a little more time. When's the last time you saw Zeiss celebrate? He's usually pretty happy, pretty bubbly. Nice guy to be around. I'm worried about him.
He hasn't had much to celebrate, though, has he? Maybe map 1.
He would usually find something to celebrate.
Well, the last 2 maps.
You can buy a super team. You can only nurture. But ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. तो मेरे को दे. बहुत सारा millions of dollars. मैं buy करने को ready हूँ.
Wow. Something has to be said, that's for sure. This KC roster is looking dead and buried, and after such a strong showing on map 1,
इस बार किस टीम को support कर रहे हो?
decimated by very aggressive defensive plays. But then even when you know where that aggression is coming from, they're falling into the other player. Like, there's always been a player left behind. That round was them walking into a guy that was just saying a corner going,
yeah, it's a fairly bleak outlook for the remainder here.
Try again later.
Yeah, the benefit of maybe some ultimates coming online, but already cracks starting to show in terms of the funds. Desperately trying to...
AW7 there और उसके बाद जो इतना left right हुआ है.
As Arvez pops it out.
It's almost like he's here. Watching the KO, run it down in towards Benjamin Fish, who's just going to try pre-firing. Now, they've already pressured elsewhere on the map. This time, they will have to give it up. Koshmaris is already coming in quickly behind now. There is, of course, the Binks wall to give it away, but that does mean that Sugetsu needs to stay alive. This ult could be big, though.
Invested here. We'll catch at least. Yeah, I mean, Rians as well, actually. But doesn't necessarily buy them a lot of time in terms of how early on this has come through.
Nice
start. It's just Soros disruption cause in the backline.
Shot!
Good for the first.
Oh, and the second as well, even while disrupted, and the firing squad is waiting for Shot! Well, he's awake at least.
Bhai, kya mara?
And we've seen Boo go for some crazy things, but if he runs into this one, I think maybe Heretics will take a pause.
Well, Op 1v5. We're going to get Sugetsu at least. Constellation kill on the way out. And still very healthy in terms of the funds on the side of Heretics, so Not going to be too pressed about that one. We'll have the neural
Paper
theft and the orbital strikes to get you
X
so well to
paper
find this second, especially with Wu landing a really good Satchel actually. Almost looking
Chat like we're close to 4 guys.
Someone known for those sort of big individual plays. We've seen it a lot less this year, it's safe to say, but a long, long way to go. No surprise, more aggression being expected. Operator even set up into arcade, ready. Not judged this time.
I mean, a lucky boy. Whether or not he's going to have a second chance at this. Levin does so well on the other side to find Wu and Boo.
Bro, no
sure
way.
They go back now, right?
I mean, this is them trying to dig out Sugetsu.
No way,
There's Levin on the other side.
Util के साथ दो बंदे वापिस मारा है बंदे ने.
Gambling back in the other direction.
कोई और बंदे ने लेकिन वही टीम.
Solo on this B site.
2v1 with
I wouldn't be
Util
surprised if they go back to group up with him, especially after his pause. And Rienz is going to go back in for the swing. It should be the kill for Levin, but no, doesn't connect on it.
Looked like a mini-map moment. Completely caught offside by Rienz.
But it almost sells the idea that maybe they're not here anymore.
Well, yes, but I think they still commit to this 2-1 split here.
30 seconds left.
Full out there.
Operator not the best gun for this moment, but Rienz has been hitting. Still has stuff to try and slow them down. Benji not moving just yet, but now Rienz has to do absolutely everything. And the trade this time is good. Benji on the other side of the map, and the credits have now dwindled enough that holding on to this gun is probably worth it.
दोनों में मतलब ओटी जाएगा मजा आएगा पॉसिबल है 8-4 के बाद वो लोग को एक पिस्तौल अच्छी है पॉसिबल तो है अभी भी
to really offset that. So KC have a chance here at least for round 12 to have a big advantage, potentially an operator to pick up to bring in the mix here, but Levin certainly turning around this first half for him.
स्टडी करने बाद में तो डांस
crucial kills in this round, Tom. Like I said, to shut down that aggression that's really bespoke in terms of addressing Sugetsu.
Yeah. I think as well, like him starting to get into the game, you go into the defensive side, it's not so much a dive head first in and just get shot in the face. It's much more of a maybe they can set him up with an operator, put him in positions to actually thrive. So him at least hitting a few shots here and there at least gives me a bit of additional confidence that that's possible.
Yeah, relieves a bit of pressure. Again, it's unfortunate here, Koshmar. I mean, Koshmaras finds one there. Could change the outcome of that round for sure. And Heretics will have 3 ultimates.
That आज नहीं है. आज नहीं. अच्छा आज एनी नहीं. आज एनी नहीं.
Side, speaking of, Levin will have his to invest in this final round of the first half. The buy will settle here potentially with a. Actually, Rian switched out for the last minute.
He's given.
Of course he has.
He had a judge a moment ago. I was like, okay, that makes sense, but no. There he's instead. A seems to be where they've had success. Boo, even while stuck in the mud, is able to hit that shot to Levin. His luck seemingly run out from the previous round. Flash over the top. They've been denied completely, and they've got to be very careful. They're screwed. No way out.
Oh my
of the seas, alongside that orbital strike, could surely put this one to bed.
God, bro.
Spike down. 4 players surrounding it, and a rate. Oh, they're surely going to expect. Yeah, you could already see Boo is just watching in that direction, already knowing where the round. An aggressive push because Mara's looking to be there to close things out. Instead, though, it is going to be 9-3, picked up by the side of Heretics. And honestly, for KC, it's looking like a nightmare. They need a mass turnaround going into the second half.
Slow one tap. Yeah. परफेक्ट अल्ट बे दोनों के सेंटर में डाला दोनों में से एक भी नहीं बच पाया बे मेरा बर्थडे आज तेरा बर्थडे नहीं क्या हो गया बू को भाई भाई भी पिस्तौल राउंड मस्ट है किसी के लिए पिस्तौल राउंड आ रहा मास्टर से बात लैंग्वेज संस्कार Hello, Bhargava. Hello. Visitor होगा आज नहीं. La la la la la la la la la la la la.
Well, ever since map 2, it has been the Heretics show, and I don't know if there's going to be a turnaround, but something that I'm very much looking forward to going into tomorrow is going to be FUT versus Team Liquid, a chance for FUT to be the team qualified first, which I think after kickoff, I thought there was no hope for that.
You know it's bad when we're already looking forward to tomorrow. But I'm actually with you. I'm so excited for that series.
Game tournament, many happy returns of the day, मेरी channel today. Thoughts on Binks retirement?
Excuse me. Pumped for that series tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. You do not want to miss that one. But we've still got one half.
जी मैच परसों and so आज
to enjoy. I'll be honest.
Enjoy.
That's what I said. I just mispronounced it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. That happens, you know. 9-3. A
बस
pistol
में आप
round.
esports खेलते थे क्या पहले? Obviously, bro.
If Heretics take that over the line, and with how
अपने
they've just been
best
running it down, it's going to be difficult for KC to react.
Well, yeah, you just don't have the benefit here of a decent buffer in terms of the rounds to really play with. Any sort of improvements you come out of, I mean, what, it was an 8-2 half in terms of the defense last time for KC. So if there were any improvements, you don't have a massive margin here. Maris not shying away from this at all. Gets shut down. Find a second. Benji just about finds Narrate there. Still a 2v3 though, look at the HP.
Yeah, there should be no way out of this
Oh,
one,
is that
especially
bro?
with Odaz still in the corner and Benji now needing an ace.
Possible तो है comeback.
Seems like a lifeline.
Possible तो है. Vice नीचे देख रहा हूँ.
It's going to be picked up. Looking to try and wrap around, but Sugetsu is already honed in on the angle, ready and raring to go. And as Benji can hit an instant headshot. I don't think he's even going to check the angle. I don't know why you would. You'd have to be so prepared for a bit of a weird position.
नाम शायद पहले आता है
उसमें लिंक
पहले डेड दिखा दिया तो ठीक है ऑब्जर्वर वाला सीन है वो
previously on this side. Again, if some of the plans you'd maybe worked on, anticipating this potentially in the veto, and certainly to get some of that confidence back online,
in early
language in the second half would certainly tick the box for me.
मेरा बर्थडे अभी से बाय मेरे ने
You got the double initiator and almost quasi sentinel about having Astra in there. You should have a lot of delay, and okay. Not interested in delay. Just want to farm up some orbs for 11. Maybe get some confidence.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. At least numerically finding a few more than previously. Starting to heat up a little bit, already past double digits now. I'm curious if Heretics are going to be able to maybe isolate a player here. And if you look at the minimap, it would most likely be Dosia on the chopping block. Again, getting this spike past both Great and Arvez would seem a little problematic in this scenario.
Lead नहीं करते Esports lineup में as a player.
Spoke too soon.
But now Rians gets it. There we go. It is going to be an in-zone flawless. As good as it gets for the first couple of rounds for KC to try and build themselves back into a map. As I said, we're in week 3. You might look at this and go, okay, it's a little bit early to be talking about playoffs, but going 0-3, the main thing to take away from it is your life is no longer in your hands.
What else do you talk about when you go 0-3?
Even though Vice इतना बाप नहीं है मैच में, लेकिन beat भी तो उतना ही देगा.
You pray that somebody else does worse.
Yes. As I said, let God take the wheel, and in this scenario, not Eng.
Other God.
Yeah, back on rifles here for both teams. Big info off this knife. Arvez actually still postured up. Does have the regen, so can mitigate some of that early damage, but this is all to just play Levin in on this tighter angle.
Yeah, they know. They definitely know. Using the Prowler to clear him. And 11 tagged up, Benji on the other side. Are they going to clear this? Not properly, at least. And well, that might just be round over. Already managing to find 2 on the other side of the map. They have to quickly rotate back. And Boo's not just been sitting there. He's already sneaking his way up. Nice work from Levin, though.
He
also considers that Boo might be close. Needs a little bit more and finds it. Good flash on the other side and hoping to try and get a bit more, but it falls apart. Down to just Abez.
Hello?
The leader of the pack, hoping to do more damage. It has already found one. As a bonus goes, this isn't bad, but they'd love a little more. Because Mara is so desperately low, there is an opportunity, but Boo, really hasn't. He's not been missing. He's hitting it.
Bench fans.
Look, he was looking totally the opposite direction. 15-7. You said leader for sure, but top of the board. Something we're traditionally used to seeing here. Yeah, Levin does so well. Great setup from Arbenz. Okay, that was a snap. Yeah, it looked pretty dirty.
I'll be honest. Tell me, did his crosshair end on the player's head?
Nope. There was 3 or 4 bullets that left that rifle. And none of them whilst the crosshair was on him. That was calculated.
The way Benji reacted was like unhit a shot. That was.
He's 15-7.
Yeah, you know. It looked like I expected that. I expected to see that, but maybe not from you. 10-5. As a bonus go, it's not bad, especially with how that round started. But when you're this far down,
yeah, you need the conversion in general to really have any hopes of at least springboarding off that half swap. Like I said, struggled previously versus Gentlemates.
Narrate ka position unko nahi malum chat.
Narrate here.
2 मार
get some company. Good for the first set as well.
काम कर दिया उसने पूरा.
Fair play. He's having a much better second half.
Yeah.
And this is an investment from the side of Heretics. Finding 3. Levin pushing up, but it's Avez who's already managed to find one on the cross, and now Boo. Yeah, it is looking like he's found his prime, but there's so many players still left to find a close position and a judge.
Finally.
No chance. Or maybe the springboard didn't work first time, but that might help.
Definitely will.
उसका पोजीशन अच्छा था, उसको कैंप से मालूम नहीं पड़ा शायद. रेस ने पिक किया लेकिन
Boo does have
डायरेक्ट उसके क्रॉसर पे.
Great work from Narrate here. I mean, the third is the cherry on top. I think Koshmaras probably thinks he's got him on a reload potentially or backtracking, but
इसी बात कोई मैच है सीधा कल दोपहर को.
Sweat here. Yeah, on the other side, just talking about the orbital strike, but Levin and Narrate both with early ults to invest.
Woot नहीं चल रहा है बे.
Obviously, the buy not really warranting that.
उसने बहुत स्टार्टिंग में मारे थे किल.
Sheriffs and a Bucky for Koshmaras.
The Thorns will delay what was an attempt at a fast-paced take. Slowed, but the spam's not too bad at all. Rins has just killed him off through the smoke, it seems. Maybe those ults will be needed. One of them already gone. Sugetsu managing to do so much on the side. Riens has found another with the classic.
Oh my god!
HP, Riens has a chance, but not chance enough. Sugetsu does incredible work. Even
great isolation here on the opener, just dealing with the reveal, enough information.
Heaven wala dekho. बाप रे.
Snap onto Woot and Boo back to back.
भाई वो heaven मारा उधर ही round के लसूड़े.
For KC and bring it within 3. I'd argue touching distance pending this next round.
They struggled on the defense last time out, but already doubled up what they had before. The trap set, waiting for contact, but the contact already hits an immediate shot. Woods, oh, I thought he dodged it for a second, but no. Second player not found just yet. Rien's still in the corner, and they've already managed to take control of the site. Rien's just, I think they forgot about him. He was the guy who got the kill. Dosia, though, from below, at least managing one. The rest of the players a little further behind.
Fallback कर ही नहीं पाए, Bimin कोई नहीं था करके.
Meanwhile, actually slipping into a very comfortable post-plant hold here. Going to require absolute heroics here from the Raiders to get to. They're going to invest here.
वो spike भी वो कर सकता है.
Molly will buy time. Means they don't have to swing, don't have to worry about not having those sound
Sab
cues,
low
because
hai
nobody
chat.
can get onto it for the moment. Even looking to wrap around, Narrate's in the perfect position, but he doesn't land a shot. And now all left to Sugetsu. First is magnificent, but he doesn't know where that second player is coming from. Boo just sitting pretty and looking for him, and eventually it's a very nice try. But Boo's there to save the day once again.
He gets away here as well. And crucial in terms of maybe finding a response to this early string of rounds from KC. A chance to maybe stabilize financially.
That's the lot of them.
And Heretics do so well, and Rien's in particular, to stay alive.
By wood,
Spike to be planted, not just that, but then actually reinforce that hold.
He got the kills.
Yeah.
The fact that he's like, right, we've killed the one guy that was here. It's like, I don't think you have, but I guess I think it was the smoke that came
backup
up.
बहुत crazy था लेकिन.
And I believe
Rien's
that
वहाँ पे
maybe
मर जाता था,
Ghostius
Leon
smoke
वहाँ पे
it
free
was.
में मरने वाला
Yeah.
था line of fire में.
Saved him. KC do still have an investment. Benji, he has already got multiple kills from this corner, so anything more, yeah, it's immediately cleared.
Same position.
Exactly what we saw on the other side as well, just trying to get rid of that one player while the four are on the other side. Delay being put through from Sugetsu, and Showstopper won't land it, but the shot is found.
Shmara steals that away from the Showstopper. Alves with an angle over the smoke, but look at the reposition here. They're all tucking in towards spawn. They're wrapping them.
Yeah, they've removed that ultimate at least. Overdrive. Not going to do anything in this moment, but do they know how many players are in position? They definitely do now, but it's a whiff from Alves. Not expecting so many targets. Tagged up at least. A slow can be thrown, but they still need to look to get towards the site, and they're losing every single fight. It isn't going to matter how much tickle damage they did. Heretics are on 12.
Chat boo नहीं मर रहा है बे.
Their first win.
And KC are broke
वो सबसे
as well.
आगे वो 3
They're
दिन
going to have
का.
the benefit of maybe stringing together a couple of rifles, but it's going to be costly at that. I have 2 ultimates to rely on.
Boo is metaphorically and literally floating right now.
Yes, yeah. Fantastic performance from him. As you said, the leader for Heretics in this crucial map 3. When you think bigger picture.
Shit बे कैसे बाहर बे.
This is the improvement after 1 week.
Alt और दोनों alt मिला के side तो मिल जाएगा वो लोग को.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not.
Problem नहीं है कि अगर वो लोग ने volley वाली रेड में कर लिया ना.
For KC, 5 rounds in a row needed just to try and stay in this one. As you said, the weaponry is not good. Dosia on the corner, but Postbarn looking likely. Sugetsu takes a risk and it doesn't pay off. A Postbarn from here. The Steel Garden online, but not going to have any effect. With his passing. The defensive Cosmic Divide may be utilized as a bit of a surprise factor, but they're going to have to run through it. And in fact, the attackers have used this as a way to get back in and clear out their teammate. They're now all coming in from one position. Cosmaris is waiting. Levin has done well, and somehow it looked like Benji Fishy holds on, and Heretics, after a 13-6 defeat on their map choice, turn the series on its head, and they now have a win.
Sigh of relief, I'm sure. Considering everything going on with this roster, in terms of the expectations, the pressure on Heretics, that one's
अभी तक TH qualify नहीं हुआ है by the way, लेकिन
just to
KC बाहर हो गई है.
Again, for me, certainly we're still just looking for those positives in terms
KC
of
बाहर हो गई है भाई.
It's a rough situation to be in now, to not be able to have really a say on the matter.
You're looking at other people making mistakes and almost one team having to go 5-0, 4-1 and pushing everybody down the board. It really is hoping for a miracle at that point.
But they're not out.
No, they are not mathematically out. But for Heretics, their life is still in their own hands. Win your games and you are in playoffs.
कौन not out? कैसे not out? कैसे not out? कैसे not out भाई? KC ये रहा 0-3. नेक्स्ट मैच नावी और फुट के सामने है. नावी और फुट फुट तो गया। ओ हाँ बे, बहुत सारा टीम नीचे 2-3 हो सकता है, तो टेक्निकली देखा जाएगा अगर केसी ने फुट को हरा दिया और फुट सारी टीम से वो हो गया, अभी भी है इफ्स एंड बट्स, लेकिन बहुत इफ्स एंड बट्स है। हेड टू हेड में तो जीतेगा तो क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा। फुट वर्सेस केसी में केसी जीतना पड़ेगा, लेकिन बहुत इफ्स एंड बट्स है, बहुत। केसी बाहर, केसी बाहर, केसी बाहर, केसी बाहर, केसी बाहर, केसी बाहर। चलो जोड़ी रुका हुआ है, आ जाओ। टाइम टू किल सम बॉसेस एंड लेवल अप मेरी जान के डो। बाकी लोग आदियो जेडी में पादियो। सी यू टुमारो पैसिफिक पीआरएक्स फाइटिंग मेरी जान के टोटो। ठीक है, कल पैसिफिक पीआरएक्स फाइटिंग दोपहर को मिलेंगे, तभी के लिए मिलते हैं। बाय बाय बाय बाय बाय। मेक श्योर टू लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब। टेक केयर, सी या, लव यू, लव यूज, बाय।